Selected works of Mao Zedong. On New Democracy. January 1940. I Whither China? A lively atmosphere has prevailed throughout the country ever since the War of Resistance began. There is a general feeling that a way out of the impasse has been found, and people no longer knit their brows in despair. Of late, however, the dust and din of compromise and anti-communism have once again filled the air, and once again the people are thrown into bewilderment. Most susceptible, and the first to be affected, are the intellectuals and the young students. The question once again arises, what is to be done? Whither China? On the occasion of the publication of Chinese Culture 1, it may therefore be profitable to clarify the political and cultural trends in the country. I am a layman in matters of culture. I would like to study them, but have only just begun to do so. Fortunately, there are many comrades in Yan'an who have written at length in this field, so that my rough and ready words may serve the same purpose as the beating of the gongs before a theatrical performance. Our observations may contain a grain of truth for the nation's advanced cultural workers and may serve as a modest spur to induce them to come forward with valuable contributions of their own, and we hope that they will join in the discussion to reach correct conclusions which will meet our national needs. To seek truth from facts is the scientific approach, and presumptuously to claim infallibility and lecture people will never settle anything. The troubles that have befallen our nation are extremely serious, and only a scientific approach and a spirit of responsibility can lead it on to the road of liberation. There is but one truth, and the question of whether or not one has arrived at it depends not on subjective boasting but on objective practice. The only yardstick of truth is the revolutionary practice of millions of people. This, I think, can be regarded as the attitude of Chinese culture. 2. We want to build a new China. For many years we communists have struggled for a cultural revolution as well as for a political and economic revolution, and our aim is to build a new society and a new state for the Chinese nation. That new society and new state will have not only a new politics and a new economy but a new culture. In other words, not only do we want to change a China that is politically oppressed and economically exploited into a China that is politically free and economically prosperous, we also want to change the China which is being kept ignorant and backward under the sway of the old culture into an enlightened and progressive China under the sway of a new culture. In short, we want to build a new China. Our aim in the cultural sphere is to build a new Chinese national culture. 3. China's historical characteristics. We want to build a new national culture, but what kind of culture should it be? Any given culture, as an ideological form, is a reflection of the politics and economics of a given society, and the former in turn has a tremendous influence and effect upon the latter. Economics is the base and politics the concentrated expression of economics. 2. This is our fundamental view of the relation of culture to politics and economics and of the relation of politics to economics. It follows that the form of culture is first determined by the political and economic form, and only then does it operate on and influence the given political and economic form. Marx says, it is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. 3. He also says, the philosophers have only interpreted the world, in various ways, the point, however, is to change it. 4. For the first time in human history, these scientific formulations correctly solved the problem of the relationship between consciousness and existence, and they are the basic concepts underlying the dynamic revolutionary theory of knowledge as the reflection of reality which was later elaborated so profoundly by Lenin. These basic concepts must be kept in mind in our discussion of China's cultural problems. Thus it is quite clear that the reactionary elements of the old national culture we want to eliminate are inseparable from the old national politics and economics, while the new national culture which we want to build up is inseparable from the new national politics and economics. The old politics and economics of the Chinese nation form the basis of its old culture, just as its new politics and economics will form the basis of its new culture. What are China's old politics and economics? And what is her old culture? From the Zhou and Qin dynasties onwards, Chinese society was feudal, as were its politics and its economy. And the dominant culture, reflecting the politics and economy, was feudal culture. Since the invasion of foreign capitalism and the gradual growth of capitalist elements in Chinese society, the country has changed by degrees into a colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal society. China today is colonial in the Japanese-occupied areas and basically semi-colonial in the Kuomintang areas, and it is predominantly feudal or semi-feudal in both. Such, then, is the character of present-day Chinese society and the state of affairs in our country. The politics and the economy of this society are predominantly colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal, and the predominant culture, reflecting the politics and economy, is also colonial, semi-colonial, and semi-feudal. It is precisely against these predominant political, economic, and cultural forms that our revolution is directed. What we want to get rid of is the old colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal politics and economy and the old culture in their service. And what we want to build up is their direct opposite, i.e., the new politics, the new economy and the new culture of the Chinese nation. What, then, are the new politics and the new economy of the Chinese nation, and what is its new culture? In the course of its history, the Chinese Revolution must go through two stages: first, the Democratic Revolution, and second, the Socialist Revolution, and by their very nature they are two different revolutionary processes. Here democracy does not belong to the old category, it is not the old democracy, but belongs to the new category, it is new democracy. It can thus be affirmed that China's new politics are the politics of new democracy, that China's new economy is the economy of new democracy, and that China's new culture is the culture of new democracy. Such are the historical characteristics of the Chinese Revolution at the present time. Any political party, group, or person taking part in the Chinese Revolution that fails to understand this will not be able to direct the revolution and lead it to victory, but will be cast aside by the people and left to grieve out in the cold. For the Chinese Revolution is part of the world revolution. The historical characteristic of the Chinese Revolution lies in its division into the two stages, democracy and socialism, the first being no longer democracy in general, but democracy of the Chinese type, a new and special type, namely, new democracy. How, then, has this historical characteristic come into being? Has it been in existence for the past 100 years, or is it of recent origin? A brief study of the historical development of China and of the world shows that this characteristic did not emerge immediately after the Opium War, but took shape later, after the First Imperialist World War and the October Revolution in Russia. Let us now examine the process of its formation. Clearly, it follows from the colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal character of present-day Chinese society that the Chinese Revolution must be divided into two stages. The first step is to change the colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal form of society into an independent, democratic society. The second is to carry the revolution forward and build a socialist society. At present the Chinese Revolution is taking the first step. The preparatory period for the first step began with the Opium War in 1840, i.e., when China's feudal society started changing into a semi-colonial and semi-feudal one. Then came the movement of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, the Sino-French War, the Sino-Japanese War, the Reform Movement of 1898, the Revolution of 1911, the May 4 Movement, the Northern Expedition, the War of the Agrarian Revolution and the present War of Resistance against Japan. Together these have taken up a whole century, and in a sense they represent that first step, being struggles waged by the Chinese people, on different occasions and in varying degrees, against imperialism and the feudal forces in order to build up an independent, democratic society and complete the first revolution. The Revolution of 1911 was in a fuller sense the beginning of that revolution. In its social character, this revolution is a bourgeois democratic and not a proletarian socialist revolution. It is still unfinished and still demands great efforts, because to this day its enemies are still very strong. When Dr. Sun Yat-sen said, "The revolution is not yet completed, all my comrades must struggle on," he was referring to the bourgeois democratic revolution. A change, however, occurred in China's bourgeois democratic revolution after the outbreak of the First Imperialist World War in 1914 and the founding of a socialist state on 1/6 of the globe as a result of the Russian October Revolution of 1917. Before these events, the Chinese bourgeois democratic revolution came within the old category of the bourgeois democratic world revolution, of which it was a part. Since these events, the Chinese bourgeois democratic revolution has changed. It has come within the new category of bourgeois democratic revolutions and, as far as the alignment of revolutionary forces is concerned, forms part of the proletarian socialist world revolution. Why? Because the First Imperialist World War and the First Victorious Socialist Revolution, the October Revolution, have changed the whole course of world history and ushered in a new era. It is an era in which the world capitalist front has collapsed in one part of the globe, 1/6 of the world, and has fully revealed its decadence everywhere else, in which the remaining capitalist parts cannot survive without relying more than ever on the colonies and semi-colonies, in which a socialist state has been established and has proclaimed its readiness to give active support to the liberation movement of all colonies and semi-colonies, and in which the proletariat of the capitalist countries is steadily freeing itself from the social imperialist influence of the social democratic parties and has proclaimed its support for the liberation movement in the colonies and semi-colonies. In this era, any revolution in a colony or semi-colony that is directed against imperialism, i.e., against the international bourgeoisie or international capitalism, no longer comes within the old category of the bourgeois democratic world revolution, but within the new category. It is no longer part of the old bourgeois, or capitalist, world revolution, but is part of the new world revolution, the proletarian socialist world revolution. Such revolutionary colonies and semi-colonies can no longer be regarded as allies of the counter-revolutionary front of world capitalism, they have become allies of the revolutionary front of world socialism. Although such a revolution in a colonial and semi-colonial country is still fundamentally bourgeois democratic in its social character during its first stage or first step, and although its objective mission is to clear the path for the development of capitalism, it is no longer a revolution of the old type led by the bourgeoisie with the aim of establishing a capitalist society and a state under bourgeois dictatorship. It belongs to the new type of revolution led by the proletariat with the aim, in the first stage, of establishing a new democratic society and a state under the joint dictatorship of all the revolutionary classes. Thus this revolution actually serves the purpose of clearing a still wider path for the development of socialism. In the course of its progress, there may be a number of further sub-stages, because of changes on the enemy's side and within the ranks of our allies, but the fundamental character of the revolution remains unchanged. Such a revolution attacks imperialism at its very roots, and is therefore not tolerated but opposed by imperialism. However, it is favored by socialism and supported by the land of socialism and the socialist international proletariat. Therefore, such a revolution inevitably becomes part of the proletarian socialist world revolution. The correct thesis that the Chinese Revolution is part of the World Revolution was put forward as early as 1924–27 during the period of China's First Great Revolution. It was put forward by the Chinese Communists and endorsed by all those taking part in the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal struggle of the time. However, the significance of this thesis was not fully expounded in those days, and consequently it was only vaguely understood. The World Revolution no longer refers to the Old World Revolution, for the Old Bourgeois World Revolution has long been a thing of the past, it refers to the New World Revolution, the Socialist World Revolution. Similarly, to form part of means to form part not of the old bourgeois but of the new socialist revolution. This is a tremendous change unparalleled in the history of China and of the world. This correct thesis advanced by the Chinese Communists is based on Stalin's theory. As early as 1918, in an article commemorating the first anniversary of the October Revolution, Stalin wrote, "The great worldwide significance of the October Revolution chiefly consists in the fact that 1. It has widened the scope of the national question and converted it from the particular question of combating national oppression in Europe into the general question of emancipating the oppressed peoples, colonies, and semi-colonies from imperialism. 2. it has opened up wide possibilities for their emancipation and the right paths towards it, has thereby greatly facilitated the cause of the emancipation of the oppressed peoples of the West and the East, and has drawn them into the common current of the victorious struggle against imperialism. 3. It has thereby erected a bridge between the socialist West and the enslaved East, having created a new front of revolutions against world imperialism, extending from the proletarians of the West, through the Russian Revolution, to the oppressed peoples of the East. 5. Since writing this article, Stalin has again and again expounded the theory that revolutions in the colonies and semi-colonies have broken away from the old category and become part of the proletarian socialist revolution. The clearest and most precise explanation is given in an article published on June 30, 1925, in which Stalin carried on a controversy with the Yugoslav nationalists of the time. Entitled The National Question Once Again, it is included in a book translated by Chong Chung-shi and published under the title Stalin on the National Question. It contains the following passage. Semish refers to a passage in Stalin's pamphlet Marxism and the National Question, written at the end of 1912. There it says that the national struggle under the conditions of rising capitalism is a struggle of the bourgeois classes among themselves. Evidently, by this Semish is trying to suggest that his formula defining the social significance of the national movement under the present historical conditions is correct. But Stalin's pamphlet was written before the imperialist war, when the national question was not yet regarded by Marxists as a question of world significance, when the Marxists' fundamental demand for the right to self-determination was regarded not as part of the proletarian revolution, but as part of the bourgeois democratic revolution. It would be ridiculous not to see that since then the international situation has radically changed, that the war, on the one hand, and the October Revolution in Russia, on the other, transformed the national question from a part of the bourgeois democratic revolution into a part of the proletarian socialist revolution. As far back as October 1916, in his article, The Discussion on Self-Determination summed up, Lenin said that the main point of the national question, the right to self-determination, had ceased to be a part of the general democratic movement, that it had already become a component part of the general proletarian, socialist revolution. I do not even mention subsequent works on the national question by Lenin and by other representatives of Russian communism. After all this, what significance can Semish's reference to the passage in Stalin's pamphlet, written in the period of the bourgeois democratic revolution in Russia, have at the present time, when, as a consequence of the new historical situation, we have entered a new epoch, the epoch of proletarian revolution? It can only signify that Semish quotes outside of space and time, without reference to the living historical situation, and thereby violates the most elementary requirements of dialectics, and ignores the fact that what is right for one historical situation may prove to be wrong in another historical situation. 6. From this it can be seen that there are two kinds of world revolution, the first belonging to the bourgeois or capitalist category. The era of this kind of world revolution is long past, having come to an end as far back as 1914 when the First Imperialist World War broke out, and more particularly in 1917 when the October Revolution took place. The second kind, namely, the proletarian socialist world revolution, thereupon began. This revolution has the proletariat of the capitalist countries as its main force and the oppressed peoples of the colonies and semi-colonies as its allies. No matter what classes, parties, or individuals in an oppressed nation join the revolution, and no matter whether they themselves are conscious of the point or understand it, so long as they oppose imperialism, their revolution becomes part of the proletarian socialist world revolution and they become its allies. Today, the Chinese Revolution has taken on still greater significance. This is a time when the economic and political crises of capitalism are dragging the world more and more deeply into the Second World War, when the Soviet Union has reached the period of transition from socialism to communism and is capable of leading and helping the proletariat and oppressed nations of the whole world in their fight against imperialist war and capitalist reaction, when the proletariat of the capitalist countries is preparing to overthrow capitalism and establish socialism, and When the proletariat, the peasantry, the intelligentsia, and other sections of the petty bourgeoisie in China have become a mighty independent political force under the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party. Situated as we are in this day and age, should we not make the appraisal that the Chinese Revolution has taken on still greater world significance? I think we should. The Chinese Revolution has become a very important part of the world revolution. Although the Chinese Revolution in this first stage, with its many sub-stages, is a new type of bourgeois democratic revolution and is not yet itself a proletarian socialist revolution in its social character, it has long become a part of the proletarian socialist world revolution and is now even a very important part and a great ally of this world revolution. The first step or stage in our revolution is definitely not, and cannot be, the establishment of a capitalist society under the dictatorship of the Chinese bourgeoisie, but will result in the establishment of a new democratic society under the joint dictatorship of all the revolutionary classes of China headed by the Chinese proletariat. The revolution will then be carried forward to the second stage, in which a socialist society will be established in China. This is the fundamental characteristic of the Chinese Revolution of today, of the new revolutionary process of the past 20 years, counting from the May 4 movement of 1919, and its concrete living essence. V. The politics of new democracy. The new historical characteristic of the Chinese Revolution is its division into two stages, the first being the new democratic revolution. How does this manifest itself concretely in internal political and economic relations? Let us consider the question. Before the May 4 movement of 1919, which occurred after the First Imperialist World War of 1914, the Russian October Revolution of 1917, the petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie, through their intellectuals, were the political leaders of the bourgeois democratic revolution. The Chinese proletariat had not yet appeared on the political scene as an awakened and independent class force, but participated in the revolution only as a follower of the petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie. Such was the case with the proletariat at the time of the Revolution of 1911. After the May 4 movement, the political leader of China's bourgeois democratic revolution was no longer the bourgeoisie but the proletariat, although the national bourgeoisie continued to take part in the revolution. The Chinese proletariat rapidly became an awakened and independent political force as a result of its maturing and of the influence of the Russian Revolution. It was the Chinese Communist Party that put forward the slogan "Down with imperialism" and the thoroughgoing program for the whole bourgeois democratic revolution, and it was the Chinese Communist Party alone that carried out the agrarian revolution. Being a bourgeoisie in a colonial and semi-colonial country and oppressed by imperialism, the Chinese national bourgeoisie retains a certain revolutionary quality at certain periods and to a certain degree even in the era of imperialism in its opposition to the foreign imperialists and the domestic governments of bureaucrats and warlords. Instances of opposition to the latter can be found in the periods of the Revolution of 1911 and the Northern Expedition, and it may ally itself with the proletariat and the petty bourgeoisie against such enemies as it is ready to oppose. In this respect the Chinese bourgeoisie differs from the bourgeoisie of old Tsarist Russia. Since Tsarist Russia was a military feudal imperialism which carried on aggression against other countries, the Russian bourgeoisie was entirely lacking in revolutionary quality. There, the task of the proletariat was to oppose the bourgeoisie, not to unite with it. But China's national bourgeoisie has a revolutionary quality at certain periods and to a certain degree, because China is a colonial and semi-colonial country which is a victim of aggression. Here, the task of the proletariat is to form a united front with the national bourgeoisie against imperialism and the bureaucrat and warlord governments without overlooking its revolutionary quality. At the same time, however, being a bourgeois class in a colonial and semi-colonial country and so being extremely flabby economically and politically, the Chinese national bourgeoisie also has another quality, namely, a proneness to conciliation with the enemies of the revolution. Even when it takes part in the revolution, it is unwilling to break with imperialism completely and, moreover, it is closely associated with the exploitation of the rural areas through land rent, thus it is neither willing nor able to overthrow imperialism, and much less the feudal forces, in a thorough way. So neither of the two basic problems or tasks of China's bourgeois democratic revolution can be solved or accomplished by the national bourgeoisie. As for China's big bourgeoisie, which is represented by the Kuomintang, all through the long period from 1927 to 1937 it nestled in the arms of the imperialists and formed an alliance with the feudal forces against the revolutionary people. In 1927 and for some time afterwards, the Chinese national bourgeoisie also followed the counter-revolution. During the present anti-Japanese war, the section of the big bourgeoisie represented by Wang Qingwei has capitulated to the enemy, which constitutes a fresh betrayal on the part of the big bourgeoisie. In this respect, then, the bourgeoisie in China differs from the earlier bourgeoisie of the European and American countries, and especially of France. When the bourgeoisie in those countries, and especially in France, was still in its revolutionary era, the bourgeois revolution was comparatively thorough, whereas the bourgeoisie in China lacks even this degree of thoroughness. Possible participation in the revolution on the one hand and proneness to conciliation with the enemies of the revolution on the other, such is the dual character of the Chinese bourgeoisie. It faces both ways. Even the bourgeoisie in European and American history had shared this dual character. When confronted by a formidable enemy, they united with the workers and peasants against him, but when the workers and peasants awakened, they turned round to unite with the enemy against the workers and peasants. This is a general rule applicable to the bourgeoisie everywhere in the world, but the trait is more pronounced in the Chinese bourgeoisie. In China, it is perfectly clear that whoever can lead the people in overthrowing imperialism and the forces of feudalism can win the people's confidence, because these two, and especially imperialism, are the mortal enemies of the people. Today, whoever can lead the people in driving out Japanese imperialism and introducing democratic government will be the saviors of the people. History has proved that the Chinese bourgeoisie cannot fulfill this responsibility, which inevitably falls upon the shoulders of the proletariat. Therefore, the proletariat, the peasantry, the intelligentsia and the other sections of the petty bourgeoisie undoubtedly constitute the basic forces determining China's fate. These classes, some already awakened and others in the process of awakening, will necessarily become the basic components of the state and governmental structure in the Democratic Republic of China, with the proletariat as the leading force. The Chinese Democratic Republic which we desire to establish now must be a democratic republic under the joint dictatorship of all anti-imperialist and anti-feudal people led by the proletariat, that is, a new democratic republic, a republic of the genuinely revolutionary new three people's principles with their three great policies. This new democratic republic will be different from the old European American form of capitalist republic under bourgeois dictatorship, which is the old democratic form and already out of date. On the other hand, it will also be different from the socialist republic of the Soviet type under the dictatorship of the proletariat which is already flourishing in the USSR, and which, moreover, will be established in all the capitalist countries and will undoubtedly become the dominant form of state and governmental structure in all the industrially advanced countries. However, for a certain historical period, this form is not suitable for the revolutions in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. During this period, therefore, a third form of state must be adopted in the revolutions of all colonial and semi-colonial countries, namely, the new democratic republic. This form suits a certain historical period and is therefore transitional. Nevertheless, it is a form which is necessary and cannot be dispensed with. Thus the numerous types of state system in the world can be reduced to three basic kinds according to the class character of their political power: 1. Republics under bourgeois dictatorship, 2. Republics under the dictatorship of the proletariat, and 3. Republics under the joint dictatorship of several revolutionary classes. The first kind comprises the old democratic states. Today, after the outbreak of the Second Imperialist War, there is hardly a trace of democracy in many of the capitalist countries, which have come or are coming under the bloody militarist dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Certain countries under the joint dictatorship of the landlords and the bourgeoisie can be grouped with this kind. The second kind exists in the Soviet Union, and the conditions for its birth are ripening in capitalist countries. In the future, it will be the dominant form throughout the world for a certain period. The third kind is the transitional form of state to be adopted in the revolutions of the colonial and semi-colonial countries. Each of these revolutions will necessarily have specific characteristics of its own, but these will be minor variations on a general theme. So long as they are revolutions in colonial or semi-colonial countries, their state and governmental structure will of necessity be basically the same, i.e., a new democratic state under the joint dictatorship of several anti-imperialist classes. In present-day China, the anti-Japanese United Front represents the new democratic form of state. It is anti-Japanese and anti-imperialist. It is also a united front, an alliance of several revolutionary classes. But unfortunately, despite the fact that the war has been going on for so long, the work of introducing democracy has hardly started in most of the country outside the democratic anti-Japanese base areas under the leadership of the Communist Party, and the Japanese imperialists have exploited this fundamental weakness to stride into our country. If nothing is done about it, our national future will be gravely imperiled. The question under discussion here is that of the state system. After several decades of wrangling since the last years of the Qing dynasty, it has still not been cleared up. Actually, it is simply a question of the status of the various social classes within the state. The bourgeoisie, as a rule, conceals the problem of class status and carries out its one-class dictatorship under the national label. Such concealment is of no advantage to the revolutionary people, and the matter should be clearly explained to them. The term national is all right, but it must not include counter-revolutionaries and traitors. The kind of state we need today is a dictatorship of all the revolutionary classes over the counter-revolutionaries and traitors. The so-called democratic system in modern states is usually monopolized by the bourgeoisie and has become simply an instrument for oppressing the common people. On the other hand, the Kuomintang's principle of democracy means a democratic system shared by all the common people and not privately owned by the few. Such was the solemn declaration made in the manifesto of the First National Congress of the Kuomintang, held in 1924 during the period of Kuomintang Communist cooperation. For 16 years the Kuomintang has violated this declaration, and as a result it has created the present grave national crisis. This is a gross blunder, which we hope the Kuomintang will correct in the cleansing flames of the anti-Japanese war. As for the question of the system of government, this is a matter of how political power is organized, the form in which one social class or another chooses to arrange its apparatus of political power to oppose its enemies and protect itself. There is no state which does not have an appropriate apparatus of political power to represent it. China may now adopt a system of people's congresses, from the National People's Congress down to the provincial, county, district and township people's congresses, with all levels electing their respective governmental bodies. But if there is to be a proper representation for each revolutionary class according to its status in the state, a proper expression of the people's will, a proper direction for revolutionary struggles and a proper manifestation of the spirit of new democracy, then a system of really universal and equal suffrage, irrespective of sex, creed, property, or education, must be introduced. Such is the system of democratic centralism. Only a government based on democratic centralism can fully express the will of all the revolutionary people and fight the enemies of the revolution most effectively. There must be a spirit of refusal to be privately owned by the few in the government and the army. Without a genuinely democratic system this cannot be attained, and the system of government and the state system will be out of harmony. The state system, a joint dictatorship of all the revolutionary classes, and the system of government, democratic centralism, these constitute the politics of new democracy, the Republic of New Democracy, the Republic of the Anti-Japanese United Front, the Republic of the New Three People's Principles with their three great policies, the Republic of China in reality as well as in name. Today we have a Republic of China in name but not in reality, and our present task is to create the reality that will fit the name. Such are the internal political relations which a revolutionary China, a China fighting Japanese aggression, should and must establish without fail. Such is the orientation, the only correct orientation, for our present work of national reconstruction. 6. The economy of new democracy. If such a republic is to be established in China, it must be new democratic not only in its politics but also in its economy. It will own the big banks and the big industrial and commercial enterprises. Enterprises, such as banks, railways, and airlines, whether Chinese-owned or foreign-owned, which are either monopolistic in character or too big for private management, shall be operated and administered by the state, so that private capital cannot dominate the livelihood of the people. This is the main principle of the regulation of capital. This is another solemn declaration in the manifesto of the Kuomintang's First National Congress held during the period of Kuomintang Communist Cooperation, and it is the correct policy for the economic structure of the new democratic republic. In the new democratic republic under the leadership of the proletariat, the state enterprises will be of a socialist character and will constitute the leading force in the whole national economy, but the republic will neither confiscate capitalist private property in general nor forbid the development of such capitalist production as does not dominate the livelihood of the people, for China's economy is still very backward. The republic will take certain necessary steps to confiscate the land of the landlords and distribute it to those peasants having little or no land, carry out Dr. Sun Yat-sen's slogan of land to the tiller, abolish feudal relations in the rural areas, and turn the land over to the private ownership of the peasants. A rich peasant economy will be allowed in the rural areas. Such is the policy of equalization of land ownership. Land to the tiller is the correct slogan for this policy. In general, socialist agriculture will not be established at this stage, though various types of cooperative enterprises developed on the basis of land to the tiller will contain elements of socialism. China's economy must develop along the path of the regulation of capital and the equalization of land ownership, and must never be privately owned by the few. We must never permit the few capitalists and landlords to dominate the livelihood of the people. We must never establish a capitalist society of the European-American type or allow the old semi-feudal society to survive. Whoever dares to go counter to this line of advance will certainly not succeed but will run into a brick wall. Such are the internal economic relations which a revolutionary China, a China fighting Japanese aggression, must and necessarily will establish. Such is the economy of new democracy. And the politics of new democracy are the concentrated expression of the economy of new democracy. 7. Refutation of bourgeois dictatorship. More than 90% of the people are in favor of a republic of this kind with its new democratic politics and new democratic economy. There is no alternative road. What about the road to a capitalist society under bourgeois dictatorship? To be sure, that was the old road taken by the European and American bourgeoisie, but whether one likes it or not, neither the international nor the domestic situation allows China to do the same. Judging by the international situation, that road is blocked. In its fundamentals, the present international situation is one of a struggle between capitalism and socialism, in which capitalism is on the downgrade and socialism on the upgrade. In the first place, international capitalism, or imperialism, will not permit the establishment in China of a capitalist society under bourgeois dictatorship. Indeed, the history of modern China is a history of imperialist aggression, of imperialist opposition to China's independence and to her development of capitalism. Earlier revolutions failed in China because imperialism strangled them, and innumerable revolutionary martyrs died, bitterly lamenting the non-fulfillment of their mission. Today a powerful Japanese imperialism is forcing its way into China and wants to reduce her to a colony. It is not China that is developing Chinese capitalism but Japan that is developing Japanese capitalism in our country, and it is not the Chinese bourgeoisie but the Japanese bourgeoisie that is exercising dictatorship in our country. True enough, this is the period of the final struggle of dying imperialism. Imperialism is moribund capitalism. 7. But just because it is dying, it is all the more dependent on colonies and semi-colonies for survival and will certainly not allow any colony or semi-colony to establish anything like a capitalist society under the dictatorship of its own bourgeoisie. Just because Japanese imperialism is bogged down in serious economic and political crises, just because it is dying, it must invade China and reduce her to a colony, thereby blocking the road to bourgeois dictatorship and national capitalism in China. In the second place, socialism will not permit it. All the imperialist powers in the world are our enemies, and China cannot possibly gain her independence without the assistance of the land of socialism and the international proletariat. That is, she cannot do so without the help of the Soviet Union and the help which the proletariat of Japan, Britain, the United States, France, Germany, Italy, and other countries provide through their struggles against capitalism. Although no one can say that the victory of the Chinese Revolution must wait upon the victory of the revolution in all of these countries, or in one or two of them, there is no doubt that we cannot win without the added strength of their proletariat. In particular, Soviet assistance is absolutely indispensable for China's final victory in the war of resistance. Refuse Soviet assistance, and the revolution will fail. Don't the anti-Soviet campaigns from 1927 onwards provide an extraordinarily clear lesson? The world today is in a new era of wars and revolutions, an era in which capitalism is unquestionably dying and socialism is unquestionably prospering. In these circumstances, would it not be sheer fantasy to desire the establishment in China of a capitalist society under bourgeois dictatorship after the defeat of imperialism and feudalism? Even though the petty Kemalist dictatorship of the bourgeoisie did emerge in Turkey after the First Imperialist World War and the October Revolution owing to certain specific conditions, the bourgeoisie's success in repelling Greek aggression and the weakness of the proletariat, there can be no second Turkey, much less a Turkey with a population of 450 million, after World War II and the accomplishment of socialist construction in the Soviet Union. In the specific conditions of China, the flabbiness of the bourgeoisie with its proneness to conciliation and the strength of the proletariat with its revolutionary thoroughness, things just never work out so easily as in Turkey. Did not some members of the Chinese bourgeoisie clamor for Kemalism after the First Great Revolution failed in 1927? But where is China's Kemal? And where are China's bourgeois dictatorship and capitalist society? Besides, even Kemalist Turkey eventually had to throw herself into the arms of Anglo-French imperialism, becoming more and more of a semi-colony and part of the reactionary imperialist world. In the international situation of today, the heroes in the colonies and semi-colonies either line up on the imperialist front and become part of the forces of world counter-revolution, or they line up on the anti-imperialist front and become part of the forces of world revolution. They must do one or the other, for there is no third choice. Judging by the domestic situation, too, the Chinese bourgeoisie should have learned its lesson by now. No sooner had the strength of the proletariat and of the peasant and other petty bourgeois masses brought the revolution of 1927 to victory than the capitalist class, headed by the big bourgeoisie, kicked the masses aside, seized the fruits of the revolution, formed a counter-revolutionary alliance with imperialism and the feudal forces, and strained themselves to the limit in a war of communist suppression for 10 years. But what was the upshot? Today, when a powerful enemy has penetrated deep into our territory and the anti-Japanese war has been going on for 2 years, is it possible that there are still people who want to copy the obsolete recipes of the European and American bourgeoisie? A decade was spent on suppressing the communists out of existence, but no capitalist society under bourgeois dictatorship was suppressed into existence. Is it possible that there are still people who want to have another try? True, a one-party dictatorship was suppressed into existence through the decade of communist suppression, but it is a semi-colonial and semi-feudal dictatorship. What is more, at the end of 4 years of communist suppression, from 1927 to the incident of September 18, 1931, Manchukuo was suppressed into existence, and in 1937, after another 6 years of such suppression, the Japanese imperialists made their way into China south of the Great Wall. Today, if anyone wants to carry on suppression for another decade, it would mean a new type of communist suppression, somewhat different from the old. But is there not one fleet-footed person who has already outstripped everyone else and boldly undertaken this new enterprise of communist suppression? Yes, Wang Qingwei, who has become the new-style anti-communist celebrity. Anyone who wishes to join his gang can please himself, but wouldn't that turn out to be an added embarrassment when talking big about bourgeois dictatorship, capitalist society, Kemalism, a modern state, a one-party dictatorship, one doctrine, and so on and so forth? And if, instead of joining the Wang Qingwei gang, someone wants to come into the Fight Japan camp of the people but imagines that once the war is won he will be able to kick aside the people fighting Japan, seize the fruits of the victory of the fight against Japan and establish a perpetual one-party dictatorship, isn't he just daydreaming? Fight Japan! Fight Japan! But who is doing the fighting? Without the workers and the peasants and other sections of the petty bourgeoisie, you cannot move a step. Anyone who still dares to try and kick them aside will himself be crushed. Hasn't this, too, become a matter of common sense? But the diehards among the Chinese bourgeoisie, I am referring solely to the diehards, seem to have learned nothing in the past 20 years. Aren't they still shouting, restrict communism, corrode communism and combat communism? Haven't we seen measures for restricting the activities of alien parties followed by measures for dealing with the alien party problem and still later by directives for dealing with the alien party problem? Heavens! With all this restricting and dealing with going on, one wonders what kind of future they are preparing for our nation and for themselves. We earnestly and sincerely advise these gentlemen, open your eyes, take a good look at China and the world, see how things stand inside as well as outside the country, and do not repeat your mistakes. If you persist in your mistakes, the future of our nation will of course be disastrous, but I am sure things will not go well with you either. This is absolutely true, absolutely certain. Unless the diehards among the Chinese bourgeoisie wake up, their future will be far from bright. They will only bring about their own destruction. Therefore we hope that China's anti-Japanese united front will be maintained and that, with the cooperation of all instead of the monopoly of a single clique, the anti-Japanese cause will be brought to victory. It is the only good policy, any other policy is bad. This is the sincere advice we communists are giving, and do not blame us for not having forewarned you. If there is food, let everyone share it. This old Chinese saying contains much truth. Since we all share in fighting the enemy, we should all share in eating, we should all share in the work to be done, and we should all share access to education. Such attitudes as I and I alone will take everything and no one dare harm me are nothing but the old tricks of feudal lords which simply will not work in the 1940s. We communists will never push aside anyone who is revolutionary. We shall persevere in the united front and practice long-term cooperation with all those classes, strata, political parties and groups and individuals that are willing to fight Japan to the end. But it will not do if certain people want to push aside the Communist Party. It will not do if they want to split the united front. China must keep on fighting Japan, uniting and moving forward, and we cannot tolerate anyone who tries to capitulate, cause splits, or move backward. 8. Refutation of left phrase-mongering. If the capitalist road of bourgeois dictatorship is out of the question, then is it possible to take the socialist road of proletarian dictatorship? No, that is not possible either. Without a doubt, the present revolution is the first step, which will develop into the second step, that of socialism, at a later date. And China will attain true happiness only when she enters the socialist era. But today is not yet the time to introduce socialism. The present task of the revolution in China is to fight imperialism and feudalism, and socialism is out of the question until this task is completed. The Chinese revolution cannot avoid taking the two steps, first of new democracy and then of socialism. Moreover, the first step will need quite a long time and cannot be accomplished overnight. We are not utopians and cannot divorce ourselves from the actual conditions confronting us. Certain malicious propagandists, deliberately confusing these two distinct revolutionary stages, advocate the so-called theory of a single revolution in order to prove that the three people's principles apply to all kinds of revolutions and that communism therefore loses its raison d'être. Utilizing this theory, they frantically oppose communism and the Communist Party, the Eighth Route and New Fourth Armies, and the Shenxi-Kan-Suningxia border region. Their real purpose is to root out all revolution, to oppose a thoroughgoing bourgeois democratic revolution and thoroughgoing resistance to Japan and to prepare public opinion for their capitulation to the Japanese aggressors. This is deliberately being fostered by the Japanese imperialists. Since their occupation of Wuhan, they have come to realize that military force alone cannot subjugate China and have therefore resorted to political offensives and economic blandishments. Their political offensives consist in tempting wavering elements in the anti-Japanese camp, splitting the United Front and undermining Kuomintang communist cooperation. Their economic blandishments take the form of the so-called joint industrial enterprises. In central and southern China, the Japanese aggressors are allowing Chinese capitalists to invest 51% of the capital Indiana such enterprises, with Japanese capital making up the other 49%. In northern China they are allowing Chinese capitalists to invest 49% of the capital, with Japanese capital making up the other 51%. The Japanese invaders have also promised to restore the former assets of the Chinese capitalists to them in the form of capital shares in the investment. At the prospect of profits, some conscienceless capitalists forget all moral principles and itch to have a go. One section, represented by Wang Qingwei, has already capitulated. Another section lurking in the anti-Japanese camp would also like to cross over. But, with the cowardice of thieves, they fear that the communists will block their exit and, what is more, that the common people will brand them as traitors. So they have put their heads together and decided to prepare the ground in cultural circles and through the press. Having determined on their policy, they have lost no time in hiring some metaphysics mongers 10 plus a few Trotskyites who, brandishing their pens like lances, are tilting in all directions and creating bedlam. Hence the whole bag of tricks for deceiving those who do not know what is going on in the world around them, the theory of a single revolution, the tales that communism does not suit the national conditions of China, that there is no need for a communist party in China, that the Eighth Route and the new Fourth Armies are sabotaging the anti-Japanese war and are merely moving about without fighting, that the Shenxi-Kan-Suningxia border region is a feudal separatist regime, that the Communist Party is disobedient, dissident, intriguing and disruptive, and all for the purpose of providing the capitalists with good grounds for getting their 49 or 51% and selling out the nation's interests to the enemy at the opportune moment. This is stealing the beams and pillars and replacing them with rotten timbers, preparing the public mind for their projected capitulation. Thus, these gentlemen who, in all apparent seriousness, are pushing the theory of a single revolution to oppose communism and the Communist Party are out for nothing but their 49 or 51%. How they must have cudgeled their brains. The theory of a single revolution is simply a theory of no revolution at all, and that is the heart of the matter. But there are other people, apparently with no evil intentions, who are misled by the theory of a single revolution and the fanciful notion of accomplishing both the political revolution and the social revolution at one stroke. They do not understand that our revolution is divided into stages, that we can only proceed to the next stage of revolution after accomplishing the first, and that there is no such thing as accomplishing both at one stroke. Their approach is likewise very harmful because it confuses the steps to be taken in the revolution and weakens the effort directed towards the current task. It is correct and in accord with the Marxist theory of revolutionary development to say of the two revolutionary stages that the first provides the conditions for the second and that the two must be consecutive, without allowing any intervening stage of bourgeois dictatorship. However, it is a utopian view rejected by true revolutionaries to say that the democratic revolution does not have a specific task and period of its own but can be merged and accomplished simultaneously with another task, i.e., the socialist task, which can only be carried out in another period, and this is what they call accomplishing both at one stroke. 9. Refutation of the diehards. The bourgeois diehards in their turn come forward and say, well, you communists have postponed the socialist system to a later stage and have declared, the three people's principles being what China needs today, our party is ready to fight for their complete realization. 11. All right then, fold up your communism for the time being. A fearful hullabaloo has recently been raised with this sort of argument in the form of the one doctrine theory. In essence it is the howl of the diehards for bourgeois despotism. Out of courtesy, however, we may simply describe it as totally lacking in common sense. Communism is at once a complete system of proletarian ideology and a new social system. It is different from any other ideology or social system, and is the most complete, progressive, revolutionary, and rational system in human history. The ideological and social system of feudalism has a place only in the Museum of History. The ideological and social system of capitalism has also become a museum piece in one part of the world, in the Soviet Union, while in other countries it resembles a dying person who is sinking fast, like the sun setting beyond the western hills, and will soon be relegated to the museum. The communist ideological and social system alone is full of youth and vitality, sweeping the world with the momentum of an avalanche and the force of a thunderbolt. The introduction of scientific communism into China has opened new vistas for people and has changed the face of the Chinese Revolution. Without communism to guide it, China's democratic revolution cannot possibly succeed, let alone move on to the next stage. This is the reason why the bourgeois diehards are so loudly demanding that communism be folded up. But it must not be folded up, for once communism is folded up, China will be doomed. The whole world today depends on communism for its salvation, and China is no exception. Everybody knows that the Communist Party has an immediate and a future program, a minimum and a maximum program, with regard to the social system it advocates. For the present period, new democracy, and for the future, socialism, these are two parts of an organic whole, guided by one and the same communist ideology. Is it not, therefore, in the highest degree absurd to clamor for communism to be folded up on the ground that the Communist Party's minimum program is in basic agreement with the political tenets of the Three People's Principles? It is precisely because of this basic agreement between the two that we communists find it possible to recognize the Three People's Principles as the political basis for the anti-Japanese United Front and to acknowledge that the Three People's Principles being what China needs today, our party is ready to fight for their complete realization, otherwise no such possibility would exist. Here we have a united front between communism and the Three People's Principles in the stage of the democratic revolution, the kind of united front Dr. Sun Yat-sen had in mind when he said, "Communism is the good friend of the Three People's Principles." 12. To reject communism is in fact to reject the united front. The diehards have concocted absurd arguments for the rejection of communism. Just because they want to reject the united front and practice their one-party doctrine. Moreover, the one-doctrine theory is an absurdity. So long as classes exist, there will be as many doctrines as there are classes, and even various groups in the same class may have their different doctrines. Since the feudal class has a feudal doctrine, the bourgeoisie a capitalist doctrine, the Buddhists Buddhism, the Christians Christianity and the peasants polytheism, and since in recent years, some people have also advocated Kemalism, fascism, vitalism 13 the doctrine of distribution according to labor, 14 and whatnot, why then cannot the proletariat have its communism? Since there are countless isms, why should the cry of fold it up be raised at the sight of communism alone? Frankly, folding it up will not work. Let us rather have a contest. If communism is beaten, we communists will admit defeat in good grace. But if not, then let all that stuff about one doctrine, which violates the principle of democracy, be folded up as soon as possible. To avoid misunderstanding and for the edification of the diehards, it is necessary to show clearly where the Three People's Principles and communism do coincide and where they do not. Comparison of the two reveals both similarities and differences. First, for the similarities. They are to be found in the basic political program of both doctrines during the stage of the bourgeois democratic revolution in China. The three political tenets of the revolutionary Three People's Principles of nationalism, democracy, and the people's livelihood as reinterpreted by Dr. Sun Yat-sen in 1924 are basically similar to the communist political program for the stage of the democratic revolution in China. Because of these similarities and because of the carrying out of the Three People's Principles, the united front of the two doctrines and the two parties came into existence. It is wrong to ignore this aspect. Next, for the differences. 1. There is a difference in part of the program for the stage of the democratic revolution. The communist program for the whole course of the democratic revolution includes full rights for the people, the 8-hour working day and a thorough agrarian revolution, whereas the Three People's Principles do not. Unless these points are added to the Three People's Principles and there is the readiness to carry them out, the two democratic programs are only basically the same and cannot be described as altogether the same. 2. Another difference is that one includes the stage of the socialist revolution, and the other does not. Communism envisages the stage of the socialist revolution beyond the stage of the democratic revolution, and hence, beyond its minimum program it has a maximum program, i.e., the program for the attainment of socialism and communism. The Three People's Principles, which envisage only the stage of the democratic revolution and not the stage of the socialist revolution, have only a minimum program and not a maximum program, i.e., they have no program for the establishment of socialism and communism. 3. There is the difference in world outlook. The world outlook of communism is dialectical and historical materialism, while the Three People's Principles explain history in terms of the people's livelihood, which in essence is a dualist or idealist outlook. The two world outlooks are opposed to each other. 4. There is the difference in revolutionary thoroughness. With communists, theory and practice go together, i.e., communists possess revolutionary thoroughness. With the followers of the Three People's Principles, except for those completely loyal to the revolution and to truth, theory and practice do not go together and their deeds contradict their words, i.e., they lack revolutionary thoroughness. The above are the differences between the two. They distinguish communists from the followers of the Three People's Principles. It is undoubtedly very wrong to ignore this distinction and see only the aspect of unity and not of contradiction. Once all this is understood, it is easy to see what the bourgeois diehards have in mind when they demand that communism be folded up. If it does not mean bourgeois despotism, then there is no sense to it at all. The Three People's Principles, old and new. The bourgeois diehards have no understanding whatsoever of historical change, their knowledge is so poor that it is practically non-existent. They do not know the difference either between communism and the Three People's Principles or between the new Three People's Principles and the old. We communists recognize the Three People's Principles as the political basis for the anti-Japanese National United Front. We acknowledge that the Three People's Principles being what China needs today, our party is ready to fight for their complete realization, and we admit the basic agreement between the Communist Minimum Program and the political tenets of the Three People's Principles. But which kind of Three People's Principles? The Three People's Principles as reinterpreted by Dr. Sun Yat-sen in the Manifesto of the First National Congress of the Kuomintang, and no other. I wish the die-hard gentleman would spare a moment from the work of restricting communism, corroding communism and combating communism, in which they are so gleefully engaged, to glance through this manifesto. In the manifesto Dr. Sun Yat-sen said, "Here is the true interpretation of the Kuomintang's Three People's Principles. Hence these are the only genuine Three People's Principles and all others are spurious. The only true interpretation of the Three People's Principles is the one contained in the manifesto of the First National Congress of the Kuomintang, and all other interpretations are false." Presumably this is no communist fabrication, for many Kuomintang members and I myself personally witnessed the adoption of the manifesto. The manifesto marks off the two epochs in the history of the Three People's Principles. Before it, they belonged to the old category. They were the Three People's Principles of the old bourgeois democratic revolution in a semi-colony, the Three People's Principles of old democracy, the old Three People's Principles. After it, they came within the new category, they became the Three People's Principles of the new bourgeois democratic revolution in a semi-colony, the Three People's Principles of new democracy, the new Three People's Principles. These and these alone are the revolutionary Three People's Principles of the new period. The revolutionary Three People's Principles of the new period, the new or genuine Three People's Principles, embody the three great policies of alliance with Russia, cooperation with the Communist Party and assistance to the peasants and workers. Without each and every one of these three great policies, the Three People's Principles become either false or incomplete in the new period. In the first place, the revolutionary, new or genuine Three People's Principles must include alliance with Russia. As things are today, it is perfectly clear that unless there is the policy of alliance with Russia, with the land of socialism, there will inevitably be a policy of alliance with imperialism, with the imperialist powers. Is this not exactly what happened after 1927? Once the conflict between the Socialist Soviet Union and the imperialist powers grows sharper, China will have to take her stand on one side or the other. This is an inevitable trend. Is it possible to avoid leaning to either side? No, that is an illusion. The whole world will be swept into one or the other of these two fronts, and neutrality will then be merely a deceptive term. Especially is this true of China, which, fighting an imperialist power that has penetrated deep into her territory, cannot conceive of ultimate victory without the assistance of the Soviet Union. If alliance with Russia is sacrificed for the sake of alliance with imperialism, the word revolutionary will have to be expunged from the Three People's Principles, which will then become reactionary. In the last analysis, there can be no neutral Three People's Principles, they can only be either revolutionary or counter-revolutionary. Would it not be more heroic to fight against attacks from both sides 15, as Wang Qingwei once remarked, and to have the kind of Three People's Principles that serves this fight? Unfortunately, even its inventor Wang Qingwei himself has abandoned, or folded up, this kind of Three People's Principles, for he has adopted the Three People's Principles of alliance with imperialism. If it is argued that there is a difference between Eastern and Western imperialism, and that, unlike Wang Qingwei who has allied himself with Eastern imperialism, one should ally oneself with some of the Western imperialists to march eastward and attack, then would not such conduct be quite revolutionary? However, whether you like it or not, the Western imperialists are determined to oppose the Soviet Union and communism, and if you ally yourself with them, they will ask you to march northward and attack, and your revolution will come to nothing. All these circumstances make it essential for the revolutionary, new and genuine Three People's Principles to include alliance with Russia, and under no circumstances alliance with imperialism against Russia. In the second place, the revolutionary, new and genuine Three People's Principles must include cooperation with the Communist Party. Either you cooperate with the Communist Party or you oppose it. Opposition to communism is the policy of the Japanese imperialists and Wang Qingwei, and if that is what you want, very well, they will invite you to join their anti-communist company. But wouldn't that look suspiciously like turning traitor? You may say, I am not following Japan, but some other country. That is just ridiculous. No matter whom you follow, the moment you oppose the Communist Party you become a traitor, because you can no longer resist Japan. If you say, I am going to oppose the Communist Party independently, that is errant nonsense. How can the heroes in a colony or semi-colony tackle a counter-revolutionary job of this magnitude without depending on the strength of imperialism? For 10 long years, virtually all the imperialist forces in the world were enlisted against the Communist Party, but in vain. How can you suddenly oppose it independently? Some people outside the border region, we are told, are now saying opposing the Communist Party is good, but you can never succeed in it. This remark, if it is not simply hearsay, is only half wrong, for what good is there in opposing the Communist Party? But the other half is true, you certainly can never succeed in it. Basically, the reason lies not with the communists but with the common people, who like the Communist Party and do not like opposing it. If you oppose the Communist Party at a juncture when our national enemy is penetrating deep into our territory, the people will be after your hide, they will certainly show you no mercy. This much is certain, whoever wants to oppose the Communist Party must be prepared to be ground to dust. If you are not keen on being ground to dust, you had certainly better drop this opposition. This is our sincere advice to all the anti-communist heroes. Thus it is as clear as can be that the Three People's Principles of today must include cooperation with the Communist Party, or otherwise those principles will perish. It is a question of life and death for the Three People's Principles. Cooperating with the Communist Party, they will survive; opposing the Communist Party, they will perish. Can anyone prove the contrary? In the third place, the revolutionary, new and genuine Three People's Principles must include the policy of assisting the peasants and workers. Rejection of this policy, failure wholeheartedly to assist the peasants and workers, or failure to carry out the behest in Dr. Sun Yat-sen's testament to arouse the masses of the people, amounts to preparing the way for the defeat of the revolution, and one's own defeat into the bargain. Stalin has said that in essence, the national question is a peasant question. 16. This means that the Chinese Revolution is essentially a peasant revolution, and that the resistance to Japan now going on is essentially peasant resistance. Essentially, the politics of new democracy means giving the peasants their rights. The new and genuine three people's principles are essentially the principles of a peasant revolution. Essentially, mass culture means raising the cultural level of the peasants. The anti-Japanese war is essentially a peasant war. We are now living in a time when the principle of going up into the hills 17 applies. Meetings, work, classes, newspaper publication, the writing of books, theatrical performances, everything is done up in the hills, and all essentially for the sake of the peasants. And essentially it is the peasants who provide everything that sustains the resistance to Japan and keeps us going. By essentially we mean basically, not ignoring the other sections of the people, as Stalin himself has explained. As every schoolboy knows, 80% of China's population are peasants. So the peasant problem becomes the basic problem of the Chinese Revolution, and the strength of the peasants is the main strength of the Chinese Revolution. In the Chinese population, the workers rank second to the peasants in number. There are several million industrial workers in China and several tens of millions of handicraft workers and agricultural laborers. China cannot live without her workers in the various industries, because they are the producers in the industrial sector of the economy. And the revolution cannot succeed without the modern industrial working class, because it is the leader of the Chinese Revolution and is the most revolutionary class. In these circumstances, the revolutionary, new and genuine three people's principles must include the policy of assisting the peasants and workers. Any other kind of three people's principles which lack this policy, do not give the peasants and workers wholehearted assistance, or do not carry out the behest to arouse the masses of the people, will certainly perish. Thus it is clear that there is no future for any three people's principles which depart from the three great policies of alliance with Russia, cooperation with the Communist Party, and assistance to the peasants and workers. Every conscientious follower of the three people's principles must seriously consider this point. The three people's principles comprising the three great policies, in other words, the revolutionary, new and genuine three people's principles, are the three people's principles of new democracy, a development of the old three people's principles, a great contribution of Dr. Sun Yat-sen's, and a product of the era in which the Chinese Revolution has become part of the world socialist revolution. It is only these three people's principles which the Chinese Communist Party regards as being what China needs today, and for whose complete realization it declares itself pledged to fight. These are the only three people's principles which are in basic agreement with the Communist Party's political program for the stage of democratic revolution, namely, with its minimum program. As for the old three people's principles, they were a product of the old period of the Chinese Revolution. Russia was then an imperialist power, and naturally there could be no policy of alliance with her. There was then no Communist Party in existence in our country, and naturally there could be no policy of cooperation with it. The movement of the workers and peasants had not yet revealed its full political significance and aroused people's attention, and naturally there could be no policy of alliance with them. Hence the three people's principles of the period before the reorganization of the Kuomintang in 1924 belonged to the old category, and they became obsolete. The Kuomintang could not have gone forward unless it had developed them into the new three people's principles. Dr. Sun Yat-sen in his wisdom saw this point, secured the help of the Soviet Union and the Chinese Communist Party, and reinterpreted the three people's principles so as to endow them with new characteristics suited to the times. As a result, a united front was formed between the three people's principles and communism. Kuomintang communist cooperation was established for the first time, the sympathy of the people of the whole country was won, and the revolution of 1924–27 was launched. The old three people's principles were revolutionary in the old period and reflected its historical features. But if the old stuff is repeated in the new period after the new three people's principles have been established, or alliance with Russia is opposed after the socialist state has been established, or cooperation with the Communist Party is opposed after the Communist Party has come into existence, or the policy of assisting the peasants and workers is opposed after they have awakened and demonstrated their political strength, then that is reactionary and shows ignorance of the times. The period of reaction after 1927 was the result of such ignorance. The old proverb says, "Whosoever understands the signs of the times is a great man." I hope the followers of the Three People's Principles today will bear this in mind. Were the Three People's Principles to fall within the old category, then they would have nothing basically in common with the Communist Minimum Program, because they would belong to the past and be obsolete. Any sort of Three People's Principles that oppose Russia, the Communist Party or the peasants and workers are definitely reactionary. They not only have absolutely nothing in common with the Communist Minimum Program but are the enemy of communism, and there is no common ground at all. This, too, the followers of the Three People's Principles should carefully consider. In any case, people with a conscience will never forsake the new Three People's Principles until the task of opposing imperialism and feudalism is basically accomplished. The only ones who do are people like Wang Qingwei. No matter how energetically they push their spurious Three People's Principles which oppose Russia, the Communist Party and the peasants and workers, there will surely be no lack of people with a conscience and sense of justice who will continue to support Sun Yat-sen's genuine Three People's Principles. Many followers of the genuine Three People's Principles continued the struggle for the Chinese Revolution even after the reaction of 1927, and their numbers will undoubtedly swell to tens upon tens of thousands now that the national enemy has penetrated deep into our territory. We communists will always persevere in long-term cooperation with all the true followers of the Three People's Principles and, while rejecting the traitors and the sworn enemies of communism, will never forsake any of our friends. 11. The culture of new democracy. In the foregoing we have explained the historical characteristics of Chinese politics in the new period and the question of the new democratic republic. We can now proceed to the question of culture. A given culture is the ideological reflection of the politics and economics of a given society. There is in China an imperialist culture which is a reflection of imperialist rule, or partial rule, in the political and economic fields. This culture is fostered not only by the cultural organizations run directly by the imperialists in China but by a number of Chinese who have lost all sense of shame. Into this category falls all culture embodying a slave ideology. China also has a semi-feudal culture which reflects her semi-feudal politics and economy, and whose exponents include all those who advocate the worship of Confucius, the study of the Confucian canon, the old ethical code and the old ideas in opposition to the new culture and new ideas. Imperialist culture and semi-feudal culture are devoted brothers and have formed a reactionary cultural alliance against China's new culture. This kind of reactionary culture serves the imperialists and the feudal class and must be swept away. Unless it is swept away, no new culture of any kind can be built up. There is no construction without destruction, no flowing without damming and no motion without rest, the two are locked in a life and death struggle. As for the new culture, it is the ideological reflection of the new politics and the new economy which it sets out to serve. As we have already stated in Section 3, Chinese society has gradually changed in character since the emergence of a capitalist economy in China. It is no longer an entirely feudal but a semi-feudal society, although the feudal economy still predominates. Compared with the feudal economy, this capitalist economy is a new one. The political forces of the bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie and the proletariat are the new political forces which have emerged and grown simultaneously with this new capitalist economy. And the new culture reflects these new economic and political forces in the field of ideology and serves them. Without the capitalist economy, without the bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and without the political forces of these classes, the new ideology or new culture could not have emerged. These new political, economic, and cultural forces are all revolutionary forces which are opposed to the old politics, the old economy and the old culture. The old is composed of two parts, one being China's own semi-feudal politics, economy, and culture, and the other the politics, economy, and culture of imperialism, with the latter heading the alliance. Both are bad and should be completely destroyed. The struggle between the new and the old in Chinese society is a struggle between the new forces of the people, the various revolutionary classes, and the old forces of imperialism and the feudal class. It is a struggle between revolution and counter-revolution. This struggle has lasted a full 100 years if dated from the Opium War, and nearly 30 years if dated from the Revolution of 1911. But as already indicated, revolutions too can be classified into old and new, and what is new in one historical period becomes old in another. The century of China's bourgeois democratic revolution can be divided into two main stages, a first stage of 80 years and a second of 20 years. Each has its basic historical characteristics. China's bourgeois democratic revolution in the first 80 years belongs to the old category, while in the last 20 years, owing to the change in the international and domestic political situation, it belongs to the new category. Old democracy is the characteristic of the first 80 years. New democracy is the characteristic of the last 20. This distinction holds good in culture as well as in politics. How does it manifest itself in the field of culture? We shall explain this next. 12. The historical characteristics of China's Cultural Revolution. On the cultural or ideological front, the two periods preceding and following the May 4th movement form two distinct historical periods. Before the May 4th movement, the struggle on China's cultural front was one between the new culture of the bourgeoisie and the old culture of the feudal class. The struggles between the modern school system and the imperial examination system, 18 between the new learning and the old learning, and between Western learning and Chinese learning, were all of this nature. The so-called modern schools or new learning or Western learning of that time concentrated mainly, we say mainly, because in part pernicious vestiges of Chinese feudalism still remained, on the natural sciences and bourgeois social and political theories, which were needed by the representatives of the bourgeoisie. At the time, the ideology of the new learning played a revolutionary role in fighting the Chinese feudal ideology, and it served the bourgeois democratic revolution of the old period. However, because the Chinese bourgeoisie lacked strength and the world had already entered the era of imperialism, this bourgeois ideology was only able to last out a few rounds and was beaten back by the reactionary alliance of the enslaving ideology of foreign imperialism and the back to the ancients ideology of Chinese feudalism. As soon as this reactionary ideological alliance started a minor counter-offensive, the so-called New Learning lowered its banners, muffled its drums and beat a retreat, retaining its outer form but losing its soul. The old bourgeois democratic culture became enervated and decayed in the era of imperialism, and its failure was inevitable. But since the May 4th movement things have been different. A brand new cultural force came into being in China, that is, the communist culture and ideology guided by the Chinese communists, or the communist world outlook and theory of social revolution. The May 4th movement occurred in 1919, and in 1921 came the founding of the Chinese Communist Party and the real beginning of China's labor movement, all in the wake of the First World War and the October Revolution, i.e., at a time when the national problem and the colonial revolutionary movements of the world underwent a change, and the connection between the Chinese Revolution and the World Revolution became quite obvious. The new political force of the proletariat and the Communist Party entered the Chinese political arena, and as a result, the new cultural force, in new uniform and with new weapons, mustering all possible allies and deploying its ranks in battle array, launched heroic attacks on imperialist culture and feudal culture. This new force has made great strides in the domain of the social sciences and of the arts and letters, whether of philosophy, economics, political science, military science, history, literature, or art, including the theater, the cinema, music, sculpture, and painting. For the last 20 years, wherever this new cultural force has directed its attack, a great revolution has taken place both in ideological content and in form, for example, in the written language. Its influence has been so great and its impact so powerful that it is invincible wherever it goes. The numbers it has rallied behind it have no parallel in Chinese history. Liu Xun was the greatest and the most courageous standard-bearer of this new cultural force. The chief commander of China's Cultural Revolution, he was not only a great man of letters but a great thinker and revolutionary. Liu Xun was a man of unyielding integrity, free from all sycophancy or obsequiousness. This quality is invaluable among colonial and semi-colonial peoples. Representing the great majority of the nation, Liu Xun breached and stormed the enemy citadel. On the cultural front he was the bravest and most correct, the firmest, the most loyal and the most ardent national hero, a hero without parallel in our history. The road he took was the very road of China's new national culture. Prior to the May 4th movement, China's new culture was a culture of the old democratic kind and part of the capitalist cultural revolution of the world bourgeoisie. Since the May 4th movement, it has become new democratic and part of the socialist cultural revolution of the world proletariat. Prior to the May 4th movement, China's new cultural movement, her cultural revolution, was led by the bourgeoisie, which still had a leading role to play. After the May 4th movement, its culture and ideology became even more backward than its politics and were incapable of playing any leading role. At most, they could serve to a certain extent as an ally during revolutionary periods, while inevitably the responsibility for leading the alliance rested on proletarian culture and ideology. This is an undeniable fact. The new democratic culture is the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal culture of the broad masses. Today it is the culture of the anti-Japanese United Front. This culture can be led only by the culture and ideology of the proletariat, by the ideology of communism, and not by the culture and ideology of any other class. In a word, new democratic culture is the proletarian-led, anti-imperialist, and anti-feudal culture of the broad masses. 13. The Four Periods. A cultural revolution is the ideological reflection of the political and economic revolution and is in their service. In China there is a united front in the cultural as in the political revolution. The history of the united front in the cultural revolution during the last 20 years can be divided into four periods. The first covers the 2 years from 1919 to 1921, the second the 6 years from 1921 to 1927, the third the 10 years from 1927 to 1937, and the fourth the 3 years from 1937 to the present. The first period extended from the May 4th movement of 1919 to the founding of the Chinese Communist Party in 1921. The May 4th movement was its chief landmark. The May 4th movement was an anti-imperialist as well as an anti-feudal movement. Its outstanding historical significance is to be seen in a feature which was absent from the Revolution of 1911, namely, its thorough and uncompromising opposition to imperialism as well as to feudalism. The May 4th movement possessed this quality because capitalism had developed a step further in China and because new hopes had arisen for the liberation of the Chinese nation as China's revolutionary intellectuals saw the collapse of three great imperialist powers, Russia, Germany, and Austria-Hungary, and the weakening of two others, Britain and France, while the Russian proletariat had established a socialist state and the German, Hungarian, and Italian proletariat had risen in revolution. The May 4th movement came into being at the call of the World Revolution, of the Russian Revolution and of Lenin. It was part of the world proletarian revolution of the time. Although the Communist Party had not yet come into existence, there were already large numbers of intellectuals who approved of the Russian Revolution and had the rudiments of communist ideology. In the beginning the May 4th movement was the revolutionary movement of a united front of three sections of people: communist intellectuals, revolutionary petty bourgeois intellectuals and bourgeois intellectuals, the last forming the right wing of the movement. Its shortcoming was that it was confined to the intellectuals and that the workers and peasants did not join in. But as soon as it developed into the June 3rd movement, not only the intellectuals but the mass of the proletariat, the petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie joined in, and it became a nationwide revolutionary movement. The cultural revolution ushered in by the May 4th movement was uncompromising in its opposition to feudal culture. There had never been such a great and thoroughgoing cultural revolution since the dawn of Chinese history. Raising aloft the two great banners of the day, down with the old ethics and up with the new. And down with the old literature and up with the new, the cultural revolution had great achievements to its credit. At that time it was not yet possible for this cultural movement to become widely diffused among the workers and peasants. The slogan of literature for the common people was advanced, but in fact the common people then could only refer to the petty bourgeois and bourgeois intellectuals in the cities, that is, the urban intelligentsia. Both in ideology and in the matter of cadres, the May 4th movement paved the way for the founding of the Chinese Communist Party in 1921 and for the May 30th movement in 1925 and the Northern Expedition. The bourgeois intellectuals, who constituted the right wing of the May 4th movement, mostly compromised with the enemy in the second period and went over to the side of reaction. In the second period, whose landmarks were the founding of the Chinese Communist Party, the May 30th movement and the Northern Expedition, the united front of the three classes formed in the May 4th movement was continued and expanded, the peasantry was drawn into it and a political united front of all these classes, the first instance of Kuomintang communist cooperation, was established. Dr. Sun Yat-sen was a great man not only because he led the Great Revolution of 1911, although it was only a democratic revolution of the old period, but also because, adapting himself to the trends of the world and meeting the needs of the masses, he had the capacity to bring forward the revolutionary three great policies of alliance with Russia, cooperation with the Communist Party and assistance to the peasants and workers, give new meaning to the Three People's Principles and thus institute the new Three People's Principles with their three great policies. Previously, the Three People's Principles had exerted little influence on the educational and academic world or with the youth, because they had not raised the issues of opposition to imperialism or to the feudal social system and feudal culture and ideology. They were the old Three People's Principles which people regarded as the time-serving banner of a group of men bent on seizing power, in other words, on securing official positions, a banner used purely for political maneuvering. Then came the new Three People's Principles with their three great policies. The cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party and the joint efforts of the revolutionary members of the two parties spread the new Three People's Principles all over China, extending to a section of the educational and academic world and the mass of student youth. This was entirely due to the fact that the original Three People's Principles had developed into the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal, and new democratic Three People's Principles with their three great policies. Without this development it would have been impossible to disseminate the ideas of the Three People's Principles. During this period, the revolutionary Three People's Principles became the political basis of the united front of the Kuomintang and the Communist Party and of all the revolutionary classes, and since communism is the good friend of the Three People's Principles, a united front was formed between the two of them. In terms of social classes, it was a united front of the proletariat, the peasantry, the urban petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie. Using the Communist Weekly Guide, the Kuomintang's Republican Daily News of Shanghai and other newspapers in various localities as their bases of operations, the two parties jointly advocated anti-imperialism, jointly combated feudal education based upon the worship of Confucius and upon the study of the Confucian canon and jointly opposed feudal literature and the classical language and promoted the new literature and the vernacular style of writing with an anti-imperialist and anti-feudal content. During the wars in Guangdong and during the Northern Expedition, they reformed China's armed forces by the inculcation of anti-imperialist and anti-feudal ideas. The slogans, "Down with the corrupt officials" and "Down with the local tyrants and evil gentry," were raised among the peasant millions, and great peasant revolutionary struggles were aroused. Thanks to all this and to the assistance of the Soviet Union, the Northern Expedition was victorious. But no sooner did the big bourgeoisie climb to power than it put an end to this revolution, thus creating an entirely new political situation. The third period was the new revolutionary period of 1927–37. As a change had taken place within the revolutionary camp towards the end of the second period, with the big bourgeoisie going over to the counter-revolutionary camp of the imperialist and feudal forces and the national bourgeoisie trailing after it, only three of the four classes formerly within the revolutionary camp remained, i.e., the proletariat, the peasantry and the other sections of the petty bourgeoisie, including the revolutionary intellectuals, and consequently the Chinese Revolution inevitably entered a new period in which the Chinese Communist Party alone gave leadership to the masses. This period was one of counter-revolutionary campaigns of encirclement and suppression, on the one hand, and of the deepening of the revolution, on the other. There were two kinds of counter-revolutionary campaigns of encirclement and suppression, the military and the cultural. The deepening of the revolution was of two kinds, both the agrarian and the cultural revolutions were deepened. At the instigation of the imperialists, the counter-revolutionary forces of the whole country and of the whole world were mobilized for both kinds of campaigns of encirclement and suppression, which lasted no less than 10 years and were unparalleled in their ruthlessness. Hundreds of thousands of communists and young students were slaughtered and millions of workers and peasants suffered cruel persecution. The people responsible for all this apparently had no doubt that communism and the Communist Party could be exterminated once and for all. However, the outcome was different. Both kinds of encirclement and suppression campaigns failed miserably. The military campaign resulted in the northern march of the Red Army to resist the Japanese, and the cultural campaign resulted in the outbreak of the December 8 movement of the Revolutionary Youth in 1935. And the common result of both was the awakening of the people of the whole country. These were three positive results. The most amazing thing of all was that the Kuomintang's cultural encirclement and suppression campaign failed completely in the Kuomintang areas as well, although the Communist Party was in an utterly defenseless position in all the cultural and educational institutions there. Why did this happen? Does it not give food for prolonged and deep thought? It was in the very midst of such campaigns of encirclement and suppression that Liu Xun, who believed in communism, became the giant of China's Cultural Revolution. The negative result of the counter-revolutionary campaigns of encirclement and suppression was the invasion of our country by Japanese imperialism. This is the chief reason why to this very day the people of the whole country still bitterly detest those 10 years of anti-communism. In the struggles of this period, the revolutionary side firmly upheld the people's anti-imperialist and anti-feudal new democracy and their new three people's principles, while the counter-revolutionary side under the direction of imperialism, imposed the despotic regime of the coalition of the landlord class and the big bourgeoisie. That despotic regime butchered Dr. Sun Yat-sen's three great policies and his new three people's principles both politically and culturally, with catastrophic consequences to the Chinese nation. The fourth period is that of the present anti-Japanese war. Pursuing its zigzag course, the Chinese Revolution has again arrived at a united front of the four classes, but the scope of the united front is now much broader because its upper stratum includes many members of the ruling classes, its middle stratum includes the national bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie, and its lower stratum includes the entire proletariat, so that the various classes and strata of the nation have become members of the alliance resolutely resisting Japanese imperialism. The first stage of this period lasted until the fall of Wuhan. During that stage, there was a lively atmosphere in the country in every field. Politically there was a trend towards democracy and culturally there was fairly widespread activity. With the fall of Wuhan the second stage began, during which the political situation has undergone many changes, with one section of the big bourgeoisie capitulating to the enemy and another desiring an early end to the war of resistance. In the cultural sphere, this situation has been reflected in the reactionary activities of Ye Qing, 20 Chong Chun-mai and others, and in the suppression of freedom of speech and of the press. To overcome this crisis, a firm struggle is necessary against all ideas opposed to resistance, unity, and progress, and unless these reactionary ideas are crushed, there will be no hope of victory. How will this struggle turn out? This is the big question in the minds of the people of the whole country. Judging by the domestic and international situation, the Chinese people are bound to win, however numerous the obstacles on the path of resistance. The progress achieved during the 20 years since the May 4 movement exceeds not only that of the preceding 80 years but virtually surpasses that achieved in the thousands of years of Chinese history. Can we not visualize what further progress China will make in another 20 years? The unbridled violence of all the forces of darkness, whether domestic or foreign, has brought disaster to our nation, but this very violence indicates that while the forces of darkness still have some strength left, they are already in their death throes, and that the people are gradually approaching victory. This is true of China, of the whole East and of the entire world. 14. Some wrong ideas about the nature of culture. Everything new comes from the forge of hard and bitter struggle. This is also true of the new culture, which has followed a zigzag course in the past 20 years, during which both the good and the bad were tested and proved in struggle. The bourgeois diehards are as hopelessly wrong on the question of culture as on that of political power. They neither understand the historical characteristics of this new period in China, nor recognize the new democratic culture of the masses. Their starting point is bourgeois despotism, which in culture becomes the cultural despotism of the bourgeoisie. It seems that a section, and I refer only to a section, of educated people from the so-called European American School 21 who in fact supported the Kuomintang government's communist suppression campaign on the cultural front in the past are now supporting its policy of restricting and corroding the Communist Party. They do not want the workers and the peasants to hold up their heads politically or culturally. This bourgeois die-hard road of cultural despotism leads nowhere, as in the case of political despotism, the domestic and international preconditions are lacking. Therefore this cultural despotism, too, had better be folded up. So far as the orientation of our national culture is concerned, communist ideology plays the guiding role, and we should work hard both to disseminate socialism and communism throughout the working class and to educate the peasantry and other sections of the people in socialism properly and step by step. However, our national culture as a whole is not yet socialist. Because of the leadership of the proletariat, the politics, the economy, and the culture of new democracy all contain an element of socialism, and by no means a mere casual element but one with a decisive role. However, taken as a whole, the political, economic and cultural situation so far is new democratic and not socialist. For the Chinese Revolution in its present stage is not yet a socialist revolution for the overthrow of capitalism but a bourgeois democratic revolution, its central task being mainly that of combating foreign imperialism and domestic feudalism. In the sphere of national culture, it is wrong to assume that the existing national culture is, or should be, socialist in its entirety. That would amount to confusing the dissemination of communist ideology with the carrying out of an immediate program of action, and to confusing the application of the communist standpoint and method in investigating problems, undertaking research, handling work, and training cadres with the general policy for national education and national culture in the democratic stage of the Chinese Revolution. A national culture with a socialist content will necessarily be the reflection of a socialist politics and a socialist economy. There are socialist elements in our politics and our economy, and hence these socialist elements are reflected in our national culture, but taking our society as a whole, we do not have a socialist politics and a socialist economy yet, so that there cannot be a wholly socialist national culture. Since the present Chinese Revolution is part of the world proletarian socialist revolution, the new culture of China today is part of the world proletarian socialist new culture and is its great ally. While this part contains vital elements of socialist culture, the national culture as a whole joins the stream of the world proletarian socialist new culture not entirely as a socialist culture, but as the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal new democratic culture of the broad masses. And since the Chinese Revolution today cannot do without proletarian leadership, China's new culture cannot do without the leadership of proletarian culture and ideology, of communist ideology. At the present stage, however, this kind of leadership means leading the masses of the people in an anti-imperialist and anti-feudal political and cultural revolution, and therefore, taken as a whole, the content of China's new national culture is still not socialist but new democratic. Beyond all doubt, now is the time to spread communist ideas more widely and put more energy into the study of Marxism-Leninism, or otherwise we shall not only be unable to lead the Chinese Revolution forward to the future stage of socialism, but shall also be unable to guide the present democratic revolution to victory. However, we must keep the spreading of communist ideas and propaganda about the communist social system distinct from the practical application of the new democratic program of action. We must also keep the communist theory and method of investigating problems, undertaking research, handling work, and training cadres distinct from the new democratic line for national culture as a whole. It is undoubtedly inappropriate to mix the two up. It can thus be seen that the content of China's new national culture at the present stage is neither the cultural despotism of the bourgeoisie nor the socialism of the proletariat, but the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal new democracy of the masses, under the leadership of proletarian socialist culture and ideology. 15a National, scientific, and mass culture. New democratic culture is national. It opposes imperialist oppression and upholds the dignity and independence of the Chinese nation. It belongs to our own nation and bears our own national characteristics. It links up with the socialist and new democratic cultures of all other nations, and they are related in such a way that they can absorb something from each other and help each other to develop, together forming a new world culture. But as a revolutionary national culture, it can never link up with any reactionary imperialist culture of whatever nation. To nourish her own culture, China needs to assimilate a good deal of foreign progressive culture, not enough of which was done in the past. We should assimilate whatever is useful to us today, not only from the present-day socialist and new democratic cultures but also from the earlier cultures of other nations, for example, from the culture of the various capitalist countries in the Age of Enlightenment. However, we should not gulp any of this foreign material down uncritically, but must treat it as we do our food, first chewing it, then submitting it to the working of the stomach and intestines with their juices and secretions, and separating it into nutriment to be absorbed and waste matter to be discarded before it can nourish us. To advocate wholesale westernization 22 is wrong. China has suffered a great deal from the mechanical absorption of foreign material. Similarly, in applying Marxism to China, Chinese communists must fully and properly integrate the universal truth of Marxism with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution, or in other words, the universal truth of Marxism must be combined with specific national characteristics and acquire a definite national form if it is to be useful, and in no circumstances can it be applied subjectively as a mere formula. Marxists who make a fetish of formulas are simply playing the fool with Marxism and the Chinese Revolution, and there is no room for them in the ranks of the Chinese Revolution. Chinese culture should have its own form, its own national form. National in form and new democratic in content, such is our new culture today. New democratic culture is scientific. Opposed as it is to all feudal and superstitious ideas, it stands for seeking truth from facts, for objective truth and for the unity of theory and practice. On this point, the possibility exists of a united front against imperialism, feudalism, and superstition between the scientific thought of the Chinese proletariat and those Chinese bourgeois materialists and natural scientists who are progressive, but in no case is there a possibility of a united front with any reactionary idealism. In the field of political action, communists may form an anti-imperialist and anti-feudal united front with some idealists and even religious people, but we can never approve of their idealism or religious doctrines. A splendid old culture was created during the long period of Chinese feudal society. To study the development of this old culture, to reject its feudal dross and assimilate its democratic essence is a necessary condition for developing our new national culture and increasing our national self-confidence, but we should never swallow anything and everything uncritically. It's imperative to separate the fine old culture of the people which had a more or less democratic and revolutionary character from all the decadence of the old feudal ruling class. China's present new politics and new economy have developed out of her old politics and old economy, and her present new culture, too, has developed out of her old culture. Therefore, we must respect our own history and must not lop it off. However, respect for history means giving it its proper place as a science, respecting its dialectical development, and not eulogizing the past at the expense of the present or praising every drop of feudal poison. As far as the masses and the young students are concerned, the essential thing is to guide them to look forward and not backward. New democratic culture belongs to the broad masses and is therefore democratic. It should serve the toiling masses of workers and peasants who make up more than 90% of the nation's population. D should gradually become their very own. There is a difference of degree, as well as a close link, between the knowledge imparted to the revolutionary cadres and the knowledge imparted to the revolutionary masses, between the raising of cultural standards and popularization. Revolutionary culture is a powerful revolutionary weapon for the broad masses of the people. It prepares the ground ideologically before the revolution comes and is an important, indeed essential, fighting front in the general revolutionary front during the revolution. People engaged in revolutionary cultural work are the commanders at various levels on this cultural front. Without revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary movement. 23 One can thus see how important the cultural movement is for the practical revolutionary movement. Both the cultural and practical movements must be of the masses. Therefore all progressive cultural workers in the anti-Japanese war must have their own cultural battalions, that is, the broad masses. A revolutionary cultural worker who is not close to the people is a commander without an army, whose firepower cannot bring the enemy down. To attain this objective, written Chinese must be reformed, given the requisite conditions, and our spoken language brought closer to that of the people, for the people, it must be stressed, are the inexhaustible source of our revolutionary culture. A national, scientific, and mass culture such as the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal culture of the people, the culture of new democracy, the new culture of the Chinese nation. Combine the politics, the economy, and the culture of new democracy, and you have the new democratic republic, the Republic of China both in name and in reality, the new China we want to create. Behold, new China is within sight. Let us all hail her. Her masts have already risen above the horizon. Let us all cheer in welcome. Raise both your hands. New China is ours. Overcome the danger of capitulation and strive for a turn for the better. January 28, 1940. This was an inter-party directive written by Comrade Mao Zedong on behalf of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. Current developments confirm the correctness of the Central Committee's appraisals. The line of capitulation taken by the big landlord class and the big bourgeoisie runs sharply counter to the line of armed resistance taken by the proletariat, the peasantry, the urban petty bourgeoisie and the middle bourgeoisie, and there is a struggle between the two. Both lines exist at present, and one or the other can win out in the future. What all our party comrades must realize in this connection is that the serious cases of capitulation, anti-communism, and retrogression which have occurred in various places should not be viewed in isolation. We should realize their seriousness, combat them resolutely and not be overwhelmed by their impact. If we lack this spirit and a correct policy for dealing firmly with these incidents, if we let the Kuomintang diehards continue their military and political restriction of the Communist Party and are in constant dread at the thought of the breakup of the United Front, then the war of resistance will be jeopardized, capitulation and anti-communism will spread throughout the country, and there will be a real danger of the breakup of the United Front. But it must be made abundantly clear that many objective conditions favorable to our struggle for continued resistance, unity, and progress are still present both at home and abroad. For example, Japan's policy towards China remains as tough as ever. It is very difficult to rig up a Far Eastern Munich conference because there has been no real reconciliation between Japan on the one hand and Britain, the United States and France on the other despite some lessening of the contradictions between them, and because the British and French positions in the East have been weakened by the European war, and the Soviet Union is actively helping China. These are the international factors which render it difficult for the Kuomintang to capitulate or compromise, or to launch a nationwide anti-communist war. At home, the Communist Party and the Eighth Route and New Fourth Armies are firmly opposing capitulation and upholding the policy of resistance and unity. The intermediate classes, too, are against capitulation, and the capitulators and the diehards within the Kuomintang, though in power, are numerically a minority. These are the domestic factors which render it difficult for the Kuomintang to capitulate or compromise, or to launch a nationwide anti-communist war. In these circumstances, our party has a twofold task. On the one hand, it must resolutely resist the military and political offensives of the capitulators and diehards. On the other, it must actively develop the united front of the political parties, the government organs, the armed forces, the civilian population and the intellectuals. It must do its utmost to win over the majority of the Kuomintang, the intermediate classes and sympathizers in the armies fighting Japan, to deepen the mass movement, to win over the intellectuals, to consolidate the anti-Japanese base areas, expand the anti-Japanese armed forces and the organs of anti-Japanese political power, and consolidate our party and ensure its progress. If we do both these tasks simultaneously, we shall be able to overcome the danger of capitulation by the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie and to bring about a turn for the better in the whole situation. Therefore, the present general policy of the party is to strive for a turn for the better and at the same time to be on guard against any emergencies, such emergencies, so far, being on a limited and local scale. Now that Wang Qingwei has announced his traitorous Pact 1 and Chiang Kai-shek has published his message to the nation, it is beyond doubt that the agitation for peace will suffer a setback and that the forces favoring resistance will grow. On the other hand, the military and political restriction of the Communist Party will continue, there will be more local incidents, and the Kuomintang may stress so-called unification against the foreign enemy in order to attack us. The reason is that the forces supporting resistance and progress cannot build up enough strength in the immediate future to overwhelm the forces supporting capitulation and retrogression. Our policy is to spare no effort in extending the propaganda campaign against Wang Qingwei's traitorous pact in all parts of the country having Communist Party organizations. In his message, Chiang Kai-shek states that he will carry on the war of resistance, but he does not stress the need to strengthen national unity, nor does he mention any policy for persevering in resistance and progress, without which it would be impossible to persist in the war. Hence in the campaign against Wang Qingwei we should stress the following points. 1. Support the national policy of waging the war of resistance to the very end and oppose Wang Qingwei's traitorous pact. 2. The whole country must unite and overthrow the traitor Wang Qingwei and his puppet central government. 3. Support Kuomintang communist cooperation and crush Wang Qingwei's anti-communist policy. 4. Down with the hidden traitors of the Wang Qingwei brand, anti-communism being Wang Qingwei's plot for splitting the anti-Japanese United Front. 5. Strengthen national unity and eliminate internal friction. 6. Introduce political reforms, unfold the movement for constitutionalism and institute democracy. 7. Lift the ban on political parties and grant legal status to anti-Japanese parties and groups. 8. Guarantee the people freedom of speech and assembly in order to combat the Japanese and the traitors. 9. Consolidate the anti-Japanese base areas and oppose the disruptive plots of the Wang Qingwei brand of traitors. 10. Support the troops who are fighting really well in the war and give adequate supplies to the fronts. And 11. Promote cultural activities which help the cause of resistance, protect the progressive youth and proscribe all expression of collaborationist views. The above slogans should be widely publicized. Large numbers of articles, manifestos, leaflets, and pamphlets should be published and speeches delivered, and other slogans suitable to local circumstances should be added. A mass rally to denounce Wang Qingwei's traitorous pact is scheduled to be held on February 1 in Yan'an. Together with the people of all circles and with the anti-Japanese members of the Kuomintang, we should organize similar mass rallies in all areas in the early part or the middle of February in order to create a nationwide upsurge against capitulation, against the collaborators and against friction. Unite all anti-Japanese forces and combat the anti-communist diehards. February 1, 1940. Comrade Mao Zedong delivered this speech at a mass rally in Yan'an to denounce Wang Qingwei. Why are we, the people of all circles in Yan'an, meeting here today? We are here to denounce the traitor Wang Qingwei, we are here to unite all anti-Japanese forces and to combat the anti-communist diehards. Time and again we communists have pointed out that Japanese imperialism is set in its policy of subjugating China. Whatever cabinet changes there may be in Japan, she will not change her basic policy of subjugating China and reducing it to a colony. Frightened out of his wits by this fact, Wang Qingwei, the political representative of the pro-Japanese faction of the Chinese big bourgeoisie, grovels before Japan and concludes a traitorous pact, betraying China to Japanese imperialism. Moreover, he wants to set up a puppet government and army in opposition to the anti-Japanese government and army. Of late he has hardly mentioned opposition to Chiang Kai-shek and is said to have shifted over to alliance with Chiang. Anti-communism is the main objective both of Japan and of Wang Qingwei. Knowing that the Communist Party is the most resolute in fighting Japan and that Kuomintang Communist cooperation means greater strength for resistance, they are trying their hardest to break up this cooperation and to separate the two parties, or better still, to set them to fighting each other. Hence they have used the diehards within the Kuomintang to create trouble everywhere. In Hunan, there was the Pingqiang Massacre 1 in Honan, the Chukshan Massacre 2 in Shanxi, the Old Army attacked the New Army 3 in Hopiai, Chong Yinwu attacked the 8th Route Army 4 in Shantung, Qin Shi Yung attacked the guerrillas 5 in eastern Hubei, Cheng Zhuhui killed between 5 and 600 communists, 6 in. As for the Shenxikan Suningxia border region, the diehards are trying to set up a spy network from within and enforce a blockade from without, and are preparing an armed attack. 7 In addition, they have arrested a large number of progressive young people and put them in concentration camps. 8 They have hired that metaphysics monger Chong Chun-mai to make reactionary proposals for the liquidation of the Communist Party, the abolition of the Shenxikan Suningxia border region and the disbandment of the 8th Route and New 4th Armies, and they have hired the Trotskyite Yeqing and others to write articles abusing the Communist Party. All this has one purpose only: to disrupt resistance to Japan and turn the Chinese people into colonial slaves. 9. Thus, the Wang Qingwei clique and the anti-communist diehards in the Kuomintang have been working in collusion, one from without and the other from within, and have created pandemonium. This state of affairs has infuriated large numbers of people who think that the resistance to Japan is now finished and done for, and that the members of the Kuomintang are all scoundrels who ought to be opposed. We must say that their fury is entirely justified, for how can anybody help becoming infuriated in the face of such a grave situation? But resistance to Japan is not finished and done for, nor are all Kuomintang members scoundrels. Different policies should be adopted towards the different sections of the Kuomintang. Those conscienceless scoundrels who had the audacity to stab the 8th Route and New 4th Armies in the back, to perpetrate the massacres at Pingqiang and Chukshan, to disrupt the border region and to attack progressive armies and organizations and progressive individuals, these scoundrels must not be tolerated but must be dealt counterblows. Any concession to them is out of the question. For they are so utterly devoid of conscience that they are even creating friction and perpetrating massacres and splits after our national enemy has penetrated deep into our territory. Whatever they may think, they are actually helping Japan and Wang Qingwei, and some of them have been undercover traitors from the very outset. Failure to punish them would be a mistake, it would be an encouragement to the collaborators and traitors, it would be disloyalty to the national resistance and to our motherland, and an invitation to the scoundrels to disrupt the united front. It would be a violation of the policy of our party. However, the sole purpose of the policy of dealing blows to the capitulators and the anti-communist diehards is to keep up the resistance to Japan and safeguard the anti-Japanese united front. Therefore, we should show goodwill towards those Kuomintang members who are not capitulators or anti-communist diehards but are loyal to the war of resistance. We should unite with them, respect them, and be willing to continue our long-term cooperation with them so as to put our country in order. Whoever does otherwise is also violating the policy of the party. The policy of our party is twofold: on the one hand to unite all the progressive forces and all people loyal to the cause of resisting Japan, and on the other to oppose all the heartless scoundrels, the capitulators, and the anti-communist diehards. Both these aspects of our policy have a single objective: to bring about a turn for the better and defeat Japan. The task of the Communist Party and the people all over the country is to unite all the forces of resistance and progress, to combat all the forces of capitulation and retrogression, and to work hard to stop the present deterioration and change the situation for the better. This is our basic policy. We are optimistic, we shall never become pessimistic or despairing. We are not afraid of any attacks by the capitulators or the anti-communist diehards. We must smash them, and we certainly shall. China will surely achieve national liberation, China will never perish. China will surely achieve progress, the present retrogression is only a temporary phenomenon. In our meeting today we also want to make it clear to the people throughout the country that the unity and progress of the whole nation are essential to the war of resistance. Some people emphasize resistance alone and are reluctant to emphasize unity and progress, or even fail to mention them. This is wrong. How can the war of resistance be maintained without genuine and firm unity, without rapid and solid progress? The anti-communist diehards within the Kuomintang emphasize unification, but their so-called unification is not genuine but a sham, not a rational but an irrational unification, not a unification in substance but in form. They howl for unification, but what they really want is to liquidate the Communist Party, the 8th Route and New 4th Armies and the Shenxi-Kan-Su-Ningxia border region, on the pretext that China cannot be unified so long as these exist. They want to turn everything over to the Kuomintang and not merely to continue but to extend their one-party dictatorship. If this were to occur, what unification could there be? Truth to tell, if the Communist Party, the 8th Route and New 4th Armies and the Shenxi-Kan-Su-Ningxia border region had not stepped forth and sincerely advocated ending the civil war and uniting for resistance to Japan, there would have been nobody to initiate the anti-Japanese National United Front or to take the lead in the peaceful settlement of the Xi'an incident, and there would have been no possibility at all of resisting Japan. And if today the Communist Party, the 8th Route and New 4th Armies, the Shenxi-Kan-Su-Ningxia border region and the anti-Japanese democratic base areas did not step forth and sincerely sustain the resistance to Japan and combat the dangerous tendencies towards capitulation, a split, and retrogression, the situation would indeed be in a terrible mess. The several 100,000 troops of the 8th Route and New 4th Armies are holding 2/5 of the enemy forces in check by engaging 17 out of the 40 Japanese divisions. 10. Why should these armies be disbanded? The Shenxi-Kan-Su-Ningxia border region is the most progressive region in the country, it is a democratic anti-Japanese base area. Here there are, first, no corrupt officials, second, no local tyrants and evil gentry, third, no gambling, fourth, no prostitutes, fifth, no concubines, sixth, no beggars, seventh, no narrow self-seeking cliques, eighth, no atmosphere of dejection and laxity, ninth, no professional friction mongers, and 10th, no war profiteers. Why then should the border region be abolished? Only people without any sense of shame dare suggest anything so shameful. What right have these diehards to breathe a word against us? No, comrades. What needs to be done is not to abolish the border region but to get the whole country to follow its example, not to disband the 8th Route and New 4th Armies but to get the whole country to follow their example, not to liquidate the Communist Party but to get the whole country to follow its example, not to pull progressive people back to the level of backward people but to get the latter to catch up with the former. We Communists are the staunchest advocates of unification, it is we who have initiated and maintained the United Front and who have put forward the slogan for a unified democratic republic. Who else could have proposed these things? Who else could have put them into effect? Who else could be content with a monthly allowance of only 5 yuan? 11. Who else could have formed such a clean and incorruptible government? There is unification and unification. The capitulators have their idea of unification, they want to unify us into capitulating, the anti-communist diehards have their idea of unification, they want to unify us into splitting and retrogression. Could we ever accept these ideas of theirs? Can any unification that is not based on resistance, unity, and progress be considered genuine? Or rational? Or real unification? What a pipe dream! It is to put forward our own idea of unification that we are meeting here today. Our idea of unification is identical with that of all the people of China, of every man and woman with a conscience. It is based on resistance, unity, and progress. Only through progress can we achieve unity, only through unity can we resist Japan, and only through progress, unity, and resistance can the country be unified. This is our idea of unification, a genuine, rational, real unification. The idea of a sham, irrational, and formal unification is one which would lead to national subjugation and which is held by persons utterly devoid of conscience. These people want to destroy the Communist Party, the 8th Route and New 4th Armies and the anti-Japanese democratic base areas, and wipe out all the local anti-Japanese forces, in order to establish unification under the Kuomintang. This is a plot, an attempt to perpetuate autocratic rule under the guise of unification, to sell the dog meat of their one-party dictatorship under the label of the sheep's head of unification. It is a plot of brazen-faced braggarts who are lost to all sense of shame. We are meeting here today precisely to punch holes in this paper tiger of theirs. Let us relentlessly combat these anti-communist diehards. 10 Demands on the Kuomintang. February 1, 1940. This was an open telegram drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong on behalf of the Yan'an mass rally denouncing Wang Qingwei. This mass rally against Wang Qingwei, held in Yan'an on February 1, unanimously resolves, in righteous indignation, to denounce his treason and capitulation and to wage the war of resistance against Japan to the very end. To overcome the present crisis and ensure victory in the war of resistance, we hereby submit 10 major points for saving the country, in the hope that the national government, all political parties and groups, all officers and men fighting in the war of resistance and all our fellow countrymen will accept them and act upon them. 1. Let the whole nation denounce the Wang Qingweis. Now that the traitor Wang Qingwei has gathered his gang together, betrayed his country, attached himself to the enemy and signed traitorous secret pacts, playing the jackal to the tiger, all our countrymen demand his death. But this only takes care of the open Wang Qingweis and leaves out the undercover ones. The latter are either craftily seizing key posts and swaggering about, or working obscurely and worming their way into all walks of life. In effect, the corrupt officials are part of the Wang Qingwei gang and all the friction mongers are its underlings. Unless there is a national campaign to denounce the Wang Qingweis, a campaign in town and country and from top to bottom in which everyone is mobilized, including all political parties, government organs, armed forces, civilian bodies, the press, and the educational institutions, the Wang Qingwei gang will never be eradicated but will persist in its nefarious activities, doing incalculable damage by opening the door to the enemy from without and by subversion from within. The government should issue a decree calling on the whole people to repudiate the Wang Qingweis. Wherever the decree is not carried out, the officials should be called to account. The Wang Qingwei gang must be extirpated. This is the first point which we urge you to accept and act upon. 2. Strengthen unity. Nowadays some people talk not of unity but of unification, and the implication is that unification means nothing short of liquidating the Communist Party, disbanding the 8th Route and new 4th Armies, abolishing the Shenxi-Kan-Suningxia border region and demolishing the anti-Japanese forces everywhere. What this kind of talk ignores is the fact that the Communist Party, the 8th Route and new 4th Armies and the Shenxi-Kan-Suningxia border region are the staunchest advocates of unification in all China. Was it not they who recommended the peaceful settlement of the Xi'an incident? Is it not they who have initiated the anti-Japanese National United Front, proposed a unified democratic republic and worked really hard for both? Is it not they who are standing at the forefront of the nation's defenses, resisting 17 enemy divisions, shielding the Central Plains and the Northwest and defending northern China and the regions south of the lower Yangtze, and resolutely applying the Three People's Principles and the program of armed resistance and national reconstruction? Yet the moment Wang Qingwei openly came out against the Communists and sided with the Japanese, sorcerers like Chang Chunmai and Ye Qing chimed in with tendentious articles, and the anti-communist and die-hard cliques joined in by stirring up friction. Autocratic rule has been imposed in the name of unification. The principle of unity has been discarded and the thin end of the wedge of disruption driven in. This Sima Chao trick is obvious to every man in the street. 1. The Communist Party, the 8th Route and new 4th Armies and the border region stand firmly for genuine and against sham unification, for rational and against irrational unification, and for unification in substance and against unification in form. They advocate unification for resistance and not for capitulation, for unity and not for division, for progress and not for retrogression. Unification on the basis of these three resistance, unity and progress is genuine, rational, and real unification. To seek unification on any other basis, whatever intrigues or tricks are used, is like going south by driving the chariot north. With that we beg to disagree. All the local anti-Japanese forces should be looked after equally well, without discriminating against some and favoring others. All of them should be trusted, provisioned, supported, and encouraged with rewards. There should be sincerity and not hypocrisy, large-mindedness and not pettiness, in dealing with people. If things are really done in this way, all except those with ulterior motives will unite and take the road of national unification. It is an unalterable truth that unification must be based on unity and unity in its turn must be based on progress, and that only progress can bring unity and only unity can bring unification. This is the second point which we urge you to accept and act upon. 3. Put constitutional government into effect. The long years of political tutelage have yielded nothing. A thing turns into its opposite if pushed too far, hence constitutional government is now on the order of the day. There is still no freedom of speech, the ban on political parties has not been lifted, and constitutionalism is violated everywhere. If the constitution is drawn up on these lines, it will be a mere scrap of official paper. Such constitutionalism will be no different from one-party dictatorship. Now that there is a profound national crisis, with the Japanese and Wang Qingwei harassing us from without and the traitors disrupting us from within, our existence as a nation and people will be placed in jeopardy unless there is a change of policy. The government should immediately lift the ban on the political parties and encourage freedom of opinion to show that it sincerely intends to put constitutionalism into practice. Nothing is more urgent for winning the full confidence of the people and shaping the destiny of the nation anew. This is the third point which we urge you to accept and act upon. 4. Put an end to the friction. Since the measures for restricting the activities of alien parties were introduced in March last year, the clamor for restricting, corroding, and combating the Communist Party has reverberated throughout the country. There has been one tragic incident after another, and blood has flown freely. As if this were not enough, the additional measures for dealing with the alien party problem were introduced in October last year. Then there are the directives for dealing with the alien party problem in northwestern, northern and central China. People have been saying, and quite justifiably, that political restriction of the Communist Party has been succeeded by military restriction. In fact, restricting communism equals anti-communism. And anti-communism is the cunning and pernicious scheme used by the Japanese and Wang Qingwei for subjugating China. That is why the people are suspicious and shocked and are telling one another about it, and are afraid that the bitter tragedy of a decade ago is being reenacted. Matters have gone far enough, with the Pingqiang massacre in Hunan, the Chuhuaishan massacre in Honan, the attack on the 8th Route Army by Chang Yinwu in Hopi, the attack on the guerrillas by Qin Shiyong in Shantung, the ruthless slaughter of between 500 and 600 communists by Cheng Zhuhuai in eastern Hubei, the large-scale assaults on the garrison forces of the 8th Route Army by the Central Army in eastern Kansu and, more recently, the tragedy in Shanxi where the Old Army attacked the New Army and invaded positions held by the 8th Route Army. If such incidents are not immediately prohibited, both sides will be doomed, and what hope will there be then of victory over Japan? For the sake of unity in the war of resistance, the government should order the punishment of all the perpetrators of these massacres and announce to the whole nation that no such incident will be allowed to recur. This is the fourth point which we urge you to accept and act upon. 5. Protect the youth. Concentration camps have recently been set up near Xi'an, and people have been horrified to learn that more than 700 progressive young people from the northwestern and central provinces have already been interned there, subjected to mental and physical bondage and treated like convicts. What crime have they committed to deserve such cruelty? Young people are the cream of the nation, and the progressive ones in particular are our most precious asset in the war of resistance. Everyone should enjoy freedom of belief. Ideas can never be suppressed by force of arms. The crime of the 10 years of cultural suppression is known to everyone, why should anyone desire to repeat it today? The government should immediately issue a nationwide order for the protection of youth, for the abolition of the concentration camps near Xi'an and for the strict prohibition of the outrageous attacks on young people in various places. This is the fifth point which we urge you to accept and act upon. 6. Support the front. Troops who are fighting in the very front line and with fine records of service, such as the 8th Route Army, the new 4th Army and certain other units, are receiving the worst treatment. They are thinly clad, badly fed and kept short of ammunition and medicines. Yet unscrupulous traitors are allowed to slander them. There is a deafening din of countless absurd slanders against them. Merit goes unrewarded and distinguished service uncited, while false charges and malicious plots become more and more brazen. This fantastic state of affairs dampens the ardor of our officers and men and wins applause only from the enemy. On no account must it be allowed to continue. To lift up the hearts of the troops and so help the war, the government should adequately provision the frontline troops who have good service records and at the same time strictly prohibit the treacherous slanders and accusations against them. This is the sixth point which we urge you to accept and act upon. 7. Proscribe the Secret Service. People are comparing the Secret Service agents to Zhou Xing and Lai Chunchen II of the Tang dynasty and Wei Chengxian and Lu Qin III of the Ming dynasty because of their lawlessness and violence. Ignoring the enemy and concentrating on our own countrymen, they are committing innumerable murders and insatiably taking bribes. In fact, the Secret Service is the headquarters of the rumor-mongers and a breeding ground of treason and evil. Ordinary people everywhere recoil and turn away in fear from these fiendish brutes of agents. To preserve its own prestige, the government should immediately proscribe these activities of the Secret Service and reorganize it, defining its duties as exclusively directed against the enemy and the traitors, so that the people's confidence may be restored and the foundations of the state strengthened. This is the seventh point which we urge you to accept and act upon. 8. Dismiss corrupt officials. Since the beginning of the War of Resistance, there have been cases of officials netting up to 100 million yuan out of the national crisis and taking as many as 8 or 9 concubines. Conscription, government bonds, economic controls, famine relief, and war relief, all without exception have become money-making opportunities for corrupt officials. With such a pack of wolves running wild, no wonder the country's affairs are in chaos. The people are seething with discontent and anger, yet none dare expose the ruthlessness of these officials. To save the country from collapse, drastic and effective steps should immediately be taken to clear out all corrupt officials. This is the eighth point which we urge you to accept and act upon. 9. Put the testament of Dr. Sun Yat-sen into effect. The testament says, "For 40 years I have devoted myself to the cause of the national revolution with the aim of winning freedom and equality for China. My experiences during these 40 years have firmly convinced me that to achieve this aim we must arouse the masses of the people." A most remarkable statement indeed, and we the 450 million people of China are all familiar with it. But the testament is more often chanted than carried out. Desecrators of the testament are rewarded while those who honor it in their acts are punished. What could be more preposterous? The government should decree that anyone who dares to violate the testament and who tramples on the masses of the people instead of arousing them will be punished for profaning Dr. Sun Yat-sen's memory. This is the 9th point which we urge you to accept and act upon. 10. Put the Three People's Principles into effect. The Three People's Principles are the platform of the Kuomintang. Yet many people, making anti-communism their first duty, are giving up the war effort and doing everything possible to suppress and hold back the people as they rise to resist Japan, which is tantamount to abandoning the principle of nationalism. Officials are depriving the people of all democratic rights, which is tantamount to abandoning the principle of democracy. They are ignoring the people's sufferings, which is tantamount to abandoning the principle of the people's livelihood. Such persons pay only lip service to the Three People's Principles and either ridicule those who seriously try to put them into effect as busybodies or severely punish them. Thus, all sorts of fantastic abuses have sprung up and the government's prestige has reached rock bottom. An unequivocal order should immediately be issued for the strict carrying out of the Three People's Principles throughout the country. Those who violate the order should be severely punished and all who carry it out amply encouraged. It is only in this way that the Three People's Principles can at long last be put into effect and the foundations laid for victory in the war. This is the 10th point which we urge you to accept and act upon. These 10 proposals are essential measures for saving the nation and winning the war. Now that the enemy is stepping up his aggression against China and traitor Wang Qingwei is running wild, we dare not remain silent on what we feel to be crucial issues. Please accept and act upon these proposals, and great advantage will ensue to the war of resistance and the cause of national liberation. It is with a keen sense of urgency that we state our views, and we await your considered opinion. Introducing the Chinese Worker. February 7, 1940. The publication of the Chinese Worker One meets a need. Led by its own political party, the Communist Party of China, the Chinese working class has waged heroic struggles for the past 20 years and become the most politically awakened section of the people and the leader of the Chinese Revolution. Rallying the peasantry and all revolutionary people against imperialism and feudalism, it has fought to establish a new democratic China and to drive out Japanese imperialism, and its contribution has been outstanding. But the Chinese Revolution has not yet triumphed, and great efforts are still needed to unite the working class itself and to unite the peasantry and the other sections of the petty bourgeoisie, the intellectuals, and the entire revolutionary people. This is a tremendous political and organizational task. The responsibility for its accomplishment rests on the Communist Party of China, on the progressive workers, and on the entire working class. The ultimate liberation of the working class and the people as a whole will be achieved only under socialism, which is the final goal the Chinese proletariat must struggle to attain. But before we can enter the stage of socialism, we must pass through the stage of the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal democratic revolution. The immediate task of the Chinese working class, therefore, is to strengthen unity in its own ranks and unite the people, to oppose imperialism and feudalism, and to struggle for a new China, a China of new democracy. The Chinese Worker is being published with just this task in view. Using simple language, the Chinese Worker will explain the hows and whys of many issues to the workers, report the realities of the working class struggle in the war of resistance, and sum up the experience gained, and in this way it will endeavor to fulfill its task. The Chinese Worker should become a school for educating the workers and for training cadres from their midst, and the readers will be its students. It is necessary to educate many cadres from among the workers, knowledgeable and capable cadres who do not seek empty fame but are ready for honest work. It is impossible for the working class to attain liberation without large numbers of such cadres. The working class should welcome the help of the revolutionary intellectuals and never refuse it. For without their help the working class itself cannot go forward, nor can the revolution succeed. I hope that the journal will be well edited and that it will publish a good deal of lively writing, carefully avoiding wooden and trite articles which are flat, insipid, and unintelligible. Once started, a journal must be run conscientiously and well. This is the responsibility of the readers as well as of the staff. It is very important for the readers to send in suggestions and write brief letters and articles indicating what they like and what they dislike, for this is the only way to make the journal a success. With these few words I express my hopes, let them serve as an introduction to the Chinese Worker. We must stress unity and progress. February 10, 1940. This article was written by Comrade Mao Zedong for the New China News of Yan'an on the occasion of its first anniversary. Resistance, unity, and progress, these are the three major principles which the Communist Party put forward last July 7 on the second anniversary of the War of Resistance. The three form an organic whole, and not one of them can be dispensed with. If the stress is solely on resistance to the exclusion of unity and progress, then such resistance will be neither dependable nor enduring. Without a program for unity and progress, resistance must sooner or later turn into capitulation or end in defeat. We Communists hold that the three must be integrated. For the sake of the war of resistance, it is necessary to fight against capitulation, against Wang Qingwei's traitorous pact with Japan, against his puppet regime, and against all the traitors and capitulators concealed in the anti-Japanese ranks. For the sake of unity, it is necessary to oppose splitting activities and internal friction, to oppose the stabbing of the 8th Route and New Fourth Armies and other progressive anti-Japanese groups in the back, to oppose the disruption of the anti-Japanese base areas behind the enemy lines and of the Shenxi-Kan-Suningxia border region, which is the rear area of the 8th Route Army, to oppose the denial of legal status to the Communist Party and the avalanche of documents for restricting the activities of alien parties. For the sake of progress, it is necessary to oppose retrogression and the shelving of the Three People's Principles and of the program of armed resistance and national reconstruction, to oppose the refusal to carry out the injunction in Dr. Sun Yat-sen's testament to arouse the masses of the people, to oppose the internment of progressive young people in concentration camps, to oppose the suppression of what little freedom of speech and of the press there was in the early days of the War of Resistance, to oppose the scheme to turn the movement for constitutional government into the private concern of a few bureaucrats, to oppose the attacks on the new army, the persecution of the League of Self-Sacrifice and the massacre of progressives in Shanxi, 1 to oppose the activities of the Three People's Principles Youth League in kidnapping people along the Xianyang-Yulin Highway and the Lunghai Railway. 2 to oppose such shameless practices as taking 9 concubines and making fortunes of 100 million yuan out of the national crisis, and to oppose the unbridled brutality of the corrupt officials and the local tyrants and evil gentry. Without opposing all these and without unity and progress, resistance will be just empty talk and victory a vain hope. What will be the political orientation of the New China News in its second year? It will be to stress unity and progress and oppose all the vicious practices which are detrimental to the war, so that further successes can be achieved in our cause of resistance to Japan. New Democratic Constitutional Government. February 20, 1940. Comrade Mao Zedong delivered this speech before the Yan'an Association for the Promotion of Constitutional Government. Confused by Chiang Kai-shek's deceptive propaganda at the time, many comrades in the party thought that perhaps the Kuomintang really would establish a constitutional government. Comrade Mao Zedong here exposed Chiang Kai-shek's deceit, wrested the propaganda weapon of constitutional government from his hands and turned it into a weapon for awakening the people to demand freedom and democracy from Chiang Kai-shek. Thereupon Chiang Kai-shek immediately packed up this bag of tricks, and never again throughout the whole war of resistance against Japan did he dare to propagate his so-called constitutional government. It is highly significant that representatives of the people of all circles in Yan'an are meeting here today to inaugurate the Association for the Promotion of Constitutional Government and that everybody has become interested in constitutionalism. What is the purpose of our meeting? It is to facilitate the full expression of the popular will, the defeat of Japan and the building of a new China. Armed resistance to Japan, which we all support, is already being carried out, and the question now is only one of persevering in it. But there is something else, namely, democracy, which is not being carried out. Both are of paramount importance to China today. To be sure, China lacks many things, but the main ones are independence and democracy. In the absence of either, China's affairs will not go well. And while there are 2 things lacking, there are also 2 superfluous ones. What are they? Imperialist oppression and feudal oppression. It is because of these 2 superfluous things that China has become a colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal country. The principal demands of the nation today are for independence and democracy, and therefore imperialism and feudalism must be destroyed. They must be destroyed resolutely, thoroughly, and without the least mercy. Some say that only construction is needed, not destruction. Well, we should like to ask, shouldn't Wang Qingwei be destroyed? Shouldn't Japanese imperialism be destroyed? Shouldn't the feudal system be destroyed? Construction is certainly out of the question unless you destroy these evils. Only by destroying them can China be saved and construction be set going, otherwise, it will all be an idle dream. Only by destroying the old and the rotten can we build the new and the sound. Combine independence and democracy and you have resistance on the basis of democracy, or democracy in the service of resistance. Without democracy, resistance will fail. Without democracy, resistance cannot be maintained. With democracy, we shall certainly win even if we have to go on resisting for 8 or 10 years. What is constitutional government? It is democratic government. I agree with what our old comrade Wu Wen has just said. What kind of democratic government do we need today? New democratic government, the constitutional government of new democracy. Not the old, outmoded, European-American type of so-called democracy which is bourgeois dictatorship, nor as yet the Soviet type of democracy which is the dictatorship of the proletariat. Democracy of the old type, practiced in other countries, is on its way out and has become reactionary. Under no circumstances should we accept such a reactionary thing. The sort of constitutional government which the Chinese diehards are talking about is the old type of bourgeois democracy found abroad. But while they talk about it, they do not really want even that, they are using such talk to deceive the people. What they really want is a one-party fascist dictatorship. The Chinese national bourgeoisie, on the other hand, does want this type of constitutional government and would like to establish a bourgeois dictatorship in China, but it can never succeed. For the Chinese people do not want such a government and would not welcome a one-class dictatorship by the bourgeoisie. China's affairs must be decided by the vast majority of the Chinese people, and the monopoly of government by the bourgeoisie alone must be absolutely rejected. Then what about socialist democracy? Of course, it is very good, and will eventually prevail throughout the world. But today this type of democracy is not yet practicable in China, and we must therefore do without it for the time being. Not until certain conditions are present will it be possible to have socialist democracy. The kind of democratic government we need today is neither democracy of the old type nor yet democracy of the socialist type, but new democracy which is suited to the conditions of present-day China. The constitutional government to be promoted is new democratic constitutional government. What is new democratic constitutional government? It is the joint dictatorship of several revolutionary classes over the traitors and reactionaries. Someone once said, if there is food, let everyone share it. I think this can serve to illustrate new democracy. Just as everyone should share what food there is, so there should be no monopoly of power by a single party, group, or class. This idea was well expressed by Dr. Sun Yat-sen in the manifesto of the First National Congress of the Kuomintang. The so-called democratic system in modern states is usually monopolized by the bourgeoisie and has become simply an instrument for oppressing the common people. On the other hand, the Kuomintang's principle of democracy means a democratic system shared by all the common people and not privately owned by the few. Comrades, in studying constitutional government we shall read various books, but above all, we must study this manifesto, and this passage should be learned by heart. Shared by all the common people and not privately owned by the few. This is the substance of what we describe as new democratic constitutional government, as the joint democratic dictatorship of several revolutionary classes over the traitors and reactionaries, such is the constitutional government we need today. And it is the form which a constitutional government of the anti-Japanese United Front should take. The purpose of our meeting today is to promote or urge the establishment of constitutional government. Why do we have to urge it? If everybody were marching forward, then nobody would need to be urged. Why do we trouble to hold this meeting? Because some people, instead of marching forward, are lying down and refusing to move on. Not only do they refuse to move forward, they actually want to go back. You call on them to go forward, but they would rather die than do so. These people are diehards. They are so stubborn that we have to hold this meeting to give them an urging. Where does the term urge come from? Who first applied it in this connection? Not we, but that great and venerated man, Dr. Sun Yat-sen, who said, "For 40 years I have devoted myself to the cause of the national revolution." Read his testament and you will find the following words: most recently I have recommended the convocation of the National Assembly. And its realization in the shortest possible time must in particular be urged. This is my heartfelt charge to you. Comrades, not an ordinary charge but a heartfelt charge. A heartfelt charge is not just the usual kind of charge, so how can it be lightly ignored? Again, the shortest possible time, first, not the longest time, second, not a relatively long time, and third, not just a short time but the shortest possible time. If we want the National Assembly to come into being in the shortest possible time, then we have to urge it. Dr. Sun Yat-sen has been dead for 15 years, but to this day the National Assembly he recommended has not been convened. Fiddling every day with political tutelage, certain people have senselessly fiddled away the time, turning the shortest possible time into the longest time, and yet they are forever invoking Dr. Sun Yat-sen's name. How Dr. Sun's ghost would rebuke these unworthy followers of his. It is perfectly clear that without urging, there will be no moving forward. Urging is needed because many are moving back and many others are not yet awakened. As some people are not moving forward, we have to urge them. We have to urge others because they are slow. That is why we are calling many meetings to urge the establishment of constitutional government. The youth have held such meetings, and so have the women, the workers, the schools, government organizations, and army units. It is all very lively and very good. And now we are holding this general meeting for the same purpose, so that all of us can go into action to urge the speedy enforcement of constitutional government and the immediate application of Dr. Sun Yat-sen's teachings. Some say, you are in Yan'an while those people are in various other places. What is the use of your urging them if they take no notice? Yes, there is some use. For things are moving and they will have to take notice. If we hold more meetings, write more articles, make more speeches and send more telegrams, they will find it impossible not to take notice. I think our numerous meetings in Yan'an to promote constitutional government have a twofold purpose. One is to study the problem and the other is to push people forward. Why do we have to study? Because supposing they do not go forward and you urge them, and they then ask why you are pushing, it is necessary to be able to answer. To do so, we have to make a serious study of the hows and whys of constitutional government. This is exactly what our old comrade Wu has been talking about in some detail. All schools, government organizations, and army units and all sections of the people should study the problem of constitutional government confronting us. Once we have studied it, we can push people forward. To push them forward is to urge them on, and, as we push in all fields, things will all gradually move ahead. The many little streams will merge into a great river to wash away all that is rotten and filthy, and new democratic constitutional government will emerge. The effect of such pushing will be very great. What we do in Yan'an is bound to influence the whole country. Comrades, do you imagine that once the meetings have been held and the telegrams dispatched, the diehards will be bowled over, will start moving forward, will submit to our orders? No, they will not be as docile as that. A great many of them are graduates of special training schools for diehards. Diehards they are today, and diehards they will remain tomorrow and even the day after. What does diehard mean? Hard means to be inflexible and die means to be dead set against progress today, tomorrow, and even the day after. Such are the people we call diehards. To make them listen to us is no easy matter. As far as the constitutional governments the world has so far known are concerned, whether in Britain, France, the United States or the Soviet Union, a body of basic laws, that is, a constitution, has generally been promulgated after a successful revolution to give recognition to the actual establishment of democracy. But China's case is different. In China the revolution has not yet succeeded and, except in areas like our border region, democratic government is not yet a fact. The fact is that China today is under semi-colonial and semi-feudal rule, and even if a good constitution were promulgated, it would inevitably be hindered by the feudal forces and obstructed by the diehards, so that it would be impossible to carry it out smoothly. Thus the present movement for constitutional government has to strive for a democracy that is not yet achieved, rather than to affirm a democracy that has already become a fact. This means a major struggle and it is certainly no light or easy matter. Those who have all along opposed constitutional government too are now paying it lip service. Why? Because they are under pressure from the people, who want to fight Japan, and they have to temporize a tattle. They are even shouting at the top of their voices, "We have always stood for constitutional government," and making a terrific din. For years we have been hearing the words constitutional government, but so far we have seen no trace of it. These people say one thing and do another and may be called double dealers in constitutional government. There always stood for is truly an example of their double dealing. The diehards of today are precisely such double dealers. Their constitutional government is a swindle. In the not too distant future you may get a constitution, and a president into the bargain. But as for democracy and freedom, heaven alone knows when they will give you that. China has already had a constitution. Did not Seokun promulgate 1? 3. But where were democracy and freedom to be found? As for presidents, there have been a number of them. The first, Sun Yat-sen, was good, but he was edged out by Yuan Shikai. The second was Yuan Shikai, the third Li Yuanheng, the fourth Feng Kuochang 5 and the fifth Hsu Shichang, 6. Indeed a great many, but were they any different from the despotic emperors? Both the constitution and the presidents were fakes. At the present time the so-called constitutional and democratic governments of countries like Britain, France, and the United States are in fact man-eating governments. The same is true of Central and South America, where many countries display the Republican signboard but in fact have no trace of democracy. Similarly with China's present-day diehards. Their talk of constitutional government is only selling dog meat under the label of a sheep's head. They display the sheep's head of constitutional government while selling the dog meat of one-party dictatorship. I am not attacking them groundlessly, my words are well-founded, because for all their talk about constitutional government they do not give the people a particle of freedom. Comrades, real constitutional government will never come easily, it can only be obtained through hard struggle. Therefore you must not expect that it will come immediately after we have held our meetings, sent our telegrams and written our articles. Nor must you expect that once the People's Political Council 7 passes a resolution, the national government issues a decree, and the National Assembly 8 meets on November 12, promulgates a constitution and even elects a president, everything will be fine and all will be right with the world. That is impossible, so don't get confused. This needs to be explained to the common people so that they will not be confused either. Things will never be that easy. Should we then lament the cause as lost? Things are so difficult that it seems hopeless. But that is not so either. There is still hope for constitutional government, and great hope at that, and China will certainly become a new democratic state. Why? The difficulties arise because of troublemaking by the diehards, but they cannot go on being diehards forever, and that is why we still have high hopes. The diehards of the world may be diehards today and remain so tomorrow and even the day after, but not forever, in the end they will have to change. Wang Qingwei, for example, was a diehard for a very long time, yet he could not keep on acting the diehard within the anti-Japanese ranks and had to go over to the Japanese. Chang Kuo-tao, to take another example, was also a diehard for a very long time, but he, too, took to his heels after we held a number of meetings and struggled repeatedly against him. Actually, the diehards may be hard, but they are not hard unto death, and in the end they change into something filthy and contemptible, like dog's dung. Some change for the better, and that is also the result of our repeated struggles against them. They come to see their mistakes and change for the better. In short, diehards do change eventually. They always have many schemes in hand, schemes for profiting at others' expense, for double dealing, and so on. But they always get the opposite of what they want. They invariably start by doing others harm but end by ruining themselves. We once said that Chamberlain was lifting a rock only to drop it on his own toes, and this has now come to pass. Chamberlain had set his heart on using Hitler as the rock with which to crush the toes of the Soviet people, but since that September day last year when war broke out between Germany on the one side and Britain and France on the other, the rock in his hands has fallen on his own toes. To this day he is still smarting from it. Similar instances abound in China. Yuan Shikai wanted to crush the toes of the common people but in the event hurt himself, and he died just a few months after becoming emperor. 9 Tuan Chi Chui, Hsu Shichang, Tseo Kun, Wu Peifu and all the rest wanted to repress the people, but finally they were all overthrown by the people. Whoever tries to profit at others' expense will come to no good end. I think that, unless they move forward, the anti-communist diehards of today can be no exception to this rule. On the high-sounding pretext of unification, they are planning to liquidate the progressive Shenxi-Kansu-Ningxia border region, the progressive 8th Route and new 4th Armies, the Progressive Communist Party and mass organizations. They have any number of schemes of this sort. But I believe the outcome will be not the liquidation of progress by diehardism but the liquidation of diehardism by progress. Indeed, to escape liquidation the diehards have no alternative but to move forward. Hence we have often advised them not to attack the 8th Root Army, the Communist Party and the border region. If they must, they had better make a resolution starting as follows: determined as we are to liquidate ourselves and provide the Communist Party with ample opportunity to expand, we, the diehards, assume the responsibility for attacking the Communist Party and the border region. The diehards have had plenty of experience in suppressing the Communists, and should they now want to have another go, they are free to do so. If after eating their fill and having a good sleep, they feel like doing some suppression, that is up to them. However, they must be prepared for the above resolution to go into effect, for it is unalterable. The suppression of the Communists in the past 10 years invariably turned out in conformity with this resolution. Any further suppression will also conform to it. Hence I advise them not to go in for suppression. For what the whole nation wants is not suppression of the Communists but resistance, unity, and progress. Therefore, anyone who tries to suppress the Communists is bound to fail. In short, retrogression eventually produces the reverse of what its promoters intend. There is no exception to this rule either in modern or in ancient times, in China or elsewhere. The same is true of constitutional government today. If the diehards keep on opposing it, the result will certainly be the reverse of what they intend. The movement for constitutional government will never follow the course decided on by the diehards, but will run counter to their intentions, and it will inevitably take the course decided on by the people. This is certain, for the people throughout the country demand it, and so do the current of China's historical development and the whole trend of world affairs. Who can resist it? The wheel of history cannot be pushed back. However, the work we have undertaken requires time and cannot be accomplished overnight, it requires effort and cannot be done in a slipshod way, it requires the mobilization of the great masses of the people and cannot be done effectively by a single pair of hands. It is a very good thing that we are holding this meeting here today. After our meeting we shall write articles and send telegrams, and we shall also hold similar meetings in the Wutai Mountains, the Taihang Mountains, northern China, central China, and all over the country. If we go on doing this and keep it up for several years, that will be just about right. We must make a good job of it, we must win democracy and freedom, we must establish new democratic constitutional government. If this is not done and the diehards are allowed to have their way, the nation will perish. This is the way we must work to avoid national subjugation. For this purpose everybody must exert himself. If we do so, there is great hope for our cause. It must further be understood that after all the diehards are only a minority, while the majority consists not of diehards but of people capable of moving forward. With the majority pitted against the minority, plus the efforts we exert, the hope will be even greater. That is why I say that, difficult though the task may be, there is great hope. On the question of political power in the anti-Japanese base areas. March 6, 1940. This inter-party directive was written by Comrade Mao Zedong on behalf of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. 1. This is a time when the anti-communist diehards of the Kuomintang are doing all they can to prevent us from setting up organs of anti-Japanese democratic political power in northern and central China and other places, while we on our part must set them up, and in the major anti-Japanese base areas it is already possible for us to do so. Our struggle with the anti-communist diehards over this issue in northern, central and northwestern China can help to promote the establishment of united front organs of political power over the whole country, and it is being followed attentively by the whole nation. Therefore, this issue must be handled carefully. 2. The political power we are establishing during the anti-Japanese war is of a united front character. It is the political power of all those who support both resistance and democracy. It is the joint democratic dictatorship of several revolutionary classes over the traitors and reactionaries. It differs from the counter-revolutionary dictatorship of the landlord class and the bourgeoisie, as well as from the worker-peasant democratic dictatorship of the agrarian revolution period. A clear understanding of the character of this political power and conscientious efforts to put it into practice will greatly help to spread democracy through the country. Any deviation, either to the left or the right, will create a very bad impression on the whole nation. 3. The convening of the Hopi Provincial Assembly and the elections to the Hopi Administrative Council, preparations for which have just been started, will be of exceptional importance. Equally important will be the establishment of the new organs of political power in northwestern Shanxi, in Shantung, in areas north of the Huai River, in the counties of Suitai and Fujian, and in eastern Kansu. We must proceed according to the United Front principle and do our utmost to avoid any right or left tendencies. At the moment, the left tendency of neglecting to win over the middle bourgeoisie and the enlightened gentry is the more serious danger. 4. In accordance with the United Front principle concerning the organs of political power, the allocation of places should be 1/3 for communists, 1/3 for non-party left progressives, and 1/3 for the intermediate sections who are neither left nor right. 5. We must make sure that the communists play the leading role in the organs of political power, and therefore the party members who occupy 1/3 of the places must be of high caliber. This will be enough to ensure the party's leadership without a larger representation. Leadership is neither a slogan to be shouted from morning till night nor an arrogant demand for obedience. It consists rather in using the party's correct policies and the example we set by our own work to convince and educate people outside the parties so that they willingly accept our proposals. 6. The non-party progressives must be allocated 1/3 of the places because they are linked with the broad masses of the petty bourgeoisie. This will be of tremendous importance in winning the latter over. 7. Our aim in allocating 1/3 of the places to the intermediate sections is to win over the middle bourgeoisie and the enlightened gentry. Winning over these sections is an important step in isolating the diehards. At the present time, we must not fail to take the strength of these sections into account and must be circumspect in our relations with them. 8. Our attitude to the non-communists must be one of cooperation, whether or not they have party affiliations and whatever these may be, so long as they favor resistance to Japan and are willing to cooperate with the Communist Party. 9. The allocation of places described above represents the genuine policy of the party, and we must on no account be half-hearted about it. To execute this policy, we must educate the party members who work in the organs of political power, overcome the narrowness manifested in their reluctance and uneasiness in cooperating with non-communists, and encourage a democratic style of work, that is, consultation with the non-party people and winning majority approval before taking action. At the same time, we must do all we can to encourage the non-party people to express their views on various problems and must lend an attentive ear to their suggestions. We must never think that because we hold military and political power we can force unconditional compliance with our decisions, and on that account shun the effort to win the non-party people over to our views so that they carry them out gladly and wholeheartedly. 10. The above figures for the allocation of places are not rigid quotas to be filled mechanically, they are in the nature of a rough proportion which every locality must apply according to its specific circumstances. At the lowest level, the ratio may be somewhat modified to prevent the landlords and evil gentry from sneaking into the organs of political power. Where such organs have been in existence for some time, as in the Shanxi Chahar Hopi border area, the central Hopi area, the Taihang Mountain area and the southern Hopi area, there should be a re-examination of policy in the light of this principle. And this principle should be observed whenever a new organ of political power is set up. 11. The United Front policy on suffrage should be that every Chinese who reaches the age of 18 and is in favor of resistance and democracy should enjoy the right to elect and to be elected, irrespective of class, nationality, sex, creed, party affiliation, or educational level. The organs of political power of the anti-Japanese United Front must be elected by the people. Their form of organization should be based on democratic centralism. 12. The fundamental point of departure for all major policy measures in the United Front organs of political power should be opposition to Japanese imperialism, protection of the people who are resisting Japan, proper adjustment of the interests of all the anti-Japanese social strata, improvement of the livelihood of the workers and peasants and suppression of traitors and reactionaries. 13. The non-party people who work in our organs of political power should not be required to live, talk and act like communists, or otherwise they may feel dissatisfied or ill at ease. 14. All regional and sub-regional bureaus of the Central Committee, all area party committees and all heads of army units are hereby instructed to give a clear explanation of this directive to party members, and ensure that it is fully carried out in the work of our organs of political power. Current problems of tactics in the anti-Japanese United Front. March 11, 1940. Comrade Mao Zedong wrote this outline for the report he made at a meeting of the party's senior cadres in Yan'an. 1. The present political situation is as follows. A. Japanese imperialism has been dealt a heavy blow by China's war of resistance and is already incapable of launching any more large-scale military offensives, so that the relation of forces between the enemy and ourselves has now reached the stage of strategic stalemate. But the enemy is still holding fast to his basic policy of subjugating China and is pursuing it by such means as undermining our anti-Japanese United Front, intensifying his mopping-up campaigns in the rear areas and stepping up his economic aggression. B. Britain and France are finding their positions in the East weakened by the war in Europe, while the United States is continuing its policy of sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight, so that an Eastern Munich I conference is out of the question for the moment. C. The Soviet Union has gained new successes in its foreign policy and is maintaining its policy of giving active support to China's war of resistance. D. The pro-Japanese section of the big bourgeoisie, having completely capitulated to Japan, is ready to play the puppet. The pro-European and pro-American big bourgeoisie may continue to resist Japan, but its proneness to conciliation remains serious. It follows a dual policy. While desiring to remain united with the various non-Kuomintang forces to cope with Japan, it is doing all it can to suppress them, and especially the Communist Party and the other progressive forces. It forms the die-hard section of the anti-Japanese United Front. E. The intermediate forces, including the middle bourgeoisie, the enlightened gentry and the regional power groups, often take a middle position between the progressives and the diehards because of their contradictions with the main ruling sections of the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie on the one hand, and with the working class and the peasantry on the other. They form the middle section of the anti-Japanese United Front. F. Recently, the communist-led progressive forces of the proletariat, the peasantry, and the urban petty bourgeoisie have grown much stronger and in the main have succeeded in creating base areas in which anti-Japanese democratic political power has been established. Their influence is very great among the workers, peasants, and urban petty bourgeoisie throughout the country and is also quite considerable among the middle forces. On the battlefield the Communists are fighting roughly as many Japanese troops as is the Kuomintang. They form the progressive section of the anti-Japanese United Front. This is the present political situation in China. In these circumstances the possibility still exists of preventing the situation from deteriorating and of changing it for the better. The Central Committee's resolutions of February 1 are entirely correct. 2. The basic condition for victory in the war of resistance is the extension and consolidation of the anti-Japanese United Front. The tactics required for this purpose are to develop the progressive forces, win over the middle forces and combat the die-hard forces. These are three inseparable links, and the means to be used to unite all the anti-Japanese forces is struggle. In the period of the anti-Japanese United Front, struggle is the means to unity and unity is the aim of struggle. If unity is sought through struggle, it will live. If unity is sought through yielding, it will perish. This truth is gradually being grasped by party comrades. However, there are still many who do not understand it. Some think that struggle will split the United Front or that struggle can be employed without restraint, and others use wrong tactics towards the middle forces or have mistaken notions about the die-hard forces. All this must be corrected. 3. Developing the progressive forces means building up the forces of the proletariat, the peasantry, and the urban petty bourgeoisie, boldly expanding the 8th Route and new 4th Armies, establishing anti-Japanese democratic base areas on an extensive scale, building up communist organizations throughout the country, developing national mass movements of the workers, peasants, youth, women, and children, winning over the intellectuals in all parts of the country, and spreading the movement for constitutional government among the masses as a struggle for democracy. Steady expansion of the progressive forces is the only way to prevent the situation from deteriorating, to forestall capitulation and splitting, and to lay a firm and indestructible foundation for victory in the war of resistance. But the expansion of the progressive forces is a serious process of struggle, which must be ruthlessly waged not only against the Japanese imperialists and the traitors but also against the diehards. For the latter are opposed to the growth of the progressive forces, while the middle section is skeptical. Unless we engage in resolute struggle against the diehards and, moreover, get tangible results, we shall be unable to resist their pressure or dispel the doubts of the middle section. In that case the progressive forces will have no way of expanding. For winning over the middle forces means winning over the middle bourgeoisie, the enlightened gentry and the regional power groups. They are three distinct categories, but as things are, they all belong to the middle forces. The middle bourgeoisie constitutes the national bourgeoisie as distinct from the comprador class, i.e., from the big bourgeoisie. Although it has its class contradictions with the workers and does not approve of the independence of the working class, it still wants to resist Japan and, moreover, would like to grasp political power for itself, because it is oppressed by the Japanese imperialists in the occupied areas and kept down by the big landlords and big bourgeoisie in the Kuomintang areas. When it comes to resisting Japan, it is in favor of united resistance. When it comes to winning political power, it is in favor of the movement for constitutional government and tries to exploit the contradictions between the progressives and the diehards for its own ends. This is a stratum we must win over. Then there are the enlightened gentry who are the left wing of the landlord class, that is, the section with a bourgeois coloration, whose political attitude is roughly the same as that of the middle bourgeoisie. Although they have class contradictions with the peasants, they also have their contradictions with the big landlords and big bourgeoisie. They do not support the diehards and they, too, want to exploit the contradictions between us and the diehards for their own political ends. On no account should we neglect this section either, and our policy must be to win them over. As for the regional power groups, they are of two kinds: the forces which control certain regions as their own, and the troops of miscellaneous brands which do not. Although these groups are in contradiction with the progressive forces, they also have their contradictions with the Kuomintang central government because of the self-seeking policy it pursues at their expense. They, too, want to exploit the contradictions between us and the diehards for their own political ends. Most of the leaders of the regional power groups belong to the big landlord class and the big bourgeoisie and, therefore, progressive as they may appear at certain times during the war, they soon turn reactionary again. Nevertheless, because of their contradictions with the Kuomintang central authorities, the possibility exists of their remaining neutral in our struggle against the diehards, provided we pursue a correct policy. Our policy towards the three categories of middle forces described above is to win them over. However, this policy differs from that of winning over the peasants and the urban petty bourgeoisie, and, moreover, it varies for each category of the middle forces. While the peasants and the urban petty bourgeoisie should be won over as basic allies, the middle forces should be won over as allies against imperialism. Among the middle forces, it is possible for the middle bourgeoisie and the enlightened gentry to join us in the common fight against Japan and also in the setting up of anti-Japanese democratic political power, but they fear agrarian revolution. In the struggle against the diehards, some may join in to a limited degree, others may observe a benevolent neutrality, and still others a rather reluctant neutrality. But, apart from joining us in the war, the regional power groups will at most observe a temporary neutrality in our struggle against the diehards. They are unwilling to join us in establishing democratic political power since they themselves belong to the big landlord class and the big bourgeoisie. The middle forces tend to vacillate and are bound to break up, and we should educate and criticize them appropriately, with special reference to their vacillating attitude. The winning over of the middle forces is an extremely important task for us in the period of the anti-Japanese United Front, but it can only be accomplished given certain conditions. These are, 1. That we have ample strength, 2. That we respect their interests, and 3. That we are resolute in our struggle against the diehards and steadily win victories. If these conditions are lacking, the middle forces will vacillate or even become allies of the diehards in the latter's attacks on us, because the diehards are also doing their best to win over the middle forces in order to isolate us. The middle forces carry considerable weight in China and may often be the decisive factor in our struggle against the diehards. We must therefore be prudent in dealing with them. 5. The diehard forces at the present time are the big landlord class and the big bourgeoisie. Divided at the moment into the group that has capitulated to Japan and the group that favors resistance, these classes will gradually become still further differentiated. Within the big bourgeoisie, the group favoring resistance is now different from the group that has already capitulated. It pursues a dual policy. It still stands for unity against Japan, but at the same time it follows the extremely reactionary policy of suppressing the progressive forces in preparation for its eventual capitulation. As it still favors unity against Japan, we can still try and keep it in the anti-Japanese united front, and the longer the better. It would be wrong to neglect our policy of winning over this group and cooperating with it and to regard it as having already capitulated and as being on the verge of launching an anti-communist war. But at the same time, we must adopt tactics of struggle to combat its reactionary policy and carry on a determined ideological, political, and military fight against it, because all over the country it pursues the reactionary policy of suppressing the progressive forces, because instead of carrying out the common program of the revolutionary Three People's Principles it stubbornly opposes our efforts to do so, and because it works hard to prevent us from going beyond the limits it has set for us, i.e., it tries to confine us to the passive resistance it itself practices, and, moreover, it tries to assimilate us, failing which it applies ideological, political, and military pressure against us. Such is our revolutionary dual policy to meet the dual policy of the diehards, and such is our policy of seeking unity through struggle. If in the ideological sphere we can put forward correct revolutionary theory and strike hard at their counter-revolutionary theory, if in the political sphere we adopt tactics suited to the times and strike hard at their anti-communist and anti-progressive policies, and if in the military sphere we take appropriate measures and strike back hard at their attacks, then we shall be able to restrict the effective range of their reactionary policy and compel them to recognize the status of the progressive forces, and we shall be able to expand the progressive forces, win over the middle forces and isolate the diehard forces. What is more, we shall be able to induce those diehards who are still willing to resist Japan to prolong their participation in the anti-Japanese United Front, and shall thus be able to avert a large-scale civil war of the kind that broke out before. Thus the purpose of our struggle against the diehards in the period of the anti-Japanese United Front is not only to parry their attacks in order to protect the progressive forces and enable the latter to go on growing, it is also to prolong the diehards' resistance to Japan and to preserve our cooperation with them in order to avert large-scale civil war. Without struggle, these progressive forces would be exterminated by the diehard forces, the United Front would cease to exist, there would be nothing to hinder the diehards from capitulating to the enemy, and civil war would break out. Therefore, struggle against the diehards is an indispensable means of uniting all the anti-Japanese forces, achieving a favorable turn in the situation and averting large-scale civil war. All our experience confirms this truth. However, there are several principles which we must observe in our struggle against the diehards in the period of the anti-Japanese United Front. First, the principle of self-defense. We will not attack unless we are attacked. If we are attacked, we will certainly counter-attack. That is to say, we must never attack others without provocation, but once attacked we must never fail to return the blow. Herein lies the defensive nature of our struggle. The military attacks of the diehards must be smashed resolutely, thoroughly, wholly and completely. Second, the principle of victory. We will not fight unless we are sure of victory. We must never fight without a plan, without preparation, and without certainty of success. We must know how to exploit the contradictions among the diehards and must not take on too many of them at a single time, but must direct our blows at the most reactionary of them first. Herein lies the limited nature of the struggle. Third, the principle of a truce. After repulsing one diehard attack, we should know when to stop and bring that particular fight to a close before another attack is made on us. A truce should be made in the interval. We should then take the initiative in seeking unity with the diehards and, if they concur, we should make a peace agreement with them. On no account should we fight on day after day without cease, or be carried away by success. Herein lies the temporary nature of each struggle. Only when the diehards launch a new attack should we counter with a new struggle. In other words, the three principles are to fight on just grounds, to our advantage and with restraint. By keeping to this kind of struggle, waged on just grounds, to our advantage and with restraint, we can develop the progressive forces, win over the middle forces and isolate the diehard forces, and we can also make the diehards think twice before attacking us, compromising with the enemy or starting large-scale civil war. Thus a favorable turn in the situation will become possible. 6. The Kuomintang is a heterogeneous party which includes diehards, middle elements and progressives. Taken as a whole, it must not be equated with the diehards. Some people regard the Kuomintang as consisting entirely of diehards because its Central Executive Committee has promulgated such counter-revolutionary friction-mongering decrees as the measures for restricting the activities of alien parties and has mobilized every ounce of its strength for counter-revolutionary friction-mongering in the ideological, political, and military spheres throughout the country. But this is a mistaken view. The diehards in the Kuomintang are still in a position to dictate its policies, but numerically they are in a minority, while the majority of the membership, many are members only in name, are not necessarily diehards. This point must be clearly recognized if we are to take advantage of the contradictions within the Kuomintang, follow a policy of differentiating between its different sections and do our utmost to unite with its middle and progressive sections. 7. On the question of political power in the anti-Japanese base areas, we must make sure that the political power established there is that of the anti-Japanese National United Front. No such political power exists as yet in the Kuomintang areas. It is the political power of all who support both resistance and democracy, i.e., the joint democratic dictatorship of several revolutionary classes over the traitors and reactionaries. It is different from the dictatorship of the landlord class and the bourgeoisie, and is also somewhat different from a strictly worker-peasant democratic dictatorship. Places in the organs of political power should be allocated as follows: 1/3 to the communists, representing the proletariat and the poor peasantry, 1/3 to the left progressives, representing the petty bourgeoisie, and the remaining 1/3 to the middle and other elements, representing the middle bourgeoisie and the enlightened gentry. Traitors and anti-communist elements are the only people disqualified from participation in these organs of political power. This general rule for the allocation of places is necessary, or otherwise it will not be possible to maintain the principle of united front political power. This allocation of places represents the genuine policy of our party and must be carried out conscientiously. There must be no half-heartedness about it. It provides a broad rule which has to be applied according to the specific conditions, and there must be no mechanical filling up of quotas. At the lowest level the ratio may have to be somewhat modified to prevent domination by the landlords and evil gentry, but the fundamental spirit of this policy must not be violated. We should not labor the question of whether the non-communists in these organs have party affiliations, or what their party affiliations are. In areas under the political power of the United Front, all political parties, whether the Kuomintang or any other, must be granted legal status so long as they cooperate with and do not oppose the Communist Party. On the question of suffrage, the policy is that every Chinese who reaches the age of 18 and is in favor of resistance and democracy should have the right to elect and to be elected, irrespective of class, nationality, party affiliation, sex, creed, or educational level. The organs of United Front political power should be elected by the people and then apply to the national government for confirmation. Their form of organization must be based on democratic centralism. The fundamental point of departure for all major policy measures in the United Front organs of political power should be opposition to Japanese imperialism, opposition to confirmed traitors and reactionaries, protection of the people who are resisting Japan, proper adjustment of the interests of all the anti-Japanese social strata and improvement of the livelihood of the workers and peasants. The establishment of this anti-Japanese United Front political power will exert a great influence on the whole country and serve as a model for United Front political power on a national scale, therefore this policy should be fully understood and resolutely carried out by all party comrades. 8. In our struggle to develop the progressive forces, win over the middle forces and isolate the die-hard forces, we must not overlook the role of the intellectuals, whom the diehards are doing their utmost to win over. Therefore it is an important and indeed an essential policy to win over all progressive intellectuals and bring them under the influence of the party. 9. In our propaganda we should stress the following program. A. Carry out the testament of Dr. Sun Yat-sen by arousing the masses for united resistance to Japan. B. Carry out the principle of nationalism by firmly resisting Japanese imperialism and striving for complete national liberation and the equality of all the nationalities within China. C. Carry out the principle of democracy by granting the people absolute freedom to resist Japan and save the nation, by enabling them to elect governments at all levels, and by establishing the revolutionary democratic political power of the anti-Japanese National United Front. D. Carry out the principle of the people's livelihood by abolishing exorbitant taxes and miscellaneous levies, reducing land rent and interest, enforcing the 8-hour working day, developing agriculture, industry, and commerce, and improving the livelihood of the people, and E. Carry out Chiang Kai-shek's declaration that every person, young or old, in the North or in the South, must take up the responsibility of resisting Japan and defending our homeland. All these points are in the Kuomintang's own published program, which is also the common program of the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. But the Kuomintang has failed to carry out any part of this program other than resistance to Japan. Only the Communist Party and the progressive forces are able to carry it out. It is a simple enough program and is widely known, yet many communists fail to use it as a weapon for mobilizing the masses and isolating the diehards. From now on we should keep attention focused on the 5 points of this program and popularize them through public notices, manifestos, leaflets, articles, speeches, statements, and so on. In the Kuomintang areas it is still only a propaganda program, but in the areas reached by the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army it is already a program of action. In acting according to this program we are within the law, and when the diehards oppose our carrying it out, it is they who are outside the law. In the stage of the bourgeois democratic revolution, this program of the Kuomintangs is basically the same as ours, but the ideology of the Kuomintang is entirely different from that of the Communist Party. It is this common program of the democratic revolution that we should put into practice, but on no account should we follow the ideology of the Kuomintang. Freely expand the anti-Japanese forces and resist the onslaughts of the anti-communist diehards. May 4, 1940. This directive was written by Comrade Mao Zedong on behalf of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party and addressed to its Southeast Bureau. At the time of writing, Comrade Xiang Ying, member of the Central Committee and secretary of its Southeast Bureau, held strong rightist views and was irresolute in carrying out the line of the Central Committee. He did not dare fully to arouse the masses to action and to expand the liberated areas and the People's Army in the Japanese-occupied areas, did not sufficiently realize the seriousness of the possibility of reactionary attacks by the Kuomintang, and was therefore unprepared for them mentally and organizationally. When the directive reached the Southeast Bureau, Comrade Chen Yi, member of the Southeast Bureau and commander of the 1st Detachment of the new 4th Army, immediately put it into effect, but Comrade Xiang Ying was reluctant to do so. He made no preparations against the attacks of the Kuomintang reactionaries so that he was in a weak and helpless position when Chiang Kai-shek staged the Southern Anhui incident in January 1941, in which 9,000 of our troops were annihilated and Comrade Xiang Ying himself was killed. One in all regions behind the enemy lines and in all the war zones, stress should be laid not on particularity, but on identity. To do otherwise would be a gross error. While each region has its individual peculiarities, they are all identical in that all are confronted by the enemy and all are engaged in the war of resistance, whether in northern, central, or southern China, in the areas north or south of the Yangtze River, or in the plains, the mountain, or lake regions, and whether the force involved is the 8th Route Army, the new 4th Army or the South China Guerrilla Column. It follows that in all cases we can and should expand. The Central Committee has pointed out this policy of expansion to you time and again. To expand means to reach out into all enemy-occupied areas and not to be bound by the Kuomintang's restrictions but to go beyond the limits allowed by the Kuomintang, not to expect official appointments from them or depend on the higher UPS for financial support but instead to expand the armed forces freely and independently, set up base areas unhesitatingly, independently arouse the masses in those areas to action and build up united front organs of political power under the leadership of the Communist Party. In Kiangsu Province, for example, despite the verbal attacks and the restrictions and oppression by anti-communist elements such as Ku Chutung, Lang Hsin, and Han Taichin too, we should gain control of as many districts as possible from Nanking in the west to the seacoast in the east and from Hangzhou in the south to Suqiao in the north, and do so as fast as possible and yet steadily and systematically, and we should independently expand the armed forces, establish organs of political power, set up fiscal offices to levy taxes for resistance to Japan and economic agencies to promote agriculture, industry, and commerce, and open up schools of various kinds to train large numbers of cadres. The Central Committee previously instructed you to enlarge the anti-Japanese armed forces to 1 million men, with as many rifles, and to set up organs of political power promptly in the regions behind the enemy lines in Kiangsu and Zhejiang provinces before the end of this year. What concrete measures have you taken? Opportunities have been missed before, and if this year they are missed again, things will become still more difficult. 2 at a time. When the anti-communist diehards in the Kuomintang are obstinately persisting in their policy of containing, restricting, and combating the Communist Party in preparation for capitulation to Japan, we must stress struggle and not unity. To do otherwise would be a gross error. Therefore, whether in the theoretical, the political, or the military sphere, we should as a matter of principle firmly resist all the verbal attacks, propaganda, orders, and laws of the anti-communist diehards designed to contain, restrict and oppose the Communist Party, and our attitude towards them should be one of firm struggle. This struggle must be based on the principle of fighting on just grounds, to our advantage, and with restraint, that is, on the principles of self-defense, victory and truce, which means that every concrete struggle is defensive, limited, and temporary in nature. We must take tit-for-tat action and conduct a determined struggle against all the reactionary verbal attacks, propaganda, orders, and laws of the anti-communist diehards. For instance, when they demanded that our 4th and 5th detachments 3 be moved to the south, we countered by insisting that it was absolutely impossible to do so. When they demanded that the units under Yefei and Chong Yunyi 4 be moved to the south, we countered by asking permission for a part of these units to move to the north. When they charged us with having undermined their conscription plans, we asked them to enlarge the recruiting area for the new 4th Army. When they said we were carrying on wrong propaganda, we asked them to stop all their anti-communist propaganda and to rescind all decrees and orders which cause friction. And whenever they launch military attacks against us, we should smash them by counterattacks. We are on just grounds in carrying out this tit-for-tat policy. And it is not only the Central Committee of our party that should take action whenever we are on just grounds, but every unit of our army should do so. What Chong Yunyi did to Li Pinqian and what Li Xianyan did to Li Tsungjian 5 are both good examples of strong protests from the lower levels to the higher UPS. This kind of strong attitude towards the diehards and the policy of struggling against them on just grounds, to our advantage, and with restraint are the only way to make the diehards somewhat afraid of repressing us, to reduce the scope of their activities in containing, restricting, and combating the Communist Party, to force them to recognize our legal status, and to make them think twice before causing a split. Therefore, struggle is by far the most important means of averting the danger of capitulation, of achieving a turn for the better in the situation and of strengthening Kuomintang communist cooperation. Within our own party and army, persistence in the struggle against the diehards is the only way to heighten our fighting spirit, give full play to our courage, unite our cadres, increase our strength and consolidate our army and party. In our relations with the intermediate sections, persistence in the struggle against the diehards is the only way to win over the waverers and give support to our sympathizers. There is no other way. Similarly, struggle is the only policy which can ensure that the whole party and the whole army are mentally on the alert against a possible nationwide emergency and are prepared for it in their work. Otherwise, the mistake of 1927-6 will be repeated. 3. In appraising the present situation, we should clearly understand that while the danger of capitulation has greatly increased, it is still possible to avert it. The present military clashes are still local and not national. They are acts of strategic reconnaissance by our opponents and not yet communist suppression on a large scale. They are steps preparatory to capitulation and not yet steps immediately preceding capitulation. Our task is persistently and vigorously to carry out the threefold policy laid down by the Central Committee, which is the only correct policy, namely, to develop the progressive forces, win over the middle forces and isolate the die-hard forces, for the purpose of averting the danger of capitulation and bringing about a turn for the better in the situation. It would be perilous not to point out and correct any left or right deviations in appraising the situation and in defining our tasks. 4. The battles of self-defense fought by the 4th and the 5th detachments against the attacks of Han Taichen and Li Tsungjian in eastern Anhui and those fought by Li Xianyan's column against the die-hards attacks in central and eastern Hubei, the determined struggle carried on by Peng Suchfeng's detachment north of the Huai River, the expansion of Ye Fei's forces north of the Yangtze River, and the southward movement of over 20,000 men of the 8th Route Army to areas north of the Huai River and to eastern Anhui and northern Kiangsu 7. All these were not only absolutely necessary and correct in themselves, but were indispensable for making Ku Chutung think twice before attacking you in southern Anhui and southern Kiangsu. That is to say, the more victories we win and the more we expand north of the Yangtze River, the more will Ku Chutung be afraid to act rashly south of the Yangtze River, and the easier will it be for you to play your role in southern Anhui and southern Kiangsu. Similarly, the more the 8th Route Army, the new 4th Army and the South China Guerrilla Column expand in northwestern, northern, central and southern China, and the more the Communist Party grows throughout the country, the greater will be the possibility of averting the danger of capitulation and bringing about a turn for the better in the situation, and the easier will it be for our party to play its role in all parts of the country. It is wrong to make the opposite appraisal or adopt the opposite tactics in the belief that the more our forces expand, the more the diehards will tend towards capitulation, that the more concessions we make, the more they will resist Japan, or that the whole country is on the verge of a split and Kuomintang communist cooperation is no longer possible. 5. The anti-Japanese National United Front is our policy for the whole country in the war of resistance. The establishment of democratic anti-Japanese base areas in the enemy rear is part of this policy. You should firmly carry out the Central Committee's decisions on the question of political power. 6. Our policy in the Kuomintang areas is different from that in the war zones and the areas behind the enemy lines. In the Kuomintang areas our policy is to have well-selected cadres working underground for a long period, to accumulate strength and bide our time, and to avoid rashness and exposure. In conformity with the principle of waging struggles on just grounds, to our advantage, and with restraint, our tactics in combating the diehards are to wage steady and sure struggles and to build up our strength by utilizing all Kuomintang laws and decrees that can serve our purpose as well as everything permitted by social custom. If a member of our party is forced to join the Kuomintang, let him do so. Our members should penetrate the Paochia 8 and the educational, economic, and military organizations everywhere. They should develop extensive united front work, i.e., make friends, in the Central Army and among the troops of miscellaneous brands. 9. In all the Kuomintang areas the party's basic policy is likewise to develop the progressive forces, the party organizations and the mass movements, to win over the middle forces, 7 categories in all, namely, the national bourgeoisie, the enlightened gentry, the troops of miscellaneous brands, the intermediate sections in the Kuomintang, the intermediate sections in the Central Army, the upper stratum of the petty bourgeoisie, and the small political parties and groups, and to isolate the die-hard forces, in order to avert the danger of capitulation and bring about a favorable turn in the situation. At the same time we should be fully prepared to deal with any emergency on a local or national scale. Our party organizations in the Kuomintang areas must be kept strictly secret. In the Southeast Bureau 10 and in all the provincial, special, county and district committees, the whole personnel, from party secretaries to cooks, must be strictly scrutinized one by one, and no one open to the slightest suspicion should be allowed to remain in any of these leading bodies. Great care must be taken to protect our cadres, and whoever is in danger of being arrested and killed by the Kuomintang while working in an open or semi-open capacity should either be sent to some other locality and go underground or be transferred to the army. In the Japanese-occupied areas, in Shanghai, Nanking, Wuhu, or Wuxi, or in any other city, large or small, and also in the countryside, our policy is basically the same as in the Kuomintang areas. 7. The present tactical directive was decided upon by the Political Bureau of the Central Committee at its recent meeting, and comrades of the Southeast Bureau and the Military Sub-Commission are requested to discuss it, relay it to all cadres in the party organizations and the army, and firmly carry it out. 8. Comrade Xiang Ying is instructed to relay this directive in southern Anhui and Comrade Chen Yi to relay it in southern Jiangsu. Discussion and relaying should be completed within a month of receiving this telegram. Comrade Xiang Ying has the overall responsibility for arranging party and army work in the whole area in accordance with the line of the Central Committee and should report the results to the Central Committee. Unity to the very end. July 1940. The third anniversary of the outbreak of the War of Resistance against Japan and the 19th anniversary of the founding of the Communist Party of China occur within a few days of each other. In commemorating the anniversary of the resistance today, we Communists feel our responsibility all the more keenly. To fight for the survival of the Chinese nation is a responsibility which falls on all the anti-Japanese political parties and groups and the whole people, but as we see it, an even heavier responsibility falls on us as Communists. The Central Committee of our party has issued a statement on the present situation, the essence of which is a call for resistance and unity to the very end. This statement, we hope, will meet with the approval of the friendly parties and armies and the whole nation, and Communists in particular must conscientiously carry out the line it has laid down. All Communists must realize that only through resistance to the very end can there be unity to the very end, and vice versa. Therefore, Communists must set an example in both resistance and unity. Our opposition is directed solely against the enemy and against the determined capitulators and anti-communists. With all others we must unite in earnest. In every place the determined capitulators and anti-communists are only a minority. I made an investigation of one local government and found that out of 1,300 staff members, only 40 to 50, or less than 4% were confirmed anti-communists, while all the rest wanted unity and resistance. Of course we cannot tolerate these capitulators and anti-communists, because that would amount to allowing them to sabotage resistance and wreck unity. We must resolutely oppose the capitulators and, in self-defense, firmly repel the attacks of the anti-communist elements. Failure to do so would be right opportunism and would harm unity and resistance. However, our policy must be one of unity with all those who are not absolutely set in their capitulation and anti-communism. For some face both ways, others are acting under compulsion, and still others have temporarily gone astray. For the sake of continued unity and resistance we must win over all these people. Failure to do so would be left opportunism, and this, too, would harm unity and resistance. All Communists should realize that, having initiated the anti-Japanese National United Front, we must maintain it. Now that the national crisis is deepening and the world situation is undergoing a great change, we must shoulder the very heavy responsibility of saving the Chinese nation. We must defeat Japanese imperialism and build China into an independent, free, and democratic republic, and to do so we must unite the greatest possible number of people, with or without party affiliations. Communists should not enter into unprincipled united fronts and must therefore oppose all such schemes as corroding, restricting, containing, and repressing the Communist Party, as well as oppose the right opportunism within the party. But at the same time Communists should not fail to respect the party's united front policy and must therefore unite, on the principle of resistance, with all those who are still willing to resist Japan and must oppose left opportunism within the party. Thus, as far as political power is concerned, we stand for united front organs of political power, we do not favor one-party dictatorship either by the Communist Party or by any other party, but we stand for the joint dictatorship of all political parties and groups, people in all walks of life and all armed forces, that is, for united front political power. Whenever we establish organs of anti-Japanese political power in the enemy rear after destroying the enemy and the puppet regimes there, we should adopt the 3/3 system as decided upon by the Central Committee of our party, so that communists take only 1/3 of the places in all government or people's representative bodies, while the remaining 2/3 are taken by people who stand for resistance and democracy whether or not they are members of other parties or groups. Anybody may take part in the work of the government so long as he is not in favor of capitulation or is not an anti-communist. Every political party or group shall have the right to exist and carry on its activities under the anti-Japanese political power, so long as it is not in favor of capitulation and is not anti-communist. In regard to the question of the armed forces, our party's statement has made it clear that we shall continue to observe the decision not to extend our party organizations to any friendly army. Local party organizations which have not strictly observed this decision should immediately put the matter right. A friendly attitude should be taken towards all armed units that do not start armed clashes with the 8th Route or new 4th Armies. Friendly relations should be restored even with those troops that have created friction, once they stop doing so. This is our united front policy with regard to the armed forces. As for our policies on other matters, whether financial, economic, cultural or educational or anti-espionage, for the sake of resistance we must follow the united front policy by adjusting the interests of the different classes and must oppose both right and left opportunism. Internationally, the imperialist war is becoming worldwide and the extremely grave political and economic crises to which it has given rise will inevitably cause revolutions to break out in many countries. We are in a new era of wars and revolutions. The Soviet Union, which has not been drawn into the maelstrom of this imperialist war, is the supporter of all the oppressed people and all the oppressed nations of the world. These factors are favorable to China's war of resistance. But at the same time the danger of capitulation is more serious than ever before because Japanese imperialism is intensifying its attacks on China in preparation for its aggression against Southeast Asia, and this will certainly induce some of the vacillating elements to surrender. The 4th year of the war is going to be a most difficult one. Our task is to unite all anti-Japanese forces, oppose the capitulators, surmount all the difficulties and persist in nationwide resistance. All communists must unite with the friendly parties and armies to accomplish this task. We are confident that, through the united efforts of all members of our party, of the friendly parties and armies and the whole people, we shall succeed in preventing capitulation, in conquering the difficulties, in driving out the Japanese aggressors and in recovering our lost territories. The prospects for our war of resistance are indeed bright. On policy. December 25, 1940. This inter-party directive was written by Comrade Mao Zedong on behalf of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. In the present high tide of anti-communist attacks, the policy we adopt is of decisive importance. But many of our cadres fail to realize that the party's present policy must be very different from its policy during the agrarian revolution. It has to be understood that in no circumstances will the party change its united front policy for the entire period of the war of resistance against Japan, and that many of the policies adopted during the 10 years of the agrarian revolution cannot just be duplicated today. In particular, many ultra-left policies of the latter period of the agrarian revolution are not merely totally inapplicable today in the war of resistance, but were wrong even then, arising as they did from the failure to understand two fundamental points: that the Chinese Revolution is a bourgeois democratic revolution in a semi-colonial country, and that it is a protracted revolution. For example, there was the thesis that the Kuomintang's fifth encirclement and suppression campaign and our counter-campaign constituted the decisive battle between counter-revolution and revolution. There was the economic elimination of the capitalist class, the ultra-left policies on labor and taxation, and of the rich peasants, by allotting them poor land, the physical elimination of the landlords, by not allotting them any land, the attack on the intellectuals, the left deviation in the suppression of counter-revolutionaries, the monopolizing by communists of the organs of political power, the focusing on communism as the objective in popular education, the ultra-left military policy, of attacking the big cities and denying the role of guerrilla warfare, the putschist policy in the work in the white areas, and the policy within the party of attacks on comrades through the abuse of disciplinary measures. These ultra-left policies were manifestations of the error of left opportunism, or exactly the reverse of the right opportunism of Chen Tu-su in the latter period of the First Great Revolution. It was all alliance and no struggle in the latter period of the First Great Revolution, and all struggle and no alliance, except with the basic sections of the peasantry, in the latter period of the Agrarian Revolution, truly striking demonstrations of the two extremist policies. Both extremist policies caused great losses to the party and the revolution. Today our anti-Japanese National United Front policy is neither all alliance and no struggle nor all struggle and no alliance, but it combines alliance and struggle. Specifically, it means 1. All people favoring resistance, that is, all anti-Japanese workers, peasants, soldiers, students, and intellectuals, and businessmen, must unite in the anti-Japanese National United Front. 2. Within the United Front our policy must be one of independence and initiative, i.e., both unity and independence are necessary. 3. As far as military strategy is concerned, our policy is guerrilla warfare waged independently and with the initiative in our own hands within the framework of a united strategy. Guerrilla warfare is basic, but no chance of waging mobile warfare should be lost when the conditions are favorable. 4. In the struggle against the anti-communist diehards, our policy is to make use of contradictions, win over the many, oppose the few and crush our enemies one by one, and to wage struggles on just grounds, to our advantage, and with restraint. 5. In the enemy-occupied and Kuomintang areas our policy is, on the one hand, to develop the United Front to the greatest possible extent and, on the other, to have well-selected cadres working underground. With regard to the forms of organization and struggle, our policy is to have well-selected cadres working underground for a long period, to accumulate strength and bide our time. 6. With regard to the alignment of the various classes within the country, our basic policy is to develop the progressive forces, win over the middle forces and isolate the anti-communist die-hard forces. 7. With respect to the anti-communist diehards, ours is a revolutionary dual policy of uniting with them, in so far as they are still in favor of resisting Japan, and of isolating them, in so far as they are determined to oppose the Communist Party. Moreover, the diehards have a dual character with regard to resistance to Japan, and our policy is to unite with them, in so far as they are still in favor of resistance, and to struggle against them and isolate them in so far as they vacillate, for instance, when they collude with the Japanese aggressors and show reluctance in opposing Wang Qingwei and other traitors. As their opposition to the Communist Party has also a dual character, our policy, too, should have a dual character, in so far as they are still unwilling to break up Kuomintang Communist cooperation altogether, it is one of alliance with them, but in so far as they are high-handed and launch armed attacks on our party and the people, it is one of struggling against them and isolating them. We make a distinction between such people with a dual character and the traitors and pro-Japanese elements. 8. Even among the traitors and pro-Japanese elements there are people with a dual character, towards whom we should likewise employ a revolutionary dual policy. In so far as they are pro-Japanese, our policy is to struggle against them and isolate them, but in so far as they vacillate, our policy is to draw them nearer to us and win them over. We make a distinction between such ambivalent elements and the out-and-out traitors like Wang Qingwei, Wang Yitang and Shi Yusan. 2. 9. The pro-Japanese big landlords and big bourgeoisie who are against resistance must be distinguished from the pro-British and pro-American big landlords and big bourgeoisie who are for resistance. Similarly, the ambivalent big landlords and big bourgeoisie who are for resistance but vacillate, and who are for unity but are anti-communist, must be distinguished from the national bourgeoisie, the middle and small landlords and the enlightened gentry, the duality of whose character is less pronounced. We build our policy on these distinctions. The diverse policies mentioned above all stem from these distinctions in class relations. 10. We deal with imperialism in the same way. The Communist Party opposes all imperialism, but we make a distinction between Japanese imperialism, which is now committing aggression against China, and the imperialist powers which are not doing so now, between German and Italian imperialism, which are allies of Japan and have recognized Manchukuo, and British and US imperialism, which are opposed to Japan, and between the Britain and the United States of yesterday, which followed a Munich policy in the Far East and undermined China's resistance to Japan, and the Britain and the United States of today, which have abandoned this policy and are now in favor of China's resistance. Our tactics are guided by one and the same principle: to make use of contradictions, win over the many, oppose the few, and crush our enemies one by one. Our foreign policy differs from that of the Kuomintang. The Kuomintang claims, there is only one enemy and all the rest are friends. It appears to treat all countries other than Japan alike, but in fact it is pro-British and pro-American. On our part we must draw certain distinctions, first between the Soviet Union and the capitalist countries, second, between Britain and the United States on the one hand and Germany and Italy on the other, third, between the people of Britain and the United States and their imperialist governments, and fourth, between the policy of Britain and the United States during their Far Eastern Munich period and their policy today. We build our policy on these distinctions. In direct contrast to the Kuomintang, our basic line is to use all possible foreign help, subject to the principle of independent prosecution of the war and reliance on our own efforts, and not, as the Kuomintang does, to abandon this principle by relying entirely on foreign help or hanging on to one imperialist bloc or another. To correct the lopsided views of many party cadres on the question of tactics and their consequent vacillations between left and right, we must help them to acquire an all-round and integrated understanding of the changes and developments in the party's policy, past and present. The ultra-left viewpoint is creating trouble and is still the main danger in the party. In the Kuomintang areas, there are many people who cannot seriously carry out the policy of having well-selected cadres working underground for a long period, of accumulating strength and biding our time, because they underestimate the gravity of the Kuomintang's anti-communist policy. At the same time, there are many others who cannot carry out the policy of expanding the United Front, because they oversimplify matters and consider the entire Kuomintang to be quite hopeless and are therefore at a loss what to do. A similar state of affairs exists in the Japanese-occupied areas. In the Kuomintang areas and the anti-Japanese base areas, the rightist views which were once prevalent to a serious extent have now been basically overcome. Those who held such views used to stress alliance to the exclusion of struggle and overestimate the Kuomintang's inclination to resist Japan, and they therefore blurred the difference in principle between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, rejected the policy of independence and initiative within the United Front, appeased the big landlords and big bourgeoisie and the Kuomintang, and tied their own hands instead of boldly expanding the anti-Japanese revolutionary forces and conducting resolute struggle against the Kuomintang's policy of opposing and restricting the Communist Party. But since the winter of 1939 an ultra-left tendency has cropped up in many places as a result of the anti-communist friction engineered by the Kuomintang and of the struggles we have waged in self-defense. This tendency has been corrected to some extent but not altogether, and it still finds expression in concrete policies in many places. It is therefore most necessary for us to examine and define our concrete policies now. As the Central Committee has already issued a series of directives on concrete policies, now only a few points are given here by way of summary. The organs of political power. The three-thirds system, under which communists have only one-third of the places in the organs of political power and many non-communists are drawn into participation, must be carried out resolutely. In areas like northern Kiangsu, where we have just begun to establish anti-Japanese democratic political power, the proportion of communists may be even less than one-third. The representatives of the petty bourgeoisie, the national bourgeoisie and the enlightened gentry who are not actively opposed to the Communist Party must be drawn into participation both in the government and in the people's representative bodies, and those Kuomintang members who do not oppose the Communist Party must also be allowed to participate. Even a small number of right-wingers may be allowed to join the people's representative bodies. On no account should our party monopolize everything. We are not destroying the dictatorship of the big comprador bourgeoisie and the big landlord class in order to replace it with a one-party dictatorship of the Communist Party. Labor policy. The livelihood of the workers must be improved if their enthusiasm in the fight against Japan is to be fully aroused. But we must strictly guard against being ultra-leftist. There must not be excessive increases in wages or excessive reductions in working hours. Under present conditions, the 8-hour working day cannot be universally introduced in China, and a 10-hour working day should still be permitted in certain branches of production. In other branches of production the working day should be axed according to the circumstances. Once a contract between labor and capital is concluded, the workers must observe labor discipline and the capitalists must be allowed to make some profit. Otherwise factories will close down, which will neither help the war nor benefit the workers. Particularly in the rural areas, the living standards and wages of the workers should not be raised too high, or it will give rise to complaints from the peasants, create unemployment among the workers and result in a decline in production. Land policy. It must be explained to party members and to the peasants that this is not the time for a thorough agrarian revolution and that the series of measures taken during the agrarian revolution cannot be applied today. On the one hand, our present policy should stipulate that the landlords shall reduce rent and interest, for this serves to arouse the enthusiasm of the basic peasant masses for resistance to Japan, but the reductions should not be too great. In general, land rent should be reduced by 25%, and if the masses demand a greater reduction, the tenant farmer may keep up to 60 or 70% of his crop, but not more. The reduction in interest on loans should not be so great as to render credit transactions impossible. On the other hand, our policy should stipulate that the peasants shall pay rent and interest and that the landlords shall retain their ownership of land and other property. Interest should not be so low as to make it impossible for the peasants to obtain loans, nor the settlement of old accounts be such as to enable the peasants to get back their mortgaged land gratis. Tax policy. Taxes must be levied according to income. Except for the very poor who should be exempt, all people with an income shall pay taxes to the state, which means that the burden shall be carried by more than 80% of the population, including the workers and peasants, and not be placed entirely on the landlords and the capitalists. Arresting people and imposing fines on them as a means of financing the army must be forbidden. We may use the existing Kuomintang system of taxation with appropriate alterations until we have devised a new and more suitable one. Anti-espionage policy. We must firmly suppress the confirmed traitors and anti-communists, or otherwise we shall not be able to protect the anti-Japanese revolutionary forces. But there must not be too much killing, and no innocent person should be incriminated. Vacillating elements and reluctant followers among the reactionaries should be dealt with leniently. Corporal punishment must be abolished in trying criminals, the stress must be on the weight of evidence and confessions should not be taken on trust. Our policy towards prisoners captured from the Japanese puppet or anti-communist troops is to set them all free, except for those who have incurred the bitter hatred of the masses and must receive capital punishment and whose death sentence has been approved by the higher authorities. Among the prisoners, those who were coerced into joining the reactionary forces but who are more or less inclined towards the revolution should be won over in large numbers to work for our army. The rest should be released and, if they fight us and are captured again, should again be set free. We should not insult them, take away their personal effects or try to exact recantations from them, but without exception should treat them sincerely and kindly. This should be our policy, however reactionary they may be. It is a very effective way of isolating the hardcore of reaction. As for renegades, except for those who have committed heinous crimes, they should be given a chance to turn over a new leaf provided they discontinue their anti-communist activities, and if they come back and wish to rejoin the revolution they may be accepted, but must not be readmitted into the party. The general run of Kuomintang intelligence agents must not be identified with the Japanese spies and Chinese traitors, the two should be differentiated and handled accordingly. An end should be put to the state of confusion in which any governmental or non-governmental organization can make arrests. To establish revolutionary order in the interests of the war, it must be stipulated that, with the exception of army units in combat action, only government, judicial or public security agencies shall be empowered to make arrests. The rights of the people. It must be laid down that all landlords and capitalists not opposed to the war of resistance shall enjoy the same rights of person and property, the same right to vote and the same freedom of speech, assembly, association, political conviction and religious belief as the workers and peasants. The government shall take action only against saboteurs and those who organize riots in our base areas, and shall protect all others and not molest them. Economic policy. We must actively develop industry and agriculture and promote the circulation of commodities. Capitalists should be encouraged to come into our anti-Japanese base areas and start enterprises here if they so desire. Private enterprise should be encouraged and state enterprise regarded as only one sector of the economy. The purpose in all this is to achieve self-sufficiency. Care must be taken not to damage any useful enterprise. Both our tariff and our monetary policies should conform to our basic line of expanding agriculture, industry, and commerce, and not run counter to it. The essential factor in maintaining the base areas over a long period is the achievement of self-sufficiency through a conscientious and meticulous, not a crude and careless, organization of the economy. Cultural and educational policy. This should center on promoting and spreading the knowledge and skills needed for the war and a sense of national pride among the masses of the people. Bourgeois liberal educators, men of letters, journalists, scholars, and technical experts should be allowed to come to our base areas and cooperate with us in running schools and newspapers and doing other work. We should accept into our schools all intellectuals and students who show enthusiasm for resisting Japan, give them short-term training, and then assign them to work in the army, the government, or mass organizations. We should boldly draw them in, give them work and promote them. We should not be overcautious or too afraid of reactionaries sneaking in. Unavoidably, some such elements will creep in, but there will be time to comb them out in the course of study and work. Every base area must establish printing shops, publish books and newspapers and organize distribution and delivery agencies. Every base area must also, as far as possible, set up big schools for training cadres, and the more and bigger, the better. Military policy. There must be maximum expansion of the 8th Route and new 4th Armies, because they are the most reliable armed forces of the Chinese people in pressing on with the national war of resistance. We should continue our policy of never attacking the Kuomintang troops unless attacked and do all we can to make friends with them. In order to help the building up of our army, no effort should be spared to draw those officers who are sympathetic to us into the 8th Route and new 4th Armies, whether they are members of the Kuomintang or are without party affiliation. Something must be done now to change the situation where communists dominate everything in our armies by sheer numbers. Of course, the 3/3 system should not be introduced into our main forces, but so long as the leadership of the army is kept in the hands of the party, this is an absolute and inviolable necessity. We need not be afraid of drawing large numbers of sympathizers into the work of building up the military and technical departments of our army. Now that the ideological and organizational foundations of our party and our army have been firmly laid, not only is there no danger in drawing in large numbers of sympathizers, not saboteurs of course, but it is indeed an indispensable policy, for otherwise it will be impossible to win the sympathy of the whole country and expand our revolutionary forces. All these tactical principles for the united front and the concrete policies formulated in accordance with them must be firmly applied by the whole party. At a time when the Japanese invaders are intensifying their aggression against China and when the big landlords and big bourgeoisie are pursuing high-handed policies and launching armed attacks against the Communist Party and the people, the application of the tactical principles and concrete policies outlined above is the only way to press on with the war of resistance, broaden the united front, win the sympathy of the whole people and bring about a turn for the better in the situation. In rectifying errors, however, we must proceed step by step, and must not be so hasty as to cause discontent among the cadres, suspicion among the masses, counterattacks by the landlords, or other undesirable developments. Order and Statement on the Southern Anhui Incident. January 20, 1941. Order of the Revolutionary Military Commission of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Yan'an, January 20, 1941. The new Fourth Army of the National Revolutionary Army has won fame both at home and abroad by its distinguished service in the War of Resistance. Commander Yeting has an outstanding record in leading the army against the enemy. Recently, however, while it was moving northward in accordance with instructions, this army was treacherously attacked by the pro-Japanese clique, and Commander Yet, wounded and exhausted in the fighting, was thrown into jail. Informed of the whole course of the Southern Anhui incident by telegrams from Chen Yi, the commander of the 1st Detachment of the Army, and Chang Yunyi, the Army's Chief of Staff, the Commission expresses its great wrath and its deep solicitude for our comrades. In addition to the adoption of measures to deal with the towering crime of the pro-Japanese clique in sabotaging the War of Resistance, attacking the People's Armed Forces and launching civil war, the Commission hereby appoints Chen Yi as acting commander of the new Fourth Army of the National Revolutionary Army, Chang Yunyi as deputy commander, Lai Chuanchu as chief of staff, and Tang Zihui as director of the political department. Acting Commander Chen Yi and his associates are hereby instructed to devote their efforts to strengthening the army, reinforcing unity within its ranks, ensuring good relations with the people, carrying out the Three People's Principles, adhering to the testament of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, and consolidating and expanding the anti-Japanese National United Front in the struggle to defend our people and our country, to carry the War of Resistance forward to the end and to guard against attacks by the pro-Japanese clique. Statement by the spokesman of the Revolutionary Military Commission of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China to a correspondent of the Xinhua News Agency. January 22, 1941. The recent anti-communist Southern Anhui incident had been brewing for a long time. Present developments are but the opening phase of a national emergency. Since the formation of their Triple Alliance one with Germany and Italy, the Japanese aggressors have redoubled their efforts to engineer changes within China so as to find a quick solution to the Sino-Japanese War. Their purpose is to use the Chinese themselves to suppress the anti-Japanese movement and consolidate the rear for Japan's southward drive, so that she will be free to drive south in coordination with Hitler's offensive against Britain. A considerable number of ringleaders from the pro-Japanese clique have long entrenched themselves in the party, government, and army organizations of the Kuomintang and have been carrying on agitation day and night. The preparations for their plot were completed by the end of last year. The attack on the new Fourth Army units in Southern Anhui and the reactionary order of January 17 are only the first open signs of this plot. Incidents of the gravest nature will now be staged one after another. What are the details of the plot of the Japanese aggressors and the pro-Japanese clique? They are as follows. 1. To publish the two telegrams of October 19 and December 8 3 to Chu Te, Peng Te Huai, Yeting, and Xiang Ying over the signatures of Ho Yingchen and Pal Chung Shi, in order to arouse public opinion. 2. To start a press campaign on the importance of observing military discipline and military orders in preparation for launching civil war. 3. To wipe out the new Fourth Army units in Southern Anhui. 4. To declare that the new Fourth Army has mutinied and cancel its official designation. These 4 steps have already been taken. 5. To appoint Tang Enpo, Li Pinqian, Wang Chunglin, and Han Taichen as communist suppression commanders of the various route armies in central China, with Li Tsungzhen as supreme commander, in order to attack the new Fourth Army units under Peng Suchfeng, Chang Yunyi, and Li Xianyan and, if this comes off, to make further attacks on the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army units in Shantung and northern Jiangsu, with the Japanese troops acting in close coordination. This step is now being taken. 6. To find a pretext to declare that the 8th Route Army has mutinied, cancel its official designation, and order the arrest of Chu Te and Peng Te Huai. This move is now in preparation. 7. To close down the liaison offices of the 8th Route Army in Chongqing, Xi'an, and Guilin, and arrest Zhou Enlai, Ye Qianying, Teng Paiwu and Teng Yingchao. This move has begun with the closing down of the liaison office in Quilin. 8. To close down the New China Daily. 9. To launch attacks on the Shenxi-Kan-Suningxia border region and seize Yan'an. 10. To make wholesale arrests of prominent people favoring resistance to Japan and suppress the anti-Japanese movement in Chongqing and in the provinces. 11. To destroy Communist Party organizations in all provinces and make wholesale arrests of communists. 12. To proclaim the recovery of lost territories by the Kuomintang government upon the withdrawal of Japanese troops from central and southern China, and at the same time to carry out propaganda on the necessity of concluding a so-called peace with honor. 13. Japan to launch most ferocious attacks on the 8th Route Army by bringing up her troops from central and southern China as reinforcements to the north, and to cooperate with the Kuomintang forces in order to annihilate the whole 8th Route and new 4th Armies. 14. The Kuomintang to continue last year's state of ceasefire with Japan on all fronts in order to turn it into one of general truce and peace negotiations while ceaselessly attacking the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army. 15. The Kuomintang government to sign a peace treaty with Japan and join the Triple Alliance. Active preparations are now being made for these moves. Such in general outline is the treacherous plot of Japan and the pro-Japanese clique. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China pointed out in its manifesto of July 7, 1939, capitulation presents the greatest danger in the current situation, and anti-communism is the preparatory step to capitulation. Its manifesto of July 7, 1940 stated, "The danger of capitulation has never been so serious and the difficulties in the war have never been so great as they are today." Chu Tai, Peng Tai Huai, Yeting, and Xiang Ying pointed this out even more concretely in their telegram of November 9 of last year. Certain people at home are engineering a new anti-communist onslaught in an attempt to clear the way for capitulation. They want to put an end to the war of resistance by what they call Sino-Japanese cooperation in suppressing the communists. They want to substitute civil war for the war of resistance, capitulation for independence, a split for unity and darkness for light. Their activities are sinister and their designs pernicious. People are telling each other the news and are horrified. Indeed, the situation has never been so critical as it is today. Thus the Southern Anhui incident and the order of January 17 of the Military Council in Chongqing are merely the beginning of a series of incidents. The order of January 17 in particular is full of grave political implications. The fact that those who issued this counter-revolutionary order dared to do so openly, risking universal condemnation, shows that they must have determined upon a complete split and out capitulation. For without their wire-pulling masters, the political representatives of the flabby class of big landlords and big bourgeoisie in China cannot move an inch, let alone embark on an undertaking such as this which has shocked the whole world. In the present circumstances, it seems very difficult to make those who issued the order change their minds, and it will probably be impossible to do so without emergency action by the whole nation and strong diplomatic pressure from abroad. Hence the urgent task of the whole nation now is to watch developments with the utmost vigilance and prepare itself against any sinister eventuality that the reactionaries may precipitate. There must not be the slightest negligence. As for China's future, the matter is quite clear. Even if the Japanese aggressors and the pro-Japanese clique are able to succeed in their plots, we Chinese communists and the people will never allow them to keep up their tyranny indefinitely. Not only are we duty-bound to step forward and take control of the situation, we are also confident of our ability to do so. However dark the situation, however thorny the road, and whatever the price that road exacts, the loss of the new 4th Army units in southern Anhui is part of that price. The Japanese aggressors and the pro-Japanese clique are certainly doomed. The reasons are as follows. 1. The Communist Party of China can no longer be easily deceived and crushed, as it was in 1927. It is now a major party standing firmly on its own feet. 2. Many members of other parties and groups, including the Kuomintang, who are apprehensive of the disaster of national subjugation, certainly have no wish to capitulate and fight a civil war. Some of them are hoodwinked for the moment, but they may come to their senses in due course. 3. The same is true of the troops. Most of them oppose the Communist Party under compulsion. 4. The vast majority of the Chinese people have no desire to be colonial slaves. 5. The imperialist war is on the eve of a great change. However rampant they may be for the moment, the parasites who depend on imperialism will soon find out that their bosses are not reliable. The whole situation will change when the tree falls and the monkeys scatter. 6. The outbreak of revolution in many countries is only a question of time, and it is certain that these revolutions and the Chinese Revolution will support one another in the joint struggle for victory. 7. The Soviet Union is the strongest force in the world and will definitely help China fight the war of resistance to the very end. For all these reasons we hope that those who are playing with fire will not get too dizzy. We now serve them with this formal warning: better be careful. This fire is not a plaything. Look out for your own skins. If you calm down and give the matter some thought, you will have to take the following steps promptly and in earnest. 1. Rein in on the brink of the precipice and stop your provocations. 2. Rescind the reactionary order of January 17 and publicly admit that you have been completely wrong. 3. Punish Ho Ying-chin, Ku Chutung and Shang Quan Yunxiang, the chief culprits in the Southern Anhui incident. 4. Release Yeting and reinstate him as commander of the new Fourth Army. 5. Return all the men and arms captured in Southern Anhui to the new Fourth Army. 6. Compensate all the officers and men of the new Fourth Army who were wounded and the families of those who were killed in Southern Anhui. 7. Withdraw the troops sent to Central China for communist suppression. 8. Demolish the blockade line in the northwest. 4. 9. Release all patriotic political prisoners. 10. Abolish the one-party dictatorship and introduce democratic government. 11. Carry out the Three People's Principles and observe Dr. Sun Yat-sen's testament. 12. Arrest the ringleaders of the pro-Japanese clique and bring them to trial in accordance with the law of the land. There will, of course, be a return to normal if these 12 points are put into effect, and we communists and the whole people will certainly not push matters to extremes. Otherwise, Chi Sun's troubles, I am afraid, will not come from Chuanya but will arise at home. 5. In other words, the reactionaries will be lifting a rock only to drop it on their own toes, and then we will not be able to help them even if we would like to. We value cooperation, but they ought to set store by it, too. To be frank, there is a limit to our concessions. The stage of concessions is over as far as we are concerned. They have inflicted the first gash, and a very deep one at that. If they still care for their own future, they should come forward of their own accord and dress the wound. It is not too late to mend the fold even after some of the sheep have been lost. It is a matter of life and death for them, and we feel obliged to give them this final piece of advice. But if they remain impenitent and keep up their wrongdoing, the people of China, having reached the end of their forbearance, will dump them on the muck heap and then it will be too late for repentance. As for the new Fourth Army, the Revolutionary Military Commission of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China issued an order on January 20, appointing Chen Yi as acting commander, Chang Yunyi as deputy commander, Lai Chuanchu as chief of staff and Teng Zihui as director of the political department. With more than 90,000 troops remaining in central China and the southern part of Jiangsu, the new Fourth Army, though subjected to pincer attacks by the Japanese aggressors and the anti-communist troops, will certainly fight on despite all hardships and will never cease to render loyal service to the nation. Meanwhile, the units of its brother army, the 8th Root Army, will not sit by and watch it suffer these pincer attacks, but will certainly take steps to give the necessary assistance. This I can say bluntly. As for the statement made by the spokesman of the Military Council in Chongqing, the only possible comment is that it is self-contradictory. While the Chongqing Military Council stated in its order that the new Fourth Army had mutinied, the spokesman said that its aim was to move into the Nanking-Shanghai-Hangzhou Triangle in order to establish a base there. Now, suppose we accept what he says. Can a move into the Nanking-Shanghai-Hangzhou Triangle be regarded as a mutiny? That blockhead of a Chongqing spokesman did not stop to think. Against whom would the new Fourth Army be mutinying in that area? Is it not an area under Japanese occupation? Then why should you prevent the new Fourth Army from moving into that area and try to wipe it out while it was still in southern Anhui? Ah, of course. After all, that is what loyal servants of Japanese imperialism would do. Hence their plan to mass 7 divisions in an annihilation campaign, hence their order of January 17, and hence their trial of Yeting. However, I still say that the Chungking spokesman is an idiot, for without being pressed he has let the cat out of the bag and revealed the plans of Japanese imperialism to the whole people. The situation after the repulse of the second anti-communist onslaught. March 18, 1941. This inter-party directive was written by Comrade Mao Zedong on behalf of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. 1. The second anti-communist onslaught, one which was touched off by the telegram of Ho Yingqian and Pai Cheng-shi, dated October 19 last year, reached its climax in the southern Anhui incident and Chiang Kai-shek's order of January 17. The rearguard actions are his anti-communist speech of March 6 and the anti-communist resolution of the People's Political Council. 2. From now on there may be some temporary easing of the situation. With the world's 2 major imperialist blocs on the eve of a decisive struggle, that section of China's big bourgeoisie which is pro-British and pro-American and which is still opposed to the Japanese aggressors finds it necessary to seek a slight temporary relaxation in the present strained relations between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. Besides, the Kuomintang cannot keep these relations strained to the pitch of the past 5 months, because of the situation within the Kuomintang. There are contradictions between its central and local authorities, between the CC clique and the political science group, between the CC clique and the Fuxing Society 3 and between the diehards and the intermediate sections, and also contradictions within the CC clique and the Fuxing Society themselves. Because of the domestic situation, the broad masses of the people are opposed to the Kuomintang's tyranny and sympathize with the Communist Party, and because of our party's own policy, of continuing the protest campaign. At the moment, therefore, Chiang Kai-shek needs a slight temporary easing of the tension. 2. The recent struggle points to a decline in the standing of the Kuomintang and a rise in that of the Communist Party, and this is the key factor in certain changes that have occurred in the relative strength of the 2 parties. All this has compelled Chiang Kai-shek to reconsider his own position and attitude. In stressing national defense and preaching that party politics are out of date, he is posing as a national leader who is above domestic contradictions and feigning impartiality to class and party, his aim being to preserve the rule of the big landlord class and big bourgeoisie and the Kuomintang. But this attempt of his will certainly prove futile, if it is only a subterfuge and means no real change in policy. 3. At the beginning of the recent anti-communist onslaught, the policy of conciliation and concession which our party adopted out of consideration for the general interest, as indicated in the telegram of November 9 last year, won the sympathy of the people, and we again won the support of the whole people when, after the southern Anhui incident, we turned to a vigorous counter-offensive, as indicated by our 2 sets of 12 demands for our refusal to attend the People's Political Council and the countrywide protest campaign. This policy of ours, the policy of waging struggle on just grounds, to our advantage, and with restraint, was entirely necessary for repulsing the latest anti-communist onslaught, and it has already proved fruitful. Until there is a reasonable settlement of the major points at issue between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, we must not show any slackening in our campaign of stern protest against the southern Anhui incident, which was engineered by the pro-Japanese and anti-communist cliques in the Kuomintang, and against their political and military oppression in all its forms, and must intensify our propaganda for the first 12 demands. 4. The Kuomintang will never relax its policy of oppression of our party and other progressives or its anti-communist propaganda in the areas under its rule, therefore our party must heighten its vigilance. The Kuomintang will continue its attacks on the areas north of the Huai River, in eastern Anhui and in central Hubei, and our armed forces must not hesitate to repulse them. All base areas must strictly carry out the Central Committee's directive of December 25 last year. 5. Intensify inter-party education on tactics and rectify ultra-left views, so that we can unfalteringly maintain the anti-Japanese democratic base areas. Throughout the country, including, of course, all the base areas, we must reject the erroneous estimate that a final split between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party has either already occurred or is about to occur, together with the many incorrect views arising therefrom. Notes 1. For a fuller account of the second anti-communist onslaught, see a comment on the sessions of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee and of the People's Political Council, Selected Works of Mao Zedong, ENG ed., FLP, Peking, 1965, Vol. 3, pages 137-51. 2. On March 6, 1941, Chiang Kai-shek delivered an anti-communist speech at a meeting of the People's Political Council. Harping on his old theme that the direction of all military and political affairs must be unified, he declared that the organs of anti-Japanese democratic political power in the enemy's rear should be abolished and that the People's Armed Forces led by the Chinese Communist Party must be concentrated in specified areas according to his orders and plans. On the same day, the People's Political Council, which was dominated by the Kuomintang reactionaries, passed a resolution whitewashing Chiang Kai-shek's anti-communist and anti-popular activities and violently attacking the communist members of the People's Political Council for their refusal to attend the council's session in protest against the Southern Anhui incident. 3. For the Political Science Group, see Problems of War and Strategy, Note 14 p. 234 of this volume. For the C.C. Clique and the Fuxing Society, see The Situation and Tasks in the Anti-Japanese War After the Fall of Shanghai and Taiyuan, Note 10, p. 74 of this volume. For the first set of 12 demands, proposed by the Communist members of the People's Political Council at its session of February 15, 1941, were similar to those listed in the Order and Statement on the Southern Anhui Incident. The second set were put to Chiang Kai-shek on March 2, 1941 by the Communist members of the People's Political Council as a condition for their attendance of the Council's sessions and were as follows. 1. Immediately stop the anti-communist military attacks all over the country. 2. Immediately stop the nationwide political persecution of the Chinese Communist Party and of all other democratic parties and groups, recognize their legal status, and release all their members arrested in Xi'an, Chongqing, Guiyang and other places. 3. Lift the ban on the bookshops which have been closed down in various places, and rescind the order for impounding anti-Japanese books and newspapers in post offices. 4. Immediately stop all restrictions on the New China Daily. 5. Recognize the legal status of the Shenxi-Kan-Suningxia border region. 6. Recognize the organs of anti-Japanese democratic political power in the enemy's rear. 7. Maintain the status quo in the division of garrison areas in central northern and northwestern China. 8. Let the communist-led armed forces form another group army in addition to the 18th Group Army, making a total of 6 army corps. 9. Release all the cadres arrested during the Southern Anhui incident and provide funds for the relief of the victims' families. 10. Release all officers and men taken prisoner during the Southern Anhui incident and return all their arms. 11. Form a joint committee of all the parties and groups, with one representative from each, and appoint the Kuomintang and the Communist Party representatives to be its chairman and vice-chairman respectively. 12. Include communist representatives in the Presidium of the People's Political Council. 5. The directive of December 25 is included as the article on policy, pages 441-49 of this volume. Conclusions on the repulse of the Second Anti-Communist Onslaught. May 8, 1941. This inter-party directive was written by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. As the Central Committee's directive of March 18, 1941, has stated, the Second Anti-Communist Onslaught has come to an end. What has followed since is the continuance of the war of resistance against Japan in new circumstances, international as well as domestic. The additional factors in these new circumstances are the spread of the imperialist war, the upsurge of the international revolutionary movement, the neutrality pact between the Soviet Union and Japan won the defeat of the Kuomintang's second anti-communist onslaught and the consequent decline in the political standing of the Kuomintang and rise in that of the Communist Party, and, Furthermore, the latest preparations by Japan for a new large-scale offensive against China. It is absolutely necessary for us to study and learn the lessons of our party's heroic and victorious struggle against the recent anti-communist onslaught, for the purpose of uniting the people throughout the country to persevere in the war of resistance and for the purpose of continuing effectively to overcome the danger of capitulation and the anti-communist countercurrent of the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie. One of China's two major contradictions, the national contradiction between China and Japan, is still primary and the internal class contradiction in China is still subordinate. The fact that a national enemy has penetrated deep into our country is all decisive. As long as the contradiction between China and Japan remains acute, even if the entire big landlord class and big bourgeoisie turn traitor and surrender, they can never bring about another 1927 situation, with the repetition of the April 12 2 and the May 21 incidents 3 of that year. The first anti-communist onslaught 4 was appraised as another May 21 incident by some comrades, and the second onslaught as a repetition of the April 12 and the May 21 incidents, but objective facts have proved these appraisals wrong. The mistake of these comrades lies in forgetting that the national contradiction is the primary one. 2. In the circumstances, the pro-British and pro-American big landlords and big bourgeoisie, who direct all Kuomintang government policy, remain classes with a dual character. On the one hand they are opposed to Japan, and on the other they are opposed to the Communist Party and the broad masses of the people represented by the party. And both their resistance to Japan and their anti-communism bear a dual character. With regard to their resistance to Japan, while they are opposed to Japan, they are not actively waging war or actively opposing Wang Qingwei and the other traitors, and sometimes they even flirt with Japan's peace emissaries. With regard to their anti-communism, they are opposed to the Communist Party, having gone so far as to create the Southern Anhui incident and to issue the order of January 17, but at the same time they do not want a final split and still maintain their stick and carrot policy. These facts have been confirmed once again in the recent anti-communist onslaught. Chinese politics, which are extremely complex, demand our comrades' deepest attention. Since the pro-British and pro-American big landlords and big bourgeoisie are still resisting Japan and are still using the stick and carrot in dealing with our party, the policy of our party is to do unto them as they do unto us, 5 stick for stick and carrot for carrot. Such is the revolutionary dual policy. So long as the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie do not completely turn traitor, this policy of ours will not change. 3. A whole range of tactics is needed to combat the Kuomintang's anti-communist policy, and there must be absolutely no carelessness or negligence. The enmity and brutality of the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie represented by Chiang Kai-shek towards the People's Revolutionary Forces were not only demonstrated by the 10 years of anti-communist war, but they have been fully demonstrated in the midst of the war against Japan by 2 anti-communist onslaughts, and particularly by the Southern Anhui incident during the second anti-communist onslaught. If a people's revolutionary force is to avoid extermination by Chiang Kai-shek and to compel him to acknowledge its existence, it has no alternative but to wage a tit-for-tat struggle against his counter-revolutionary policies. The defeat resulting from Comrade Xiang Ying's opportunism during the recent anti-communist onslaught should serve as a grave warning to the whole party. But the struggle must be waged on just grounds, to our advantage, and with restraint. If any of the 3 is lacking, we shall suffer setbacks. 4. In the struggle against the Kuomintang diehards, the big comprador bourgeoisie must be distinguished from the national bourgeoisie, which has little or no comprador character, and the most reactionary big landlords must be distinguished from the enlightened gentry and the general run of landlords. This is the theoretical basis of our party's endeavor to win over the intermediate sections and establish organs of political power on the 3/3 system, and it has been repeatedly stressed by the Central Committee since March last year. Its correctness was proved afresh during the recent anti-communist onslaught. The stand we took before the Southern Anhui incident, as expressed in our November 9 telegram 6, was entirely necessary for our shift to the political counterattack after the incident, otherwise we could not have won over the intermediate sections. For unless they had been taught time and again by experience, the intermediate sections would have been unable to understand why our party must wage resolute struggles against the Kuomintang diehards, why unity can be gained only through struggle and why there can be no unity whatsoever if struggle is abandoned. Although the leading elements in the regional power groups belong to the big landlord class and the big bourgeoisie, generally they should also be regarded and treated as intermediate sections, since there are contradictions between them and the big landlords and big bourgeois who control the central government. Yan Xishan, who was most active in the first anti-communist onslaught, took a middle stand in the second, and although the Guangxi clique which took a middle stand in the first onslaught came in on the anti-communist side in the second, it is still in contradiction with the Chiang Kai-shek clique and not to be identified with it. This applies with still greater force to other regional power groups. Many of our comrades, however, still lump the different landlord and bourgeois groups together, as though the entire landlord class and bourgeoisie had turned traitor after the Southern Anhui incident. This is an oversimplification of China's complex politics. Were we to adopt this view and identify all the landlords and the bourgeoisie with the Kuomintang diehards, we would isolate ourselves. It must be realized that Chinese society is big in the middle and small at both ends, and that the Communist Party cannot solve China's problems unless it wins over the masses of the intermediate classes and unless it enables them to play their proper role according to their circumstances. 5. Because some comrades have wavered on the point that the contradiction between China and Japan is the primary one and hence have wrongly appraised class relations in China, they have at times wavered on the policy of the party. Proceeding from their appraisal of the Southern Anhui incident as another April 12 or May 21 incident, these comrades now seem to think that the Central Committee's policy directive of December 25 last year is no longer applicable, or at least not altogether applicable. They believe that we no longer need the kind of state power that includes all who stand for resistance and democracy but need a so-called state power of the workers, peasants, and urban petty bourgeoisie, and that we no longer need the united front policy of the period of the War of Resistance but need a policy of agrarian revolution as during the 10 years civil war. The party's correct policy has become blurred in the minds of these comrades, at any rate for the time being. 6. When these comrades were instructed by the Central Committee of our party to be prepared against a possible split by the Kuomintang, that is, against the worst possible development, they forgot the other possibilities. They do not understand that while it is absolutely necessary to prepare for the worst possibility, this does not mean ignoring the favorable possibilities. On the contrary, such preparation for the worst is precisely a condition for creating favorable possibilities and turning them into reality. On this occasion, we were fully prepared against a split by the Kuomintang, and so the Kuomintang dared not bring about a split lightly. 7. There are even more comrades who fail to understand the unity of the national struggle and the class struggle, and who fail to understand united front policy and class policy, and consequently the unity of united front education and class education. They hold that after the Southern Anhui incident special emphasis should be placed on class education as distinct from united front education. Even now they do not understand that for the whole period of the anti-Japanese war the party has a single integral policy, the National United Front policy, a dual policy, which integrates the two aspects, unity and struggle towards all those in the upper and middle strata who are still resisting Japan, whether they belong to the big landlord class and big bourgeoisie or the intermediate classes. This dual policy should be applied even to the puppet troops, the traitors, and the pro-Japanese elements, except for those who are absolutely unrepentant, whom we must resolutely crush. The education which our party conducts among its own members and the people in general likewise embraces both these aspects, that is, it teaches the proletariat and the peasantry and other sections of the petty bourgeoisie how to unite, in different ways, with the different strata of the bourgeoisie and the landlord class for resistance to Japan, and at the same time how to conduct struggles against them in varying degrees according to the varying degrees in which they compromise, vacillate and are anti-communist. United front policy is class policy and the two are inseparable. Whoever is unclear on this will be unclear on many other problems. 8 other comrades do not understand that the social character of the Shenxi-Kansu-Ningxia border region and the anti-Japanese base areas in northern and central China is already new democratic. The main criterion in judging whether an area is new democratic in character is whether representatives of the broad masses of the people participate in the political power there and whether this political power is led by the Communist Party. Therefore, United Front political power under communist leadership is the chief mark of a new democratic society. Some people think that new democracy can be considered as accomplished only if there is an agrarian revolution like that of the 10 Years' Civil War, but they are wrong. At present the political system in the base areas is a political system of the united front of all the people who are for resistance and democracy. The economy is one from which the elements of semi-colonialism and semi-feudalism have been basically eliminated, and the culture is an anti-imperialist and anti-feudal culture of the broad masses of the people. Therefore, whether viewed politically, economically, or culturally, both the anti-Japanese base areas which have only enforced the reduction of rent and interest and the Shenxi-Kan-Suningxia border region which has gone through a thorough agrarian revolution are new democratic in character. When the example of the anti-Japanese base areas is extended throughout the country, then the whole of China will become a new democratic republic. Preface and postscript to Rural Surveys. March and April 1941. Preface. March 17, 1941. The present rural policy of the party is not one of agrarian revolution as during the 10 Years' Civil War, but is a rural policy for the National United Front against Japan. The whole party should carry out the Central Committee's directives of July 7 and December 25, 1941, and the directives of the forthcoming 7th National Congress. The following material is being published to help comrades find a method for studying problems. Many of our comrades still have a crude and careless style of work, do not seek to understand things thoroughly and may even be completely ignorant of conditions at the lower levels, and yet they are responsible for directing work. This is an extremely dangerous state of affairs. Without a really concrete knowledge of the actual conditions of the classes in Chinese society there can be no really good leadership. The only way to know conditions is to make social investigations, to investigate the conditions of each social class in real life. For those charged with directing work, the basic method for knowing conditions is to concentrate on a few cities and villages according to a plan, use the fundamental viewpoint of Marxism, i.e., the method of class analysis, and make a number of thorough investigations. Only thus can we acquire even the most rudimentary knowledge of China's social problems. To do this, first, direct your eyes downward, do not hold your head high and gaze at the sky. Unless a person is interested in turning his eyes downward and is determined to do so, he will never in his whole life really understand things in China. Second, hold fact-finding meetings. Certainly, no all-round knowledge can be acquired merely by glancing this way and that and listening to hearsay. Of the data I obtained through fact-finding meetings, those on Hunan Province and on Qingkangshan have been lost. The materials published here consist mainly of the survey of Xinqiu, the survey of Chongkong Township and the survey of Psisi Township. Holding fact-finding meetings is the simplest, most practicable and most reliable method, from which I have derived much benefit. It is a better school than any university. Those attending such meetings should be really experienced cadres of middle and lower ranks, or ordinary people. In my investigations of 5 counties in Hunan Province and 2 counties in Qingkangshan, I approached responsible cadres of middle rank. In the Sunwu investigation I approached cadres of the middle and lower ranks, a poor suit sai, to a bankrupt ex-president of the Chamber of Commerce and a petty official in charge of county revenue who had lost his job. All of these people gave me a great deal of information I had never even heard of. The man who for the first time gave me a complete picture of the rottenness of Chinese jails was a petty jailer I met during my investigation in Hongshan County, Hunan. In my investigations of Xinqiu County and Chongkong and Psisi townships, I approached comrades working at the township level and ordinary peasants. These cadres, the peasants, the suit sai, the jailer, the merchant, and the revenue clerk were all my esteemed teachers, and as their pupil I had to be respectful and diligent and comradely in my attitude, otherwise they would have paid no attention to me, and, though they knew, would not have spoken or, if they spoke, would not have told all they knew. A fact-finding meeting need not be large, from 3 to 5 or 7 or 8 people are enough. Ample time must be allowed and an outline for the investigation must be prepared. Furthermore, one must personally ask questions, take notes, and have discussions with those at the meeting. Therefore one certainly cannot make an investigation, or do it well, without zeal, a determination to direct one's eyes downward and a thirst for knowledge, and without shedding the ugly mantle of pretentiousness and becoming a willing pupil. It has to be understood that the masses are the real heroes, while we ourselves are often childish and ignorant, and without this understanding it is impossible to acquire even the most rudimentary knowledge. I should like to repeat that the main purpose of publishing this reference material is to indicate a method for finding out the conditions prevailing at the lower levels. It is not to have comrades memorize the specific material and the conclusions drawn from it. Speaking generally, the infant bourgeoisie of China has not been able, and never will be able, to provide relatively comprehensive or even rudimentary material on social conditions, as the bourgeoisie in Europe, America, and Japan has done. We have therefore no alternative but to collect it ourselves. Speaking specifically, people engaged in practical work must at all times keep abreast of changing conditions, and this is something for which no communist party in any country can depend on others. Therefore, everyone engaged in practical work must investigate conditions at the lower levels. Such investigation is especially necessary for those who know theory but do not know the actual conditions, for otherwise they will not be able to link theory with practice. Although my assertion, no investigation, no right to speak, has been ridiculed as narrow empiricism, to this day I do not regret having made it. What is more, I still insist that without investigation there cannot possibly be any right to speak. There are many people who the moment they alight from the official carriage make a hullabaloo, spout opinions, criticize this and condemn that, but, in fact, 10 out of 10 of them will meet with failure. For such views or criticisms, which are not based on thorough investigation, are nothing but ignorant twaddle. Countless times our party suffered at the hands of these imperial envoys, who rushed here, there, and everywhere. Stalin rightly says that theory becomes purposeless if it is not connected with revolutionary practice. And he rightly adds that practice gropes in the dark if its path is not illumined by revolutionary theory. 3. Nobody should be labeled a narrow empiricist except the practical man who gropes in the dark and lacks perspective and foresight. Today I still feel keenly the necessity for thorough research into Chinese and world affairs. This is related to the scantiness of my own knowledge of Chinese and world affairs and does not imply that I know everything and that others are ignorant. It is my wish to go on being a pupil, learning from the masses, together with all other party comrades. Postscript. April 19, 1941. The experience of the period of the 10 years Civil War is the best and most pertinent for the present period, the war of resistance against Japan. This refers to the aspect of how to link ourselves with the masses and mobilize them against the enemy, but not to the aspect of the tactical line. The party's present tactical line is different in principle from that of the past. Formerly, the party's tactical line was to oppose the landlords and the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie. Now, it is to unite with all those landlords and members of the bourgeoisie who are not against resisting Japan. Even in the latter stage of the 10 years Civil War, it was incorrect not to have adopted differing policies towards the reactionary government and political party which were launching armed attacks on us on the one hand, and towards all the social strata of a capitalist character under our own rule on the other. It was also incorrect not to have adopted differing policies towards the different groups within the reactionary government and political party. At that time, a policy of all struggle was pursued towards every section of society other than the peasantry and the lower strata of the urban petty bourgeoisie, and this policy was undoubtedly wrong. In agrarian policy, it was also wrong to repudiate the correct policy adopted in the early and middle periods of the 10 years Civil War, for whereby the landlords were given the same allotment of land as the peasants so that they could engage in farming and would not become displaced or go up into the mountains as bandits and disrupt public order. The party's policy is now of necessity a different one. It is not all struggle and no alliance, neither is it all alliance and no struggle, like the Chen Tu-suism of 1927. Instead, it is a policy of uniting with all social strata opposed to Japanese imperialism, of forming a united front with and yet of waging struggles against them, struggles that differ in form according to the different degrees in which their vacillating or reactionary side manifests itself in capitulation to the enemy and opposition to the Communist Party and the people. The present policy is a dual policy which synthesizes alliance and struggle. In labor policy, it is the dual policy of suitably improving the workers' livelihood and of not hampering the proper development of the capitalist economy. In agrarian policy, it is the dual policy of requiring the landlords to reduce rent and interest and of stipulating that the peasants should pay this reduced rent and interest. In the sphere of political rights, it is the dual policy of allowing all the anti-Japanese landlords and capitalists the same rights of person and the same political and property rights as the workers and peasants, and yet of guarding against possible counter-revolutionary activity on their part. State-owned and cooperative economy should be developed, but the main economic sector in the rural base areas today consists not of state but of private enterprises, and the sector of non-monopoly capitalism in our economy should be given the opportunity to develop and be used against Japanese imperialism and the semi-feudal system. This is the most revolutionary policy for China today, and to oppose or impede its execution is undoubtedly a mistake. To preserve the communist purity of party members scrupulously and resolutely, and to protect the useful part of the capitalist sector of the social economy and enable it to develop appropriately, are both indispensable tasks for us in the period of resisting Japan and building a democratic republic. In this period it is possible that some communists may be corrupted by the bourgeoisie and that capitalist ideas may emerge among members of the party, and we must fight against these decadent ideas. However, we should not mistakenly carry over the struggle against capitalist ideas within the party to the field of social economy and oppose the capitalist sector of the economy. We must draw a clear line of demarcation between the two. The Communist Party of China is working in a complicated environment, and every party member and especially every cadre, must temper himself to become a fighter who understands Marxist tactics. A one-sided and oversimplified approach to problems can never lead the revolution to victory. Reform our study. May 1941. Comrade Mao Zedong made this report to a cadres meeting in Yan'an. The report and the two articles, Rectify the Party's Style of Work and Oppose Stereotyped Party Writing, are Comrade Mao Zedong's basic works on the rectification movement. In these he summed up, on the ideological plane, past differences in the party over the party line and analyzed the petty bourgeois ideology and style which, masquerading as Marxism-Leninism, were prevalent in the party, and which chiefly manifested themselves in subjectivist and sectarian tendencies, their form of expression being stereotyped party writing. Comrade Mao Zedong called for a party-wide movement of Marxist-Leninist education to rectify style of work in accordance with the ideological principles of Marxism-Leninism. His call very quickly led to a great debate between proletarian and petty bourgeois ideology inside and outside the party. This consolidated the position of proletarian ideology inside and outside the party, enabled the broad ranks of cadres to take a great step forward ideologically and the party to achieve unprecedented unity. I propose that we should reform the method and the system of study throughout the party. The reasons are as follows. The 20 years of the Communist Party of China have been 20 years in which the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism has become more and more integrated with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution. If we recall how superficial meager our understanding of Marxism-Leninism and of the Chinese Revolution was during our party's infancy, we can see how much deeper and richer it is now. For 100 years, the finest sons and daughters of the disaster-ridden Chinese nation fought and sacrificed their lives, one stepping into the breach as another fell, in quest of the truth that would save the country and the people. This moves us to song and tears. But it was only after World War I and the October Revolution in Russia that we found Marxism-Leninism, the best of truths, the best of weapons for liberating our nation. And the Communist Party of China has been the initiator, propagandist, and organizer in the wielding of this weapon. As soon as it was linked with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution, the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism gave an entirely new complexion to the Chinese Revolution. Since the outbreak of the War of Resistance against Japan, our party, basing itself on the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism, has taken a further step in its study of the concrete practice of this war and in its study of China and the world today, and has also made a beginning in the study of Chinese history. These are all very good signs. 2. However, we still have shortcomings, and very big ones too. Unless we correct these shortcomings, we shall not, in my opinion, be able to take another step forward in our work and in our great cause of integrating the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution. First, take the study of current conditions. We have achieved some success in our study of present domestic and international conditions, but for such a large political party as ours, the material we have collected is fragmentary and our research work unsystematic on each and every aspect of these subjects, whether it be the political, military, economic, or cultural aspect. Generally speaking, in the last 20 years we have not done systematic and thorough work in collecting and studying material on these aspects, and we are lacking in a climate of investigation and study of objective reality. To behave like a blindfolded man catching sparrows, or a blind man groping for fish, to be crude and careless, to indulge in verbiage, to rest content with a smattering of knowledge, such is the extremely bad style of work that still exists among many comrades in our party, a style utterly opposed to the fundamental spirit of Marxism-Leninism. Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin have taught us that it is necessary to study conditions conscientiously and to proceed from objective reality and not from subjective wishes, but many of our comrades act in direct violation of this truth. Second, take the study of history. Although a few party members and sympathizers have undertaken this work, it has not been done in an organized way. Many party members are still in a fog about Chinese history, whether of the last 100 years or of ancient times. There are many Marxist-Leninist scholars who cannot open their mouths without citing ancient Greece, but as for their own ancestors, sorry, they have been forgotten. There is no climate of serious study either of current conditions or of past history. Third, take the study of international revolutionary experience, the study of the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism. Many comrades seem to study Marxism-Leninism not to meet the needs of revolutionary practice, but purely for the sake of study. Consequently, though they read, they cannot digest. They can only cite odd quotations from Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin in a one-sided manner, but are unable to apply the stand, viewpoint, and method of Marx, Engels, Lenin and Stalin to the concrete study of China's present conditions and her history, or to the concrete analysis and solution of the problems of the Chinese Revolution. Such an attitude towards Marxism-Leninism does a great deal of harm, particularly among cadres of the middle and higher ranks. The three aspects I have just mentioned, neglect of the study of current conditions, neglect of the study of history, and neglect of the application of Marxism-Leninism, all constitute an extremely bad style of work. Its spread has harmed many of our comrades. There are indeed many comrades in our ranks who have been led astray by this style of work. Unwilling to carry on systematic and thorough investigation and study of the specific conditions inside and outside the country, the province, county, or district, they issue orders on no other basis than their scanty knowledge, and it must be so because it seems so to me. Does not this subjectivist style still exist among a great many comrades? Expose the plot for a Far Eastern Munich. May 25, 1941. This inter-party directive was written by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. 1. A compromise between Japan and the United States at the expense of China, and the creation of an Eastern Munich against communism and against the Soviet Union. Such is the new plot which is now being hatched by Japan, the United States, and Chiang Kai-shek. We must expose this plot and fight it. 2. Now that the Japanese imperialists have ended their latest round of military attacks, which was designed to force Chiang Kai-shek to capitulate, there are bound to be moves to induce him to capitulate. This is a repeat performance of the enemy's old policy of using the stick and the carrot, either alternately or simultaneously. We must expose this policy and fight it. 3. Simultaneously with her military attacks, Japan has launched a rumor-mongering campaign alleging that the 8th Root Army does not want to fight in coordination with the Kuomintang Central Army, that the 8th Root Army is seizing every opportunity to expand its territory, that it is opening up an international route, that it is setting up another central government, etc. This is a cunning Japanese scheme to foment discord between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party and thus to make it easier for them to induce the Kuomintang to capitulate. The Kuomintang Central News Agency and the Kuomintang Press are copying and spreading these rumors, showing no qualms about echoing Japan's anti-communist propaganda, and their intentions are most dubious. This, too, we must expose and fight. For although the new Fourth Army has been declared to be in rebellion and the Eighth Root Army has not received a single bullet or a single copper from the Kuomintang, they have never for a moment ceased fighting the enemy. The Eighth Root Army, moreover, has taken the initiative in coordinating its operations with those of the Kuomintang troops in the fighting in the present campaign in southern Shanxi, and for the last 2 weeks it has been launching attacks on all fronts in northern China, where fierce battles are raging at this very moment. The armed forces and the people led by the Communist Party have already become the mainstay in the war of resistance against Japan. All the calumnies against the Communist Party are aimed at sabotaging the war of resistance and paving the way for capitulation. We should extend the military successes of the Eighth Root and new Fourth Armies and oppose all the defeatists and capitulationists. There are some who are proud, instead of ashamed, of knowing nothing or very little of our own history. What is particularly significant is that very few really know the history of the Communist Party of China and the history of China in the 100 years since the Opium War. Hardly anyone has seriously taken up the study of the economic, political, military, and cultural history of the last 100 years. Ignorant of their own country, some people can only relate tales of ancient Greece and other foreign lands, and even this knowledge is quite pathetic, consisting of odds and ends from old foreign books. For several decades, many of the returned students from abroad have suffered from this malady. Coming home from Europe, America, or Japan, they can only parrot things foreign. They become gramophones and forget their duty to understand and create new things. This malady has also infected the Communist Party. Although we are studying Marxism, the way many of our people study it runs directly counter to Marxism. That is to say, they violate the fundamental principle earnestly enjoined on us by Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, the unity of theory and practice. Having violated this principle, they invent an opposite principle of their own, the separation of theory from practice. In the schools and in the education of cadres at work, teachers of philosophy do not guide students to study the logic of the Chinese Revolution, teachers of economics do not guide them to study the characteristics of the Chinese economy, teachers of political science do not guide them to study the tactics of the Chinese Revolution, teachers of military science do not guide them to study the strategy and tactics adapted to China's special features, and so on and so forth. Consequently, error is disseminated, doing people great harm. A person does not know how to apply in Fuxian 1 what he has learned in Yan'an. Professors of economics cannot explain the relationship between the border region currency and the Kuomintang currency, too, so naturally the students cannot explain it either. Thus a perverse mentality has been created among many students. Instead of showing an interest in China's problems and taking the party's directives seriously, they give all their hearts to the supposedly eternal and immutable dogmas learned from their teachers. Of course, what I have just said refers to the worst type in our party, and I am not saying that it is the general case. However, people of this type do exist. What is more, there are quite a few of them and they cause a great deal of harm. This matter should not be treated lightly. 3. In order to explain this idea further, I should like to contrast two opposite attitudes. First, there is the subjectivist attitude. With this attitude, a person does not make a systematic and thorough study of the environment, but works by sheer subjective enthusiasm and has a blurred picture of the face of China today. With this attitude, he chops up history, knows only ancient Greece but not China, and is in a fog about the China of yesterday and the day before yesterday. With this attitude, a person studies Marxist-Leninist theory in the abstract and without any aim. He goes to Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin not to seek the stand, viewpoint and method with which to solve the theoretical and tactical problems of the Chinese Revolution, but to study theory purely for theory's sake. He does not shoot the arrow at the target but shoots at random. Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin have taught us that we should proceed from objective realities and that we should derive laws from them to serve as our guide to action. For this purpose, we should, as Marx has said, appropriate the material in detail and subject it to scientific analysis and synthesis. Many of our people do not act in this way but do the opposite. A good number of them are doing research work but have no interest in studying either the China of today or the China of yesterday and confine their interest to the study of empty theories divorced from reality. Many others are doing practical work, but they too pay no attention to the study of objective conditions, often rely on sheer enthusiasm and substitute their personal feelings for policy. Both kinds of people, relying on the subjective, ignore the existence of objective realities. When making speeches, they indulge in a long string of headings, A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4, and when writing articles, they turn out a lot of verbiage. They have no intention of seeking truth from facts, but only a desire to curry favor by claptrap. They are flashy without substance, brittle without solidity. They are always right, they are the number one authority under heaven, imperial envoys who rush everywhere. Such is the style of work of some comrades in our ranks. To govern one's own conduct by this style is to harm oneself, to teach it to others is to harm others, and to use it to direct the revolution is to harm the revolution. To sum up, this subjectivist method, which is contrary to science and Marxism-Leninism, is a formidable enemy of the Communist Party, the working class, the people, and the nation. It is a manifestation of impurity in party spirit. A formidable enemy stands before us, and we must overthrow him. Only when subjectivism is overthrown can the truth of Marxism-Leninism prevail, can party spirit be strengthened, can the revolution be victorious. We must assert that the absence of a scientific attitude, that is, the absence of the Marxist-Leninist approach of uniting theory and practice, means that party spirit is either absent or deficient. There is a couplet which portrays this type of person. It runs: "The reed growing on the wall top heavy, thin-stemmed and shallow of root. The bamboo shoot in the hills sharp-tongued, thick-skinned, and hollow inside." Is this not an apt description of those who do not have a scientific attitude, who can only recite words and phrases from the works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, and who enjoy a reputation unwarranted by any real learning? If anyone really wishes to cure himself of his malady, I advise him to commit this couplet to memory or to show still more courage and paste it on the wall of his room. Marxism-Leninism is a science, and science means honest, solid knowledge. There is no room for playing tricks. Let us, then, be honest. Secondly, there is the Marxist-Leninist attitude. With this attitude, a person applies the theory and method of Marxism-Leninism to the systematic and thorough investigation and study of the environment. He does not work by enthusiasm alone but, as Stalin says, combines revolutionary sweep with practicalness. For with this attitude he will not chop up history. It is not enough for him to know ancient Greece, he must know China, he must know the revolutionary history not only of foreign countries but also of China, not only the China of today but also the China of yesterday and of the day before yesterday. With this attitude, one studies the theory of Marxism-Leninism with a purpose, that is, to integrate Marxist-Leninist theory with the actual movement of the Chinese Revolution and to seek from this theory the stand, viewpoint, and method with which to solve the theoretical and tactical problems of the Chinese Revolution. Such an attitude is one of shooting the arrow at the target. The target is the Chinese Revolution, the arrow is Marxism-Leninism. We Chinese Communists have been seeking this arrow because we want to hit the target of the Chinese Revolution and of the Revolution of the East. To take such an attitude is to seek truth from facts. Facts are all the things that exist objectively, truth means their internal relations, that is, the laws governing them, and to seek means to study. We should proceed from the actual conditions inside and outside the country, the province, county, or district, and derive from them, as our guide to action, laws which are inherent in them and not imaginary, that is, we should find the internal relations of the events occurring around us. And in order to do that we must rely not on subjective imagination, not on momentary enthusiasm, not on lifeless books, but on facts that exist objectively. We must appropriate the material in detail and, guided by the general principles of Marxism-Leninism, draw correct conclusions from it. Such conclusions are not mere lists of phenomena in A, B, C, D order or writings full of platitudes, but are scientific conclusions. Such an attitude is one of seeking truth from facts and not of currying favor by claptrap. It is the manifestation of party spirit, the Marxist-Leninist style of uniting theory and practice. It is the attitude every Communist Party member should have at the very least. He who adopts this attitude will be neither top-heavy, thin-stemmed and shallow of root nor sharp-tongued, thick-skinned and hollow inside. 4. In accordance with the above views, I would like to make the following proposals. 1. We should place before the whole party the task of making a systematic and thorough study of the situation around us. On the basis of the theory and method of Marxism-Leninism, we should make a detailed investigation and study of developments in the economic, financial, political, military, cultural, and party activities of our enemies, our friends and ourselves, and then draw the proper and necessary conclusions. To this end, we should direct our comrades' attention to the investigation and study of these practical matters. We should get our comrades to understand that the twofold basic task of the leading bodies of the Communist Party is to know conditions and to master policy. The former means knowing the world and the latter changing the world. We should get our comrades to understand that without investigation there is no right to speak, and that bombastic twaddle and a mere list of phenomena in 1, 2, 3, 4 order are of no use. Take propaganda work, for instance. If we do not know the situation with regard to the propaganda of our enemies, our friends, and ourselves, we shall be unable to decide on a correct propaganda policy. In the work of any department, it is necessary to know the situation first and only then can the work be well handled. The fundamental link in changing the party's style of work is to carry out plans for investigation and study throughout the party. 2. As for China's history in the last 100 years, we should assemble qualified persons to study it, in cooperation and with a proper division of labor, and so overcome the present disorganized state of affairs. First, it is necessary to make analytical studies in the several fields of economic history, political history, military history, and cultural history, and only then will it be possible to make synthetical studies. 3. As for education for cadres, whether at work or in schools for cadres, a policy should be established of focusing such education on the study of the practical problems of the Chinese Revolution and using the basic principles of Marxism-Leninism as the guide, and the method of studying Marxism-Leninism statically and in isolation should be discarded. Moreover, in studying Marxism-Leninism, we should use the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks, short course as the principal material. It is the best synthesis and summing up of the world communist movement of the past 100 years, a model of the integration of theory and practice, and so far the only comprehensive model in the whole world. When we see how Lenin and Stalin integrated the universal truth of Marxism with the concrete practice of the Soviet Revolution and thereby developed Marxism, we shall know how we should work in China. We have made many detours. But error is often the precursor of what is correct. I am confident that in the context of the Chinese Revolution and the World Revolution, which is so intensely alive and so richly varied, this reform of our study will certainly yield good results. On the International United Front Against Fascism. June 23, 1941. This inter-party directive was written by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. On June 22 the fascist rulers of Germany attacked the Soviet Union. This is a perfidious crime of aggression not only against the Soviet Union but against the freedom and independence of all nations. The Soviet Union's sacred war of resistance against fascist aggression is being waged not only in its own defense but in defense of all the nations struggling to liberate themselves from fascist enslavement. For communists throughout the world, the task now is to mobilize the people of all countries and organize an international united front to fight fascism and defend the Soviet Union, defend China, and defend the freedom and independence of all nations. In the present period, every effort must be concentrated on combating fascist enslavement. For the Chinese Communist Party, the tasks throughout the country are as follows. 1. Persevere in the National United Front against Japan, persevere in Kuomintang Communist cooperation, drive the Japanese imperialists out of China, and by these means assist the Soviet Union. 2. Resolutely combat all the anti-Soviet and anti-communist activities of the reactionaries among the big bourgeoisie. 3. In foreign relations, unite against the common foe with everybody in Britain, the United States and other countries who is opposed to the fascist rulers of Germany, Italy, and Japan. Speech at the Assembly of Representatives of the Shenxi-Kan-Suningxia Border Region. November 21, 1941. Members of the Assembly. Comrades. Today's inauguration of the Border Region Assembly of Representatives is of great significance. The Assembly has but one objective: the overthrow of Japanese imperialism and the building of a China of new democracy, or, in other words, a China of the revolutionary Three People's Principles. In the China of today there can be no other objective. For our chief enemies now are not domestic, but are the Japanese fascists and the German and Italian fascists. At this moment the Soviet Red Army is fighting for the destiny of the Soviet Union and of the whole of mankind, and we, for our part, are combating Japanese imperialism. Japanese imperialism is continuing its aggression with the purpose of subjugating China. The Communist Party of China stands for uniting all the anti-Japanese forces throughout the country to overthrow Japanese imperialism, and for cooperating with all anti-Japanese parties, classes, and nationalities. Everyone, excepting traitors, must unite in the common struggle. This has been the consistent stand of the Communist Party. For more than 4 years the Chinese people have been heroically waging the war of resistance, a war that has been maintained through the cooperation of the Kuomintang and the Communist Party and of all classes, parties, and nationalities. But it is not yet won, and to win it we have to fight on and ensure that the revolutionary Three People's Principles are put into effect. Why must we put the revolutionary Three People's Principles into effect? Because up to the present time Dr. Sun Yat-sen's revolutionary Three People's Principles have not been translated into reality in all parts of China. Why don't we demand that socialism be put into effect now? Of course socialism is a superior system and has long been in operation in the Soviet Union, but in China today the conditions for it are still lacking. It is the revolutionary Three People's Principles that have been put into effect in our Shenxi-Kan-Suningxia border region. We have not gone beyond them in solving any of our practical problems. As far as these principles are concerned, today the principle of nationalism means overthrowing Japanese imperialism, and the principles of democracy and people's livelihood mean working in the interests not of just one section but of all the people who are against Japan. Throughout the country the people should enjoy freedom of the person, the right to take part in political activity and the right to protection of property. Throughout the country the people should have the opportunity of voicing their opinions, and they should have clothes to wear, food to eat, work to do and schools to attend. In short, some provision should be made for everyone. Chinese society is small at both ends and big in the middle, that is, the proletariat at one end and the landlord class and big bourgeoisie at the other each constitute only a small minority, while the great majority of the people consists of the peasants, the urban petty bourgeoisie and the other intermediate classes. No political party that wants to run China's affairs properly can do so unless its policy gives consideration to the interests of these classes, unless some provision is made for the members of these classes, and unless they have the right to voice their opinions. The policies put forward by the Chinese Communist Party seek to unite all the people who oppose Japan and take into account the interests of every class that does so, and especially the interests of the peasants, the urban petty bourgeoisie and the other intermediate classes. The policies of the Communist Party, which give all sections of the people the opportunity to voice their opinions and make sure they have work to do and food to eat, are policies embodying the genuinely revolutionary Three People's Principles. In agrarian relations, on the one hand we carry out reduction of rent and interest so that the peasants will have food, and on the other we provide for the payment of the reduced rent and interest so that the landlords, too, can live. In the relations between labor and capital, on the one hand we help the workers so that they have both work and food, and on the other we pursue a policy of developing industries so that the capitalists may obtain some profit. In all this our purpose is to unite the people of the whole country in the common endeavor of resistance to Japan. This is what we call the policy of new democracy. It is the kind of policy that really suits the conditions in present-day China, and we hope that its application will not be limited to the Shenxi-Kansu-Ningxia border region, or to the anti-Japanese base areas in the rear of the enemy, but will spread throughout the country. We have pursued this policy with success and have won the approval of the people all over China. But there have also been shortcomings. Some communists still do not know how to cooperate with non-party people in a democratic way and have an exclusive, closed-door, or sectarian style of work. They still do not understand the basic principle that communists are in duty bound to cooperate with people outside the party who are against Japan, and have no right to shut them out. This principle means that we should listen attentively to the views of the masses, keep in close touch with them and not become alienated from them. There is an article in the administrative program of the Shenxi-Kansu-Ningxia border region which stipulates that communists should cooperate democratically with non-party people and must not act arbitrarily or keep everything in their own hands. It is directed precisely at the comrades who still fail to understand the party's policy. Communists must listen attentively to the views of people outside the party and let them have their say. If what they say is right, we ought to welcome it, and we should learn from their strong points. If it is wrong, we should let them finish what they are saying and then patiently explain things to them. A communist must never be opinionated or domineering, or think that he is good in everything while others are good in nothing. He must never shut himself up in his little room, or brag and boast and lord it over others. Apart from the die-hard reactionaries who are in league with the Japanese aggressors and with the traitors and are sabotaging resistance and unity, and who of course have no right to speak, everyone is entitled to freedom of speech, and it does not matter even if what he says is wrong. Affairs of state are the public affairs of the whole nation and not the private affairs of a single party or group. Hence communists have the duty to cooperate democratically with non-party people and have no right to exclude them and monopolize everything. The Communist Party is a political party which works in the interests of the nation and people and which has absolutely no private ends to pursue. It should be supervised by the people and must never go against their will. Its members should be among the people and with them and must not set themselves above them. Members of the Assembly and comrades, this Communist Party principle of democratic cooperation with non-party people is fixed and unalterable. So long as parties exist, people who join them will always be a minority while those outside them will always be the majority. Hence our party members must always cooperate with non-party people, and they should make a good start right here in the Assembly. With this policy of ours, I believe that communist members of the Assembly will get very good training here and overcome their closed-doorism and sectarianism. We are not a small opinionated sect and we must learn how to open our doors and cooperate democratically with non-party people, and how to consult with others. Perhaps even now there are communists who may say, if it is necessary to cooperate with others, then leave me out. But I am sure there are very few. I can assure you that the overwhelming majority of our members will certainly be able to carry out the line of the Central Committee of our party. At the same time I wish to ask all non-party comrades to realize what we stand for, to understand that the Communist Party is not a small sect or clique pursuing private ends. No. The Communist Party sincerely and honestly wishes to set the affairs of state to rights. But we still have many failings. We are not afraid to admit them and are determined to get rid of them. We shall do so by strengthening education within the party and by cooperating democratically with non-party people. It is only by subjecting our failings to such a crossfire, both from within and from without, that we can remedy them and really set the affairs of state to rights. Members of the Assembly, you have taken the trouble to come here for this meeting, and I am happy to greet this distinguished gathering and wish it success. Rectify the party's style of work. February 1, 1942. This speech was delivered by Comrade Mao Zedong at the opening of the Party School of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The Party School opens today and I wish it every success. I would like to say something about the problem of our party's style of work. Why must there be a revolutionary party? There must be a revolutionary party because the world contains enemies who oppress the people and the people want to throw off enemy oppression. In the era of capitalism and imperialism, just such a revolutionary party as the Communist Party is needed. Without such a party it is simply impossible for the people to throw off enemy oppression. We are communists, we want to lead the people in overthrowing the enemy, and so we must keep our ranks in good order, we must march in step, our troops must be picked troops and our weapons good weapons. Without these conditions the enemy cannot be overthrown. What is the problem now facing our party? The general line of the party is correct and presents no problem, and the party's work has been fruitful. The party has several 100,000 members who are leading the people in extremely hard and bitter struggles against the enemy. This is plain to everybody and beyond all doubt. Then is there or is there not any problem still facing our party? I say there is and, in a certain sense, the problem is quite serious. What is the problem? It is the fact that there is something in the minds of a number of our comrades which strikes one as not quite right, not quite proper. In other words, there is still something wrong with our style of study, with our style in the party's internal and external relations and with our style of writing. By something wrong with the style of study we mean the malady of subjectivism. By something wrong with our style in party relations we mean the malady of sectarianism. By something wrong with the style of writing we mean the malady of stereotyped party writing. All these are wrong, they are ill winds, but they are not like the wintry north winds that sweep across the whole sky. Subjectivism, sectarianism, and stereotyped party writing are no longer the dominant styles, but merely gusts of contrary wind, ill winds from the air raid tunnels. Laughter. It is bad, however, that such winds should still be blowing in the party. We must seal off the passages which produce them. Our whole party should undertake the job of sealing off these passages, and so should the party school. These three ill winds, subjectivism, sectarianism, and stereotyped party writing, have their historical origins. Although no longer dominant in the whole party, they still constantly create trouble and assail us. Therefore, it is necessary to resist them and to study, analyze, and elucidate them. Fight subjectivism in order to rectify the style of study, fight sectarianism in order to rectify the style in party relations, and fight party stereotypes in order to rectify the style of writing. Such is the task before us. To accomplish the task of overthrowing the enemy, we must accomplish the task of rectifying these styles within the party. The style of study and the style of writing are also the party's style of work. Once our party's style of work is put completely right, the people all over the country will learn from our example. Those outside the party who have the same kind of bad style will, if they are good and honest people, learn from our example and correct their mistakes, and thus the whole nation will be influenced. So long as our communist ranks are in good order and march in step, so long as our troops are picked troops and our weapons are good weapons, any enemy, however powerful, can be overthrown. Let me speak now about subjectivism. Subjectivism is an improper style of study. It is opposed to Marxism-Leninism and is incompatible with the Communist Party. What we want is the Marxist-Leninist style of study. What we call style of study means not just style of study in the schools but in the whole party. It is a question of the method of thinking of comrades in our leading bodies, of all cadres and party members, a question of our attitude towards Marxism-Leninism, of the attitude of all party comrades in their work. As such, it is a question of extraordinary, indeed of primary, importance. Certain muddled ideas find currency among many people. There are, for instance, muddled ideas about what is a theorist, what is an intellectual and what is meant by linking theory and practice. Let us first ask, is the theoretical level of our party high or low? Recently more Marxist-Leninist works have been translated and more people have been reading them. That is a very good thing. But can we therefore say that the theoretical level of our party has been greatly raised? True, the level is now somewhat higher than before. But our theoretical front is very much out of harmony with the rich content of the Chinese revolutionary movement, and a comparison of the two shows that the theoretical side is lagging far behind. Generally speaking, our theory cannot as yet keep pace with our revolutionary practice, let alone lead the way as it should. We have not yet raised our rich and varied practice to the proper theoretical plane. We have not yet examined all the problems of revolutionary practice or even the important ones and raised them to a theoretical plane. Just think, how many of us have created theories worthy of the name on China's economics, politics, military affairs, or culture, theories which can be regarded as scientific and comprehensive, and not crude and sketchy? Especially in the field of economic theory, Chinese capitalism has had a century of development since the Opium War, and yet not a single theoretical work has been produced which accords with the realities of China's economic development and is genuinely scientific. Can we say that in the study of China's economic problems, for instance, the theoretical level is already high? Can we say that our party already has economic theorists worthy of the name? Certainly not. We have read a great many Marxist-Leninist books, but can we claim, then, that we have theorists? We cannot. For Marxism-Leninism is the theory created by Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin on the basis of practice, their general conclusion drawn from historical and revolutionary reality. If we merely read their works but do not proceed to study the realities of China's history and revolution in the light of their theory or do not make any effort to think through China's revolutionary practice carefully in terms of theory, we should not be so presumptuous as to call ourselves Marxist theorists. Our achievements on the theoretical front will be very poor indeed if, as members of the Communist Party of China, we close our eyes to China's problems and can only memorize isolated conclusions or principles from Marxist writings. If all a person can do is to commit Marxist economics or philosophy to memory, reciting glibly from chapter I to chapter X, but is utterly unable to apply them, can he be considered a Marxist theorist? No. He cannot. What kind of theorists do we want? We want theorists who can, in accordance with the Marxist-Leninist stand, viewpoint and method, correctly interpret the practical problems arising in the course of history and revolution and give scientific explanations and theoretical elucidations of China's economic, political, military, cultural, and other problems. Such are the theorists we want. To be a theorist of this kind, a person must have a true grasp of the essence of Marxism-Leninism, of the Marxist-Leninist stand, viewpoint and method and of the theories of Lenin and Stalin on the colonial revolution and the Chinese Revolution, and he must be able to apply them in a penetrating and scientific analysis of China's practical problems and discover the laws of development of these problems. Such are the theorists we really need. The Central Committee of our party has now made a decision calling upon our comrades to learn how to apply the Marxist-Leninist stand, viewpoint and method in the serious study of China's history, and of China's economics, politics, military affairs, and culture, and to analyze every problem concretely on the basis of detailed material and then draw theoretical conclusions. This is the responsibility we must shoulder. Our comrades in the party school should not regard Marxist theory as lifeless dogma. It is necessary to master Marxist theory and apply it, master it for the sole purpose of applying it. If you can apply the Marxist-Leninist viewpoint in elucidating one or two practical problems, you should be commended and credited with some achievement. The more problems you elucidate and the more comprehensively and profoundly you do so, the greater will be your achievement. Our party school should also lay down the rule to grade students good or poor according to how they look at China's problems after they have studied Marxism-Leninism, according to whether or not they see the problems clearly and whether or not they see them at all. Next, let us talk about the question of the intellectuals. Since China is a semi-colonial, semi-feudal country and her culture is not well developed, intellectuals are particularly treasured. On this question of the intellectuals, the Central Committee of the party made the decision over 2 years ago that we should win over the great numbers of intellectuals and, insofar as they are revolutionary and willing to take part in the resistance to Japan, welcome them one and all. It is entirely right for us to esteem intellectuals, for without revolutionary intellectuals the revolution cannot triumph. But we all know there are many intellectuals who fancy themselves very learned and assume airs of erudition without realizing that such airs are bad and harmful and hinder their own progress. They ought to be aware of the truth that actually many so-called intellectuals are, relatively speaking, most ignorant, and the workers and peasants sometimes know more than they do. Here some will say, "Ha! You are turning things upside down and talking nonsense." Laughter. But, comrades, don't get excited, there is some sense in what I am saying. What is knowledge? Ever since class society came into being, the world has had only two kinds of knowledge: knowledge of the struggle for production and knowledge of the class struggle. Natural science and social science are the crystallization of these two kinds of knowledge, and philosophy is the generalization and summation of the knowledge of nature and the knowledge of society. Is there any other kind of knowledge? No. Now let us take a look at certain students, those brought up in schools that are completely cut off from the practical activities of society. What about them? A person goes from a primary school of this kind all the way through to a university of the same kind, graduates, and is reckoned to have a stock of learning. But all he has is book learning. He has not yet taken part in any practical activities or applied what he has learned to any field of life. Can such a person be regarded as a completely developed intellectual? Hardly so, in my opinion, because his knowledge is still incomplete. What then is relatively complete knowledge? All relatively complete knowledge is formed in two stages. The first stage is perceptual knowledge, the second is rational knowledge, the latter being the development of the former to a higher stage. What sort of knowledge is the student's book learning? Even supposing all their knowledge is truth, it is still not knowledge acquired through their own personal experience, but consists of theories set down by their predecessors in summarizing experience of the struggle for production and of the class struggle. It is entirely necessary that students should acquire this kind of knowledge, but it must be understood that as far as they are concerned, such knowledge is in a sense still one-sided, something which has been verified by others but not yet by themselves. What is most important is to be good at applying this knowledge in life and in practice. Therefore, I advise those who have only book learning but as yet no contact with reality, and also those with little practical experience, to realize their own shortcomings and become a little more modest. How can those who have only book learning be turned into intellectuals in the true sense? The only way is to get them to take part in practical work and become practical workers, to get those engaged in theoretical work to study important practical problems. In this way our aim can be attained. What I have said will probably make some people angry. They will say, according to your explanation, even Marx would not be regarded as an intellectual. I say they are wrong. Marx took part in the practice of the revolutionary movement and also created revolutionary theory. Beginning with the commodity, the simplest element of capitalism, he made a thorough study of the economic structure of capitalist society. Millions of people saw and handled commodities every day but were so used to them that they took no notice. Marx alone studied commodities scientifically. He carried out a tremendous work of research into their actual development and derived a thoroughly scientific theory from what existed universally. He studied nature, history, and proletarian revolution and created dialectical materialism, historical materialism and the theory of proletarian revolution. Thus Marx became a most completely developed intellectual, representing the acme of human wisdom. He was fundamentally different from those who have only book learning. Marx undertook detailed investigations and studies in the course of practical struggles, formed generalizations and then verified his conclusions by testing them in practical struggles. This is what we call theoretical work. Our party needs a large number of comrades who will learn how to do such work. In our party there are many comrades who can learn to do this kind of theoretical research. Most of them are intelligent and promising and we should value them. But they must follow correct principles and not repeat the mistake of the past. They must discard dogmatism and not confine themselves to ready-made phrases in books. There is only one kind of true theory in this world, theory that is drawn from objective reality and then verified by objective reality. Nothing else is worthy of the name of theory in our sense. Stalin said that theory becomes aimless when it is not connected with practice. 3. Aimless theory is useless and false and should be discarded. We should point the finger of scorn at those who are fond of aimless theorizing. Marxism-Leninism is the most correct, scientific and revolutionary truth, born out of and verified by objective reality, but many who study Marxism-Leninism take it as lifeless dogma, thus impeding the development of theory and harming themselves as well as other comrades. On the other hand, our comrades who are engaged in practical work will also come to grief if they misuse their experience. True, these people are often rich in experience, which is very valuable, but it is very dangerous if they rest content with their own experience. They must realize that their knowledge is mostly perceptual and partial and that they lack rational and comprehensive knowledge. In other words, they lack theory and their knowledge, too, is relatively incomplete. Without comparatively complete knowledge it is impossible to do revolutionary work well. Thus, there are two kinds of incomplete knowledge. One is ready-made knowledge found in books and the other is knowledge that is mostly perceptual and partial. Both are one-sided. Only an integration of the two can yield knowledge that is sound and relatively complete. In order to study theory, however, our cadres of working class and peasant origin must first acquire an elementary education. Without it they cannot learn Marxist-Leninist theory. Having acquired it, they can study Marxism-Leninism at any time. In my childhood I never attended a Marxist-Leninist school and was taught only such things as, the master said, how pleasant it is to learn and constantly review what one has learned. For though this teaching material was antiquated, it did me some good because from it I learned to read. Nowadays we no longer study the Confucian classics but such new subjects as modern Chinese, history, geography, and elementary natural science, which, once learned, are useful everywhere. The Central Committee of our party now emphatically requires that our cadres of working class and peasant origin should obtain an elementary education because they can then take up any branch of study politics, military science or economics. Otherwise, for all their rich experience they will never be able to study theory. It follows that to combat subjectivism we must enable people of each of these two types to develop in whichever direction they are deficient and to merge with the other type. Those with book learning must develop in the direction of practice. It is only in this way that they will stop being content with books and avoid committing dogmatist errors. Those experienced in work must take up the study of theory and must read seriously, only then will they be able to systematize and synthesize their experience and raise it to the level of theory, only then will they not mistake their partial experience for universal truth and not commit empiricist errors. Dogmatism and empiricism alike are subjectivism, each originating from an opposite pole. Hence there are two kinds of subjectivism in our party, dogmatism and empiricism. Each sees only a part and not the whole. If people are not on guard, do not realize that such one-sidedness is a shortcoming and do not strive to overcome it, they are liable to go astray. However, of the two kinds of subjectivism, dogmatism is still the greater danger in our party. For dogmatists can easily assume a Marxist guise to bluff, capture and make servitors of cadres of working class and peasant origin who cannot easily see through them. They can also bluff and ensnare the naive youth. If we overcome dogmatism, cadres with book learning will readily join with those who have experience and will take to the study of practical things, and then many good cadres who integrate theory with experience, as well as some real theorists, will emerge. If we overcome dogmatism, the comrades with practical experience will have good teachers to help them raise their experience to the level of theory and so avoid empiricist errors. Besides muddled ideas about the theorist and the intellectual, there is a muddled idea among many comrades about linking theory and practice, a phrase they have on their lips every day. They talk constantly about linking, but actually they mean separating, because they make no effort at linking. How is Marxist-Leninist theory to be linked with the practice of the Chinese Revolution? To use a common expression, it is by shooting the arrow at the target. As the arrow is to the target, so is Marxism-Leninism to the Chinese Revolution. Some comrades, however, are shooting without a target, shooting at random, and such people are liable to harm the revolution. Others merely stroke the arrow fondly, exclaiming, "What a fine arrow! What a fine arrow," but never want to shoot it. These people are only connoisseurs of curios and have virtually nothing to do with the revolution. The arrow of Marxism-Leninism must be used to shoot at the target of the Chinese Revolution. Unless this point is made clear, the theoretical level of our party can never be raised and the Chinese Revolution can never be victorious. Our comrades must understand that we study Marxism-Leninism not for display, nor because there is any mystery about it, but solely because it is the science which leads the revolutionary cause of the proletariat to victory. Even now, there are not a few people who still regard odd quotations from Marxist-Leninist works as a ready-made panacea which, once acquired, can easily cure all maladies. These people show childish ignorance, and we should enlighten them. It is precisely such ignorant people who take Marxism-Leninism as a religious dogma. To them we should say bluntly, your dogma is worthless. Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin have repeatedly stated that our theory is not a dogma but a guide to action. But such people prefer to forget this statement which is of the greatest, indeed the utmost, importance. Chinese communists can be regarded as linking theory with practice only when they become good at applying the Marxist-Leninist stand, viewpoint and method and the teachings of Lenin and Stalin concerning the Chinese Revolution and when, furthermore, through serious research into the realities of China's history and revolution, they do creative theoretical work to meet China's needs in different spheres. Merely talking about linking theory and practice without actually doing anything about it is of no use, even if one goes on talking for 100 years. To oppose the subjectivist, one-sided approach to problems, we must demolish dogmatist subjectiveness and one-sidedness. So much for today about combating subjectivism in order to rectify the style of study throughout the party. Let me now speak about the question of sectarianism. Having been steeled for 20 years, our party is no longer dominated by sectarianism. Remnants of sectarianism, however, are still found both in the party's internal relations and in its external relations. Sectarian tendencies in internal relations lead to exclusiveness towards comrades inside the party and hinder inter-party unity and solidarity, while sectarian tendencies in external relations lead to exclusiveness towards people outside the party and hinder the party in its task of uniting the whole people. Only by uprooting this evil in both its aspects can the party advance unimpeded in its great task of achieving unity among all party comrades and among all the people of our country. What are the remnants of inter-party sectarianism? They are mainly as follows. First, the assertion of independence. Some comrades see only the interests of the part and not the whole. They always put undue stress on that part of the work for which they themselves are responsible and always wish to subordinate the interests of the whole to the interests of their own part. They do not understand the party's system of democratic centralism. They do not realize that the Communist Party not only needs democracy but needs centralization even more. They forget the system of democratic centralism in which the minority is subordinate to the majority, the lower level to the higher level, the part to the whole and the entire membership to the Central Committee. Chang Kuo-tao asserted his independence of the Central Committee of the party and as a result asserted himself into betraying the party and became a Kuomintang agent. Although the sectarianism we are now discussing is not of this extremely serious kind, it must still be guarded against and we must do away completely with all manifestations of disunity. We should encourage comrades to take the interests of the whole into account. Every party member, every branch of work, every statement and every action must proceed from the interests of the whole party. It is absolutely impermissible to violate this principle. Those who assert this kind of independence are usually wedded to the doctrine of me first and are generally wrong on the question of the relationship between the individual and the party. Although in words they profess respect for the party, in practice they put themselves first and the party second. What are these people after? They are after fame and position and want to be in the limelight. Whenever they are put in charge of a branch of work, they assert their independence. With this aim, they draw some people in, push others out and resort to boasting, flattery and touting among the comrades, thus importing the vulgar style of the bourgeois political parties into the Communist Party. It is their dishonesty that causes them to come to grief. I believe we should do things honestly, for without an honest attitude it is absolutely impossible to accomplish anything in this world. Which are the honest people? Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin are honest, men of science are honest. Which are the dishonest people? Trotsky, Bukharin, Chen Tusu, and Chang Kuo-tao are extremely dishonest, and those who assert independence out of personal or sectional interest are dishonest too. All sly people, all those who do not have a scientific attitude in their work, fancy themselves resourceful and clever, but in fact they are most stupid and will come to no good. Students in our party school must pay attention to this problem. We must build a centralized, unified party and make a clean sweep of all unprincipled factional struggles. We must combat individualism and sectarianism so as to enable our whole party to march in step and fight for one common goal. Cadres from the outside and those from the locality must unite and combat sectarian tendencies. Very careful attention must be given to the relations between outside and local cadres because many anti-Japanese base areas were established only after the arrival of the 8th Route Army or the new 4th Army, and much of the local work developed only after the arrival of outside cadres. Our comrades must understand that in these conditions it is possible for our base areas to be consolidated and for our party to take root there only when the two kinds of cadres unite as one and when a large number of local cadres develop and are promoted, otherwise it is impossible. Both the outside and the local cadres have their strong and weak points, and to make any progress they must overcome their own weak points by learning from each other's strong points. The outside cadres are generally not up to the local cadres in familiarity with local conditions and links with the masses. Take me for instance. Although I have been in northern Shenxi 5 or 6 years, I am far behind the local comrades in understanding local conditions and in links with the people here. Our comrades going to the anti-Japanese base areas in Shanxi, Hopi, Shantung, and other provinces must pay attention to this. Moreover, even within the same base area, owing to the fact that some districts develop earlier and others later, there is a difference between the local cadres of a district and those from outside it. Cadres who come from a more developed to a less developed district are also outside cadres in relation to that locality, and they, too, should pay great attention to fostering and helping local cadres. Generally speaking, in places where outside cadres are in charge, it is they who should bear the main responsibility if their relations with the local cadres are not good. And the chief comrades in charge should bear greater responsibility. The attention paid to this problem in some places is still very inadequate. Some people look down on the local cadres and ridicule them, saying, "What do these locals know? Clodhoppers." Such people utterly fail to understand the importance of local cadres. They know neither the latter's strong points nor their own weaknesses and adopt an incorrect, sectarian attitude. All outside cadres must cherish the local cadres and give them constant help and must not be permitted to ridicule or attack them. Of course, the local cadres on their part must learn from the strong points of the outside cadres and rid themselves of inappropriate, narrow views so that they and the outside cadres become as one, with no distinction between them and us, and thus avoid sectarian tendencies. The same applies to the relationship between cadres in army service and other cadres working in the locality. They must be completely united and must oppose sectarian tendencies. The army cadres must help the local cadres, and vice versa. If there is friction between them, each should make allowance for the other and carry out proper self-criticism. Generally speaking, in places where army cadres are actually in positions of leadership, it is they who should bear the main responsibility if their relations with the local cadres are not good. Only when the army cadres understand their own responsibility and are modest in their attitude towards the local cadres can the conditions be created for the smooth progress of our war effort and our work of construction in the base areas. The same applies to the relationship among different army units, different localities, and different departments. We must oppose the tendency towards selfish departmentalism by which the interests of one's own unit are looked after to the exclusion of those of others. Whoever is indifferent to the difficulties of others, refuses to transfer cadres to other units on request, or releases only the inferior ones, using the neighbor's field as an outlet for his overflow, and does not give the slightest consideration to other departments, localities, or people. Such a person is a selfish departmentalist who has entirely lost the spirit of communism. Lack of consideration for the whole and complete indifference to other departments, localities, and people are characteristics of a selfish departmentalist. We must intensify our efforts to educate such persons and to make them understand that selfish departmentalism is a sectarian tendency which will become very dangerous, if allowed to develop. Another problem is the relationship between old and new cadres. Since the beginning of the War of Resistance, our party has grown enormously, and large numbers of new cadres have emerged. That is a very good thing. In his report to the 18th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Comrade Stalin said, "There are never enough old cadres, there are far less than required, and they are already partly going out of commission owing to the operation of the laws of nature." Here he was discussing the cadres' situation and not only the laws of nature. If our party does not have a great many new cadres working in unity and cooperation with the old cadres, our cause will come to a stop. All old cadres, therefore, should welcome the new ones with the utmost enthusiasm and show them the warmest solicitude. True, new cadres have their shortcomings. They have not been long in the revolution and lack experience, and unavoidably some have brought with them vestiges of the unwholesome ideology of the old society, remnants of the ideology of petty bourgeois individualism. But such shortcomings can be gradually eliminated through education and tempering in the revolution. The strong point of the new cadres, as Stalin has said, is that they are acutely sensitive to what is new and are therefore enthusiastic and active to a high degree, the very qualities which some of the old cadres lack. 6 cadres, new and old, should respect each other, learn from each other and overcome their own shortcomings by learning from each other's strong points, so as to unite as one in the common cause and guard against sectarian tendencies. Generally speaking, in places where the old cadres are mainly in charge, it is they who should bear the chief responsibility if relations with the new cadres are not good. All the above relations between the part and the whole, relations between the individual and the party, relations between outside and local cadres, relations between army cadres and other cadres working in the locality, relations between this and that army unit, between this and that locality, between this and that department, and relations between old and new cadres are relations within the party. In all these relations it is necessary to enhance the spirit of communism and guard against sectarian tendencies, so that the ranks of our party will be in good order, march in step and therefore fight well. This is a very important problem which we must solve thoroughly in rectifying the party's style of work. Sectarianism is an expression of subjectivism in organizational relations. If we want to get rid of subjectivism and promote the Marxist-Leninist spirit of seeking truth from facts, we must sweep the remnants of sectarianism out of the party and proceed from the principle that the party's interests are above personal or sectional interests, so that the party can attain complete solidarity and unity. The remnants of sectarianism must be eliminated from the party's external as well as its internal relations. The reason is this: we cannot defeat the enemy by merely uniting the comrades throughout the party, we can defeat the enemy only by uniting the people throughout the country. For 20 years the Communist Party of China has done great and arduous work in the cause of uniting the people of the whole country, and the achievements in this work since the outbreak of the War of Resistance are even greater than in the past. This does not mean, however, that all our comrades already have a correct style in dealing with the masses and are free from sectarian tendencies. No. In fact, sectarian tendencies still exist among a number of comrades, and in some cases to a very serious degree. Many of our comrades tend to be overbearing in their relations with non-party people, look down upon them, despise or refuse to respect them or appreciate their strong points. This is indeed a sectarian tendency. After reading a few Marxist books, such comrades become more arrogant instead of more modest, and invariably dismiss others as no good without realizing that in fact their own knowledge is only half-baked. Our comrades must realize the truth that Communist Party members are at all times a minority as compared with non-party people. Supposing 1 out of every 100 persons were a communist, then there would be 4,500,000 communists among China's population of 450 million. Yet, even if our membership reached this huge figure, communists would still form only 1% of the whole population, while 99% would be non-party people. What reason can we then have for not cooperating with non-party people? As regards all those who wish to cooperate with us or might cooperate with us, we have only the duty of cooperating and absolutely no right to shut them out. But some party members do not understand this and look down upon, or even shut out, those who wish to cooperate with us. There are no grounds whatsoever for doing so. Have Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin given us any grounds? They have not. On the contrary, they have always earnestly enjoined us to form close ties with the masses and not divorce ourselves from them. Or has the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China given us any grounds? No. Among all its resolutions there is not a single one that says we may divorce ourselves from the masses and so isolate ourselves. On the contrary, the Central Committee has always told us to form close ties with the masses and not to divorce ourselves from them. Thus any action divorcing us from the masses has no justification at all and is simply the mischievous result of the sectarian ideas some of our comrades have themselves concocted. As such, sectarianism remains very serious among some of our comrades and still obstructs the application of the party line. We should carry out extensive education within the party to meet this problem. Above all, we should make our cadres really understand how serious the problem is and how utterly impossible it is to overthrow the enemy and attain the goal of the revolution unless party members unite with the non-party cadres and with non-party people. All sectarian ideas are subjectivist and are incompatible with the real needs of the revolution, hence the struggle against sectarianism and the struggle against subjectivism should go on simultaneously. There is no time today to talk about the question of stereotyped party writing. I shall discuss it at another meeting. Stereotyped party writing is a vehicle for filth, a form of expression for subjectivism and sectarianism. It does people harm and damages the revolution, and we must get rid of it completely. To combat subjectivism we must propagate materialism and dialectics. However, there are many comrades in our party who lay no stress on the propaganda either of materialism or of dialectics. Some tolerate subjectivist propaganda and regard it with equanimity. They think they believe in Marxism, but make no effort to propagate materialism and do not give it a thought or express any opinion when they hear or read subjectivist stuff. This is not the attitude of a communist. It allows many of our comrades to be poisoned by subjectivist ideas, which numb their sensitivity. We should therefore launch a campaign of enlightenment within the party to free the minds of our comrades from the fog of subjectivism and dogmatism and should call upon them to boycott subjectivism, sectarianism, and stereotyped party writing. Such evils are like Japanese goods, for only our enemy wishes us to preserve them and continue to befuddle ourselves with them, so we should advocate a boycott against them, just as we boycott Japanese goods. 7. We should boycott all the wares of subjectivism, sectarianism, and stereotyped party writing, make their sale difficult, and not allow their purveyors to ply their trade by exploiting the low theoretical level in the party. Our comrades must develop a good nose for this purpose. They should take a sniff at everything and distinguish the good from the bad before they decide whether to welcome it or boycott it. Communists must always go into the whys and wherefores of anything, use their own heads and carefully think over whether or not it corresponds to reality and is really well founded. On no account should they follow blindly and encourage slavishness. Finally, in opposing subjectivism, sectarianism, and stereotyped party writing we must have in mind two purposes: first, learn from past mistakes to avoid future ones, and second, cure the sickness to save the patient. The mistakes of the past must be exposed without sparing anyone's sensibilities. It is necessary to analyze and criticize what was bad in the past with a scientific attitude so that work in the future will be done more carefully and done better. This is what is meant by learn from past mistakes to avoid future ones. But our aim in exposing errors and criticizing shortcomings, like that of a doctor curing a sickness, is solely to save the patient and not to doctor him to death. A person with appendicitis is saved when the surgeon removes his appendix. So long as a person who has made mistakes does not hide his sickness for fear of treatment or persist in his mistakes until he is beyond cure, so long as he honestly and sincerely wishes to be cured and to mend his ways, we should welcome him and cure his sickness so that he can become a good comrade. We can never succeed if we just let ourselves go, and lash out at him. In treating an ideological or a political malady, one must never be rough and rash but must adopt the approach of curing the sickness to save the patient, which is the only correct and effective method. I have taken this occasion of the opening of the party school to speak at length, and I hope comrades will think over what I have said. Enthusiastic applause. Oppose stereotyped party writing. February 8, 1942. This speech was delivered by Comrade Mao Zedong at a cadres meeting in Yan'an. Comrade Kai Feng has just stated the purpose of today's meeting. I now want to discuss the ways subjectivism and sectarianism use stereotyped party writing, or the party eight-legged essay, one as their instrument of propaganda or form of expression. We are fighting against subjectivism and sectarianism, but they will still have a hiding place to lurk in if at the same time we do not get rid of stereotyped party writing. If we destroy that too, we shall checkmate subjectivism and sectarianism and make both these monsters show themselves in their true colors, and then we shall easily be able to annihilate them, like rats running across the street with everyone yelling, "Kill them! Kill them!" It does not matter much if a person produces stereotyped party writings only for himself to read. If he passes them on to someone else, the number of readers is doubled, and already no small harm is done. If he has them posted up, mimeographed, printed in newspapers or published in book form, then the problem becomes indeed a big one, for they can influence many people. And those who produce stereotyped party writing always seek large audiences. Thus it has become imperative to expose and destroy it. Stereotyped party writing is, moreover, one brand of the foreign stereotype, which was attacked by Liu Xun a long time ago. Why then do we call it the party eight-legged essay? Because, besides its foreign flavor, it has some smell of native soil. Perhaps it too can be counted as creative work of a sort. Who says our people have not produced any creative works? Here is one. Loud laughter. Stereotyped party writing has a long history in our party, particularly during the Agrarian Revolution. It sometimes became quite rampant. Viewed historically, stereotyped party writing is a reaction to the May 4th movement. During the May 4th movement, modern-minded people opposed the use of the classical Chinese language and advocated vernacular Chinese, opposed the traditional dogmas and advocated science and democracy, all of which was quite right. The movement then was vigorous and lively, progressive and revolutionary. In those days the ruling classes indoctrinated students with Confucian teachings and compelled the people to venerate all the trappings of Confucianism as religious dogma, and all writers used the classical language. In short, what was written and taught by the ruling classes and their hangers-on was in the nature of stereotyped writing and dogma, both in content and in form. That was the old stereotype and the old dogma. A tremendous achievement of the May 4th movement was its public exposure of the ugliness of the old stereotype and the old dogma and its call to the people to rise against them. Another great and related achievement was its fight against imperialism, but the struggle against the old stereotype and the old dogma remains one of the great achievements of the May 4th movement. Later on, however, foreign stereotyped writing and foreign dogma came into being. Running counter to Marxism, certain people in our party developed the foreign stereotype and dogma into subjectivism, sectarianism, and stereotyped party writing. These are the new stereotype and the new dogma. They have become so deeply ingrained in the minds of many comrades that today we still have a very strenuous job of remolding to do. Thus we see that the lively, vigorous, progressive, and revolutionary movement of the May 4th period which fought the old feudal stereotyped writing and dogma was later turned by some people into its very opposite, giving rise to the new stereotyped writing and dogma. The latter are not lively and vigorous but dead and stiff, not progressive but retrogressive, not revolutionary but obstacles to revolution. That is to say, the foreign stereotyped writing, or stereotyped party writing, is a reaction to the original nature of the May 4th movement. The May 4th movement, however, had its own weaknesses. Many of the leaders lacked the critical spirit of Marxism, and the method they used was generally that of the bourgeoisie, that is, the formalist method. They were quite right in opposing the old stereotype and the old dogma and in advocating science and democracy. But in dealing with current conditions, with history, and with things foreign, they lacked the critical spirit of historical materialism and regarded what was bad as absolutely and wholly bad and what was good as absolutely and wholly good. This formalist approach to problems affected the subsequent course of the movement. In its development, the May 4th movement divided into two currents. One section inherited its scientific and democratic spirit and transformed it on the basis of Marxism. This is what the communists and some non-party Marxists did. Another section took the road of the bourgeoisie. This was the development of formalism towards the right. But within the Communist Party too the situation was not uniform. There, too, some members deviated and, lacking a firm grasp of Marxism, committed errors of formalism, namely, the errors of subjectivism, sectarianism, and stereotyped party writing. This was the development of formalism towards the left. So it can be seen that stereotyped party writing is no accident, but is, on the one hand, a reaction to the positive elements of the May 4th movement and, on the other, a legacy, a continuation or development of its negative elements. It is useful for us to understand this point. Just as it was revolutionary and necessary to fight the old stereotyped writing and the old dogmatism during the period of the May 4th movement, so it is revolutionary and necessary today for us to use Marxism to criticize the new stereotyped writing and the new dogmatism. If there had been no fight against the old stereotype and the old dogmatism during the May 4th period, the minds of the Chinese people would not have been freed from bondage to them, and China would have no hope of freedom and independence. This task was merely begun in the period of the May 4th movement, and a very great effort, a huge job of work on the road of revolutionary remolding is still necessary to enable the whole people to free themselves completely from the domination of the old stereotype and dogmatism. If today we do not oppose the new stereotyped writing and the new dogmatism, the minds of the Chinese people will be fettered by formalism of another kind. If we do not get rid of the poison of stereotyped party writing and the error of dogmatism found among a section, only a section, of course, of party comrades, then it will be impossible to arouse a vigorous and lively revolutionary spirit, to eradicate the bad habit of taking a wrong attitude towards Marxism and to disseminate and develop true Marxism. Furthermore, it will be impossible to conduct an energetic struggle against the influence of the old stereotyped writing and dogma among the whole people, and against that of foreign stereotyped among many of the people, and impossible to attain the purpose of demolishing and sweeping away these influences. Subjectivism, sectarianism, and stereotyped party writing, all three are anti-Marxist and meet the needs not of the proletariat but of the exploiting classes. They are a reflection of petty bourgeois ideology in our party. China is a country with a very large petty bourgeoisie and our party is surrounded by this enormous class. A great number of our party members come from this class, and when they join the party they inevitably drag in with them a petty bourgeois tail, be it long or short. Unless checked and transformed, the fanaticism and one-sidedness of petty bourgeois revolutionaries can easily engender subjectivism and sectarianism, of which foreign stereotyped writing, or stereotyped party writing, is one form of expression. It is not easy to clean out these things and sweep them away. It must be done properly, that is, by taking pains to reason with people. If we reason earnestly and properly, it will be effective. The first thing to do in this reasoning process is to give the patient a good shake-up by shouting at him, "You are ill," so as to administer a shock and make him break out in a sweat, and then to give him sincere advice on getting treatment. Let us now analyze stereotyped party writing and see where its evils lie. Using poison as an antidote to poison, we shall imitate the form of the stereotyped 8-section essay and set forth the following 8 legs, which might be called the 8 major indictments. The first indictment against stereotyped party writing is that it fills endless pages with empty verbiage. Some of our comrades love to write long articles with no substance, very much like the foot bindings of a slattern, long as well as smelly. Why must they write such long and empty articles? There can be only one explanation: they are determined the masses shall not read them. Because the articles are long and empty, the masses shake their heads at the very sight of them. How can they be expected to read them? Such writings are good for nothing except to bluff the naive, among whom they spread bad influences and foster bad habits. On June 22 last year the Soviet Union began waging a gigantic war against aggression, and yet Stalin's speech on July 3 was only the length of an editorial in our Liberation Daily. Had any of our gentlemen written that speech, just imagine. It would have run to tens of thousands of words at a minimum. We are in the midst of a war, and we should learn how to write shorter and pithier articles. Although there is as yet no fighting here in Yenin, our troops at the front are daily engaged in battle, and the people in the rear are busy at work. If articles are too long, who will read them? Some comrades at the front, too, like to write long reports. They take pains over writing them and send them here for us to read. But who has the hardihood to read them? If long and empty articles are no good, are short and empty ones any better? They are no good either. We should forbid all empty talk. But the first and foremost task is to throw the long, smelly foot bindings of the slattern into the dustbin. Some may ask, isn't capital very long? What are we to do about that? The answer is simple, just go on reading it. There is a proverb, sing different songs on different mountains, another runs, fit the appetite to the dishes and the dress to the figure. Whatever we do must be done according to actual circumstances, and it is the same with writing articles and making speeches. What we oppose is long-winded and empty stereotyped writing, but we do not mean that everything must necessarily be short in order to be good. True, we need short articles in wartime, but above all we need articles that have substance. Articles devoid of substance are the least justifiable and the most objectionable. The same applies to speech-making. We must put an end to all empty, long-winded speeches. The second indictment against stereotyped party writing is that it strikes a pose in order to intimidate people. Some stereotyped party writing is not only long and empty, but also pretentious with the deliberate intention of intimidating people. It carries the worst kind of poison. Writing long-winded and empty articles may be set down to immaturity, but striking a pose to overawe people is not merely immature but downright knavish. Liu Sun once said in criticism of such people, hurling insults and threats is certainly not fighting. 3. What is scientific never fears criticism, for science is truth and fears no refutation. But those who write subjectivist and sectarian articles and speeches in the form of party stereotypes fear refutation, are very cowardly, and therefore rely on pretentiousness to overawe others, believing that they can thereby silence people and win the day. Such pretentiousness cannot reflect truth but is an obstacle to truth. Truth does not strike a pose to overawe people but talks and acts honestly and sincerely. Two terms used to appear in the articles and speeches of many comrades, one being ruthless struggle and the other merciless blows. Measures of that kind are entirely necessary against the enemy or against enemy ideology, but to use them against our own comrades is wrong. It often happens that enemies and enemy ideology infiltrate into the party, as is discussed in item 4 of the conclusion of the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks, short course. Against these enemies, we must undoubtedly resort to ruthless struggle and merciless blows, because the scoundrels use these very measures against the party. If we were tolerant of them, we should fall right into their trap. But the same measures should not be used against comrades who occasionally make mistakes. To them we should apply the method of criticism and self-criticism, the method indicated in item 5 of the conclusion of the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks, short course. The comrades who in the past loudly advocated ruthless struggle and merciless blows against comrades who occasionally made mistakes did so because, for one thing, they failed to make any analysis of the persons they were dealing with and, for another, they were striking a pose in an effort to intimidate. This method is no good, no matter whom you are dealing with. Against the enemy this tactic of intimidation is utterly useless, and with our own comrades it can only do harm. It is a tactic which the exploiting classes and the lumper proletariat habitually practice, but for which the proletariat has no use. For the proletariat the sharpest and most effective weapon is a serious and militant scientific attitude. The Communist Party lives by the truth of Marxism-Leninism, by seeking truth from facts, by science, and not by intimidating people. Needless to say, the idea of attaining fame and position for oneself by pretentiousness is even more contemptible. In short, when organizations make decisions and issue instructions, and when comrades write articles and make speeches, they must without exception depend on Marxist-Leninist truth and seek to serve a useful purpose. This is the only basis on which victory in the revolution can be achieved, all else is of no avail. The third indictment against stereotyped party writing is that it shoots at random, without considering the audience. A few years ago a slogan appeared on the Yan'an city wall which read, "Working men and peasants, unite and strive for victory in the war of resistance against Japan." The idea of the slogan was not at all bad, but the character kon, meaning working, in kon gen, meaning working men, was written as zigzag, with its perpendicular stroke twisted into a zigzag. How about the character gen, meaning men? It became three slanting, with three slanting strokes added to its right leg. The comrade who wrote this was no doubt a disciple of the ancient scholars, but it is rather baffling why he should have written such characters in such a place, on the Yan'an city wall, at the time of the War of Resistance. Perhaps he had taken a vow that the common people should not read them. It is difficult to explain otherwise. Communists who really want to do propaganda must consider their audience and bear in mind those who will read their articles and slogans or listen to their speeches and their talk, otherwise they are in effect resolving not to be read or listened to by anyone. Many people often take it for granted that what they write and say can be easily understood by everybody, when it is not so at all. How can people understand them when they write and speak in party stereotypes? The saying "to play the lute to a cow" implies a jibe at the audience. If we substitute the idea of respect for the audience, the jibe is turned against the player. Why should he strum away without considering his audience? What is worse, he is producing a party stereotype as raucous as a crow, and yet he insists on cawing at the masses. When shooting an arrow, one must aim at the target. When playing the lute, one must consider the listener. How, then, can one write articles or make speeches without taking the reader or the audience into account? Suppose we want to make friends with a person, whoever he may be, can we become bosom friends if we do not understand each other's hearts, do not know each other's thoughts? It simply will not do for our propaganda workers to rattle on without investigating, studying, and analyzing their audience. The fourth indictment against stereotyped party writing is its drab language that reminds one of a paisan. Like our stereotyped party writing, the creatures known in Shanghai as Little Paisan are wizened and ugly. If an article or a speech merely rings the changes on a few terms in a classroom tone without a shred of vigor or spirit, is it not rather like a paisan, drab of speech and repulsive in appearance? If someone enters primary school at 7, goes to middle school in his teens, graduates from college in his 20s and never has contact with the masses of the people, he is not to blame if his language is poor and monotonous. But we are revolutionaries working for the masses, and if we do not learn the language of the masses, we cannot work well. At present many of our comrades doing propaganda work make no study of language. Their propaganda is very dull, and few people care to read their articles or listen to their talk. Why do we need to study language and, what is more, spend much effort on it? Because the mastery of language is not easy and requires painstaking effort. First, let us learn language from the masses. The people's vocabulary is rich, vigorous, vivid, and expressive of real life. It is because many of us have not mastered language that our articles and speeches contain few vigorous, vivid, and effective expressions and resemble not a hale and healthy person, but an emaciated paisan, a mere bag of bones. Secondly, let us absorb what we need from foreign languages. We should not import foreign expressions mechanically or use them indiscriminately, but should absorb what is good and suits our needs. Our current vocabulary has already incorporated many foreign expressions, because the old Chinese vocabulary was inadequate. For instance, today we are holding a meeting of Kenpyo cadres, and the term Kenpyo is derived from a foreign word. We should continue to absorb many fresh things from abroad, not only progressive ideas but new expressions as well. Thirdly, let us also learn whatever is alive in the classical Chinese language. Since we have not studied classical Chinese hard enough, we have not made full and proper use of much that is still alive in it. Of course, we are resolutely opposed to the use of obsolete expressions or allusions, and that is final, but what is good and still useful should be taken over. Those who are badly infected by stereotyped party writing do not take pains to study what is useful in the language of the people, in foreign languages, or in classical Chinese, so the masses do not welcome their dry and dull propaganda, and we too have no need for such poor and incompetent propagandists. Who are our propagandists? They include not only teachers, journalists, writers, and artists, but all our cadres. Take the military commanders, for instance. Though they make no public statements, they have to talk to the soldiers and have dealings with the people. What is this if not propaganda? Whenever a man speaks to others, he is doing propaganda work. Unless he is dumb, he always has a few words to say. It is therefore imperative that our comrades should all study language. The fifth indictment against stereotyped party writing is that it arranges items under a complicated set of headings, as if starting a Chinese pharmacy. Go and take a look at any Chinese pharmacy, and you will see cabinets with numerous drawers, each bearing the name of a drug: tonsil, foxglove, rhubarb, saltpetre, indeed, everything that should be there. This method has been picked up by our comrades. In their articles and speeches, their books and reports, they use first the big Chinese numerals, second the small Chinese numerals, third the characters for the 10 celestial stems, fourth the characters for the 12 earthly branches, and then capital A, B, C, D, then small a, B, C, D, followed by the Arabic numerals, and what not. How fortunate that the ancients and the foreigners created all these symbols for us so that we can start a Chinese pharmacy without the slightest effort. For all its verbiage, an article that bristles with such symbols, that does not pose, analyze, or solve problems, and that does not take a stand for or against anything is devoid of real content and nothing but a Chinese pharmacy. I am not saying that such symbols as the 10 celestial stems, etc., should not be used, but that this kind of approach to problems is wrong. The method borrowed from the Chinese pharmacy, which many of our comrades are very fond of, is really the most crude, infantile and philistine of all. It is a formalist method, classifying things according to their external features instead of their internal relations. If one takes a conglomeration of concepts that are not internally related and arranges them into an article, speech, or report simply according to the external features of things, then one is juggling with concepts and may also lead others to indulge in the same sort of game, with the result that they do not use their brains to think over problems and probe into the essence of things, but are satisfied merely to list phenomena in ABCD order. What is a problem? A problem is the contradiction in a thing. Where one has an unresolved contradiction, there one has a problem. Since there is a problem, you have to be for one side and against the other, and you have to pose the problem. To pose the problem, you must first make a preliminary investigation and study of the two basic aspects of the problem or contradiction before you can understand the nature of the contradiction. This is the process of discovering the problem. Preliminary investigation and study can discover the problem, can pose the problem, but cannot as yet solve it. In order to solve the problem, it is necessary to make a systematic and thorough investigation and study. This is the process of analysis. In posing the problem too, analysis is needed, otherwise, faced with a chaotic and bewildering mass of phenomena, you will not be able to discern where the problem or contradiction lies. But here, by the process of analysis we mean a process of systematic and thorough analysis. It often happens that although a problem has been posed, it cannot be solved because the internal relations of things have not yet been revealed, because this process of systematic and thorough analysis has not yet been carried out. Consequently, we still cannot see the contours of the problem clearly, cannot make a synthesis, and so cannot solve the problem well. If an article or speech is important and meant to give guidance, it ought to pose a particular problem, then analyze it, and then make a synthesis pointing to the nature of the problem and providing the method for solving it. In all this, formalist methods are useless. Since infantile, crude, philistine, and lazy-minded formalist methods are prevalent in our party, we must expose them. Only thus can everybody learn to use the Marxist method to observe, pose, analyze, and solve problems. Only thus can we do our work well, and only thus can our revolutionary cause triumph. The sixth indictment against stereotyped party writing is that it is irresponsible and harms people wherever it appears. All the offenses mentioned above are due partly to immaturity and partly to an insufficient sense of responsibility. Let us take washing the face to illustrate the point. We all wash our faces every day, many of us more than once, and inspect ourselves in the mirror afterwards by way of investigation and study, loud laughter, for fear that something may not be quite right. What a great sense of responsibility! If we wrote articles and made speeches with the same sense of responsibility, we would not be doing badly. Do not present what is not presentable. Always bear in mind that it may influence the thoughts and actions of others. If a man happens not to wash his face for a day or two, that of course is not good, and if after washing he leaves a smudge or two, that too is not so pleasing, but there is no serious danger. It is different with writing articles or making speeches. They are intended solely to influence others. Yet our comrades go about this task casually. This means putting the trivial above the important. Many people write articles and make speeches without prior study or preparation, and after writing an article, they do not bother to go over it several times in the same way as they would examine their faces in the mirror after washing, but instead offhandedly send it to be published. Often the result is 1,000 words from the pen in a stream, but 10,000 li away from the theme. Talented though these writers may appear, they actually harm people. This bad habit, this weak sense of responsibility, must be corrected. The seventh indictment against stereotyped party writing is that it poisons the whole party and jeopardizes the revolution. The eighth indictment is that its spread would wreck the country and ruin the people. These two indictments are self-evident and require no elaboration. In other words, if stereotyped party writing is not transformed but is allowed to develop unchecked, the consequences will be very serious indeed. The poison of subjectivism and sectarianism is hidden in stereotyped party writing, and if this poison spreads it will endanger both the party and the country. The aforesaid 8 counts are our call to arms against stereotyped party writing. As a form, the party stereotype is not only unsuitable for expressing the revolutionary spirit but is apt to stifle it. To develop the revolutionary spirit it is necessary to discard stereotyped party writing and instead to adopt the Marxist-Leninist style of writing, which is vigorous, lively, fresh, and forceful. This style of writing has existed for a long time, but is yet to be enriched and spread widely among us. When we have destroyed foreign stereotyped writing and stereotyped party writing, we can enrich our new style of writing and spread it widely, thereby advancing the party's revolutionary cause. The party stereotype is not only confined to articles and speeches, but is also found in the conduct of meetings. 1. Opening announcement, 2. Report, 3. Discussion, 4. Conclusions, and 5. Adjournment. If this rigid procedure is followed at every meeting, large or small, everywhere and every time, is not that another party stereotype? When reports are made at meetings they often go as follows: 1. The international situation, 2. The domestic situation, 3. The border region, and 4. Our own department, and the meetings often last from morning till night, with even those having nothing to say taking the floor, as though they would let the others down unless they spoke. In short, there is a disregard for actual conditions and deadly adherence to rigid old forms and habits. Should we not correct all these things too? Nowadays many people are calling for a transformation to a national, scientific, and mass style. That is very good. But transformation means thorough change, from top to bottom and inside out. Yet some people who have not made even a slight change are calling for a transformation. I would therefore advise these comrades to begin by making just a little change before they go on to transform, or else they will remain entangled in dogmatism and stereotyped party writing. This can be described as having grandiose aims but puny abilities, great ambition but little talent, and it will accomplish nothing. So whoever talks glibly about transformation to a mass style while in fact he is stuck fast in his own small circle had better watch out, or someday one of the masses may bump into him along the road and say, "What about all this transformation, sir? Can I see a bit of it, please?" And he will be in a fix. If he is not just prating but sincerely wants to transform to a mass style, he must really go among the common people and learn from them, otherwise his transformation will remain up in the air. There are some who keep clamoring for transformation to a mass style but cannot speak 3 sentences in the language of the common people. It shows they are not really determined to learn from the masses. Their minds are still confined to their own small circles. At this meeting, copies of A Guide to Propaganda, a pamphlet containing 4 articles, have been distributed, and I advise our comrades to read and reread it. The first piece, composed of excerpts from the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks, short course, deals with the way Lenin did propaganda work. It describes, among other things, how Lenin wrote leaflets. Under Lenin's guidance, the St. Petersburg League of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class was the first body in Russia that began to unite socialism with the working class movement. When a strike broke out in some factory, the League of Struggle, which through the members of its circles was kept well posted on the state of affairs in the factories, immediately responded by issuing leaflets and socialist proclamations. These leaflets exposed the oppression of the workers by the manufacturers, explained how the workers should fight for their interests, and set forth the workers' demands. The leaflets told the plain truth about the ulcers of capitalism, the poverty of the workers, their intolerably hard working day of 12 to 14 hours, and their utter lack of rights. They also put forward appropriate political demands. Take note, well posted and told the plain truth. Again, with the collaboration of the worker Babushkin, Lenin at the end of 1894 wrote the first agitational leaflet of this kind and an appeal to the workers of the Semyonikov works in St. Petersburg who were on strike. To write a leaflet, you must consult with comrades who are well posted on the state of affairs. It was on the basis of such investigation and study that Lenin wrote and worked. Every leaflet greatly helped to stiffen the spirit of the workers. They saw that the socialists were helping and defending them. 4. Do we agree with Lenin? If we do, we must work in the spirit of Lenin. That is, we must do as Lenin did and not fill endless pages with verbiage, or shoot at random without considering the audience, or become self-opinionated and bombastic. The second piece is composed of excerpts from Dimitrov's statements at the 7th World Congress of the Communist International. What did Dimitrov say? He said, "We must learn to talk to the masses, not in the language of book formulas, but in the language of fighters for the cause of the masses, whose every word, whose every idea reflects the innermost thoughts and sentiments of millions." 5. And again, the masses cannot assimilate our decisions unless we learn to speak the language which the masses understand. We do not always know how to speak simply, concretely, in images which are familiar and intelligible to the masses. We are still unable to refrain from abstract formulas which we have learned by rote. As a matter of fact, if you look through our leaflets, newspapers, resolutions, and theses, you will find that they are often written in a language and style so heavy that they are difficult for even our party functionaries to understand, let alone the rank-and-file workers. 6. Well? Does not Dimitrov put his finger on our weak spot? Apparently, stereotyped party writing exists in foreign countries as well as in China, so you can see it is a common disease. Laughter. In any case, we should cure our own disease quickly in accordance with Comrade Dimitrov's injunction. Every one of us must make this a law, a Bolshevik law, an elementary rule. When writing or speaking, always have in mind the rank-and-file worker who must understand you, must believe in your appeal and be ready to follow you. You must have in mind those for whom you rewrite, to whom you speak. 7. This is the prescription made out for us by the Communist International, a prescription that must be followed. Let it be a law for us. The third article, selected from the complete works of Liu Xun, is the author's reply to the magazine The Dipper 8 discussing how to write. What did Liu Xun say? Altogether he set forth 8 rules of writing, some of which I shall pick out for comment here. Rule L. Pay close attention to all manner of things, observe more, and if you have observed only a little, then do not write. What he says is, pay close attention to all manner of things, not just to one thing or half a thing. He says observe more, not just take a look or half a look. How about us? Don't we often do exactly the opposite and write after having observed only a little? Rule 2. Do not force yourself to write when you have nothing to say. What about us? Don't we often force ourselves to write a great deal when it is all too clear that there is nothing in our heads? It is sheer irresponsibility to pick up the pen and force ourselves to write without investigation or study. Rule 4. After writing something, read it over twice at least, and do your utmost to strike out non-essential words, sentences, and paragraphs, without the slightest compunction. Rather condense the material for a novel into a sketch, never spin out the material for a sketch into a novel. Confucius advised, think twice. 9 and Han Yu said, a deed is accomplished through taking thought. 10. That was in ancient times. Today matters have become very complicated, and sometimes it is not even enough to think them over 3 or 4 times. Liu Xun said, read it over twice at least. And at most? He did not say, but in my opinion it does no harm to go over an important article more than 10 times and to revise it conscientiously before it is published. Articles are the reflection of objective reality, which is intricate and complex and must be studied over and over again before it can be properly reflected. To be slipshod in this respect is to be ignorant of the rudiments of writing. Rule 6. Do not coin adjectives or other terms that are intelligible to nobody but yourself. We have coined too many expressions that are intelligible to nobody. Sometimes a single clause runs to 40 or 50 words and is packed with adjectives or other terms that are intelligible to nobody. Many who never tire of professing to follow Liu Xun are the very ones who turn their backs on him. The last piece is taken from the report on how to develop a national style of propaganda, which was adopted at the 6th plenary session of the 6th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. At that session held in 1938, we said that any talk about Marxism apart from China's specific characteristics is only Marxism in the abstract, Marxism in a vacuum. That is to say, we must oppose all empty talk about Marxism, and communists living in China must study Marxism by linking it with the realities of the Chinese Revolution. The report said, foreign stereotypes must be abolished, there must be less singing of empty, abstract tunes, and dogmatism must be laid to rest, they must be replaced by the fresh, lively Chinese style and spirit which the common people of China love. To separate internationalist content from national form is the practice of those who do not understand the first thing about internationalism. We, on the contrary, must link the two closely. In this matter there are serious errors in our ranks which should be conscientiously overcome. The abolition of foreign stereotypes was demanded in that report, yet some comrades are still promoting them. Less singing of empty, abstract tunes was demanded, yet some comrades are obstinately singing more. The demand was made that dogmatism be laid to rest, yet some comrades are telling it to get out of bed. In short, many people have let this report which was adopted at the 6th plenary session go in one ear and out of the other, as if willfully opposed to it. The Central Committee has now made the decision that we must discard stereotyped party writing, dogmatism and the like once and for all, and that is why I have come and talked at some length. I hope that comrades will think over and analyze what I have said and that each comrade will also analyze his own particular case. Everyone should carefully examine himself, talk over with his close friends and the comrades around him whatever he has clarified and really get rid of his own defects. Talks at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art. May 1942. Introduction. May 2, 1942. Comrades. You have been invited to this forum today to exchange ideas and examine the relationship between work in the literary and artistic fields and revolutionary work in general. Our aim is to ensure that revolutionary literature and art follow the correct path of development and provide better help to other revolutionary work in facilitating the overthrow of our national enemy and the accomplishment of the task of national liberation. In our struggle for the liberation of the Chinese people there are various fronts, among which there are the fronts of the pen and of the gun, the cultural and the military fronts. To defeat the enemy we must rely primarily on the army with guns. But this army alone is not enough, we must also have a cultural army, which is absolutely indispensable for uniting our own ranks and defeating the enemy. Since the May 4th movement such a cultural army has taken shape in China, and it has helped the Chinese Revolution, gradually reduced the domain of China's feudal culture and of the comprador culture which serves imperialist aggression, and weakened their influence. To oppose the new culture the Chinese reactionaries can now only pit quantity against quality. In other words, reactionaries have money, and though they can produce nothing good, they can go all out and produce in quantity. Literature and art have been an important and successful part of the cultural front since the May 4th movement. During the 10 years Civil War, the revolutionary literature and art movement grew greatly. That movement and the Revolutionary War both headed in the same general direction, but these two fraternal armies were not linked together in their practical work because the reactionaries had cut them off from each other. It is very good that since the outbreak of the War of Resistance against Japan, more and more revolutionary writers and artists have been coming to Yan'an and our other anti-Japanese base areas. But it does not necessarily follow that, having come to the base areas, they have already integrated themselves completely with the masses of the people here. The two must be completely integrated if we are to push ahead with our revolutionary work. The purpose of our meeting today is precisely to ensure that literature and art fit well into the whole revolutionary machine as a component part, that they operate as powerful weapons for uniting and educating the people and for attacking and destroying the enemy, and that they help the people fight the enemy with one heart and one mind. What are the problems that must be solved to achieve this objective? I think they are the problems of the class stand of the writers and artists, their attitude, their audience, their work, and their study. The problem of class stand. Our stand is that of the proletariat and of the masses. For members of the Communist Party, this means keeping to the stand of the party, keeping to party spirit and party policy. Are there any of our literary and art workers who are still mistaken or not clear in their understanding of this problem? I think there are. Many of our comrades have frequently departed from the correct stand. The problem of attitude. From one stand there follow specific attitudes towards specific matters. For instance, is one to extol or to expose? This is a question of attitude. Which attitude is wanted? I would say both. The question is, whom are you dealing with? There are three kinds of persons: the enemy, our allies in the united front and our own people, the last are the masses and their vanguard. We need to adopt a different attitude towards each of the three. With regard to the enemy, that is, Japanese imperialism and all the other enemies of the people, the task of revolutionary writers and artists is to expose their duplicity and cruelty and at the same time to point out the inevitability of their defeat, so as to encourage the anti-Japanese army and people to fight staunchly with one heart and one mind for their overthrow. With regard to our different allies in the united front, our attitude should be one of both alliance and criticism, and there should be different kinds of alliance and different kinds of criticism. We support them in their resistance to Japan and praise them for any achievement. But if they are not active in the war of resistance, we should criticize them. If anyone opposes the Communist Party and the people and keeps moving down the path of reaction, we will firmly oppose him. As for the masses of the people, their toil and their struggle, their army and their party, we should certainly praise them. The people, too, have their shortcomings. Among the proletariat many retain petty bourgeois ideas, while both the peasants and the urban petty bourgeoisie have backward ideas. These are burdens hampering them in their struggle. We should be patient and spend a long time in educating them and helping them to get these loads off their backs and combat their own shortcomings and errors, so that they can advance with great strides. They have remolded themselves in struggle or are doing so, and our literature and art should depict this process. As long as they do not persist in their errors, we should not dwell on their negative side and consequently make the mistake of ridiculing them or, worse still, of being hostile to them. Our writings should help them to unite, to make progress, to press ahead with one heart and one mind, to discard what is backward and develop what is revolutionary, and should certainly not do the opposite. The problem of audience, i.e., the people for whom our works of literature and art are produced. In the Shenxi-Kan-Suningxia border region and the anti-Japanese base areas of northern and central China, this problem differs from that in the Kuomintang areas, and differs still more from that in Shanghai before the War of Resistance. In the Shanghai period, the audience for works of revolutionary literature and art consisted mainly of a section of the students, office workers, and shop assistants. After the outbreak of the War of Resistance, the audience in the Kuomintang areas became somewhat wider, but it still consisted mainly of the same kind of people because the government there prevented the workers, peasants, and soldiers from having access to revolutionary literature and art. In our base areas the situation is entirely different. Here the audience for works of literature and art consists of workers, peasants, soldiers, and revolutionary cadres. There are students in the base areas, too, but they are different from students of the old type, they are either former or future cadres. The cadres of all types, fighters in the army, workers in the factories and peasants in the villages all want to read books and newspapers once they become literate, and those who are illiterate want to see plays and operas, look at drawings and paintings, sing songs and hear music. They are the audience for our works of literature and art. Take the cadres alone. Do not think they are few, they far outnumber the readers of any book published in the Kuomintang areas. There, an edition usually runs to only 2,000 copies, and even 3 editions add up to only 6,000, but as for the cadres in the base areas, in Yan'an alone there are more than 10,000 who read books. Many of them, moreover, are tempered revolutionaries of long standing, who have come from all parts of the country and will go out to work in different places, so it is very important to do educational work among them. Our literary and art workers must do a good job in this respect. Since the audience for our literature and art consists of workers, peasants, and soldiers and of their cadres, the problem arises of understanding them and knowing them well. A great deal of work has to be done in order to understand them and know them well, to understand and know well all the different kinds of people and phenomena in the party and government organizations, in the villages and factories and in the 8th Route and new 4th Armies. Our writers and artists have their literary and art work to do, but their primary task is to understand people and know them well. In this regard, how have matters stood with our writers and artists? I would say they have been lacking in knowledge and understanding, they have been like a hero with no place to display his prowess. What does lacking in knowledge mean? Not knowing people well. The writers and artists do not have a good knowledge either of those whom they describe or of their audience, indeed they may hardly know them at all. They do not know the workers or peasants or soldiers well, and do not know the cadres well either. What does lacking in understanding mean? Not understanding the language, that is, not being familiar with the rich, lively language of the masses. Since many writers and artists stand aloof from the masses and lead empty lives, naturally they are unfamiliar with the language of the people. Accordingly, their works are not only insipid in language but often contain nondescript expressions of their own coining which run counter to popular usage. Many comrades like to talk about a mass style. But what does it really mean? It means that the thoughts and feelings of our writers and artists should be fused with those of the masses of workers, peasants, and soldiers. To achieve this fusion, they should conscientiously learn the language of the masses. How can you talk of literary and artistic creation if you find the very language of the masses largely incomprehensible? By a hero with no place to display his prowess, we mean that your collection of great truths is not appreciated by the masses. The more you put on the airs of a veteran before the masses and play the hero, the more you try to peddle such stuff to the masses, the less likely they are to accept it. If you want the masses to understand you, if you want to be one with the masses, you must make up your mind to undergo a long and even painful process of tempering. Here I might mention the experience of how my own feelings changed. I began life as a student and at school acquired the ways of a student. I then used to feel it undignified to do even a little manual labor, such as carrying my own luggage in the presence of my fellow students, who were incapable of carrying anything, either on their shoulders or in their hands. At that time I felt that intellectuals were the only clean people in the world, while in comparison workers and peasants were dirty. I did not mind wearing the clothes of other intellectuals, believing them clean, but I would not put on clothes belonging to a worker or peasant, believing them dirty. But after I became a revolutionary and lived with workers and peasants and with soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, I gradually came to know them well, and they gradually came to know me well too. It was then, and only then, that I fundamentally changed the bourgeois and petty bourgeois feelings implanted in me in the bourgeois schools. I came to feel that compared with the workers and peasants the unremolded intellectuals were not clean and that, in the last analysis, the workers and peasants were the cleanest people and, even though their hands were soiled and their feet smeared with cow dung, they were really cleaner than the bourgeois and petty bourgeois intellectuals. That is what is meant by a change in feelings, a change from one class to another. If our writers and artists who come from the intelligentsia want their works to be well received by the masses, they must change and remold their thinking and their feelings. Without such a change, without such remolding, they can do nothing well and will be misfits. The last problem is study, by which I mean the study of Marxism-Leninism and of society. Anyone who considers himself a revolutionary Marxist writer, and especially any writer who is a member of the Communist Party, must have a knowledge of Marxism-Leninism. At present, however, some comrades are lacking in the basic concepts of Marxism. For instance, it is a basic Marxist concept that being determines consciousness, that the objective realities of class struggle and national struggle determine our thoughts and feelings. But some of our comrades turn this upside down and maintain that everything ought to start from love. Now as for love, in a class society there can be only class love, but these comrades are seeking a love transcending classes, love in the abstract and also freedom in the abstract, truth in the abstract, human nature in the abstract, etc. This shows that they have been very deeply influenced by the bourgeoisie. They should thoroughly rid themselves of this influence and modestly study Marxism-Leninism. It is right for writers and artists to study literary and artistic creation, but the science of Marxism-Leninism must be studied by all revolutionaries, writers, and artists not excepted. Writers and artists should study society, that is to say, should study the various classes in society, their mutual relations and respective conditions, their physiognomy and their psychology. Only when we grasp all this clearly can we have a literature and art that is rich in content and correct in orientation. I am merely raising these problems today by way of introduction. I hope all of you will express your views on these and other relevant problems. Conclusion. May 23, 1942. Comrades. Our forum has had 3 meetings this month. In the pursuit of truth we have carried on spirited debates in which scores of party and non-party comrades have spoken, laying bare the issues and making them more concrete. This, I believe, will very much benefit the whole literary and artistic movement. In discussing a problem, we should start from reality and not from definitions. We would be following a wrong method if we first looked up definitions of literature and art in textbooks and then used them to determine the guiding principles for the present-day literary and artistic movement and to judge the different opinions and controversies that arise today. We are Marxists, and Marxism teaches that in our approach to a problem we should start from objective facts, not from abstract definitions, and that we should derive our guiding principles, policies, and measures from an analysis of these facts. We should do the same in our present discussion of literary and artistic work. What are the facts at present? The facts are, the war of resistance against Japan which China has been fighting for 5 years, the worldwide anti-fascist war, the vacillations of China's big landlord class and big bourgeoisie in the war of resistance and their policy of high-handed oppression of the people, the revolutionary movement in literature and art since the May 4 movement, its great contributions to the revolution during the last 23 years and its many shortcomings, the anti-Japanese democratic base. Areas of the Eighth Route and New Fourth Armies, and the integration of large numbers of writers and artists with these armies and with the workers and peasants in these areas, the difference in both environment and tasks between the writers and artists in the base areas and those in the Kuomintang areas, and the controversial issues concerning literature and art which have arisen in Yan'an and the other anti-Japanese base areas. These are the actual, undeniable facts in the light of which we have to consider our problems. What then is the crux of the matter? In my opinion, it consists fundamentally of the problems of working for the masses and how to work for the masses. Unless these two problems are solved, or solved properly, our writers and artists will be ill-adapted to their environment and their tasks and will come up against a series of difficulties from without and within. My concluding remarks will center on these two problems and also touch upon some related ones. The first problem is, literature and art for whom? This problem was solved long ago by Marxists, especially by Lenin. As far back as 1905, Lenin pointed out emphatically that our literature and art should serve the millions and tens of millions of working people. For comrades engaged in literary and artistic work in the anti-Japanese base areas, it might seem that this problem is already solved and needs no further discussion. Actually, that is not the case. Many comrades have not found a clear solution. Consequently, their sentiments, their works, their actions, and their views on the guiding principles for literature and art have inevitably been more or less at variance with the needs of the masses and of the practical struggle. Of course, among the numerous men of culture, writers, artists, and other literary and artistic workers engaged in the great struggle for liberation together with the Communist Party and the Eighth Route and New Fourth Armies, a few may be careerists who are with us only temporarily, but the overwhelming majority are working energetically for the common cause. By relying on these comrades, we have achieved a great deal in our literature, drama, music, and fine arts. Many of these writers and artists have begun their work since the outbreak of the War of Resistance, many others did much revolutionary work before the war, endured many hardships and influenced broad masses of the people by their activities and works. Why do we say, then, that even among these comrades there are some who have not reached a clear solution of the problem of whom literature and art are for? Is it conceivable that there are still some who maintain that revolutionary literature and art are not for the masses of the people but for the exploiters and oppressors? Indeed, literature and art exist which are for the exploiters and oppressors. Literature and art for the landlord class are feudal literature and art. Such were the literature and art of the ruling class in China's feudal era. To this day such literature and art still have considerable influence in China. Literature and art for the bourgeoisie are bourgeois literature and art. People like Liang Shichu, to whom Liu Xun criticized, talk about literature and art as transcending classes, but in fact they uphold bourgeois literature and art and oppose proletarian literature and art. Then literature and art exist which serve the imperialists, for example, the works of Zhou Tsojun, Chang Zuping III and their like, which we call trader literature and art. With us, literature and art are for the people, not for any of the above groups. We have said that China's new culture at the present stage is an anti-imperialist, anti-feudal culture of the masses of the people under the leadership of the proletariat. Today, anything that is truly of the masses must necessarily be led by the proletariat. Whatever is under the leadership of the bourgeoisie cannot possibly be of the masses. Naturally, the same applies to the new literature and art which are part of the new culture. We should take over the rich legacy and the good traditions in literature and art that have been handed down from past ages in China and foreign countries, but the aim must still be to serve the masses of the people. Nor do we refuse to utilize the literary and artistic forms of the past, but in our hands these old forms, remolded and infused with new content, also become something revolutionary in the service of the people. Who, then, are the masses of the people? The broadest sections of the people, constituting more than 90% of our total population, are the workers, peasants, soldiers, and urban petty bourgeoisie. Therefore, our literature and art are first for the workers, the class that leads the revolution. Secondly, they are for the peasants, the most numerous and most steadfast of our allies in the revolution. Thirdly, they are for the armed workers and peasants, namely, the 8th Root and New 4th Armies and the other armed units of the people, which are the main forces of the Revolutionary War. Fourthly, they are for the laboring masses of the urban petty bourgeoisie and for the petty bourgeois intellectuals, both of whom are also our allies in the revolution and capable of long-term cooperation with us. These four kinds of people constitute the overwhelming majority of the Chinese nation, the broadest masses of the people. Our literature and art should be for the four kinds of people we have enumerated. To serve them, we must take the class stand of the proletariat and not that of the petty bourgeoisie. Today, writers who cling to an individualist, petty bourgeois stand cannot truly serve the masses of revolutionary workers, peasants, and soldiers. Their interest is mainly focused on the small number of petty bourgeois intellectuals. This is the crucial reason why some of our comrades cannot correctly solve the problem of for whom. In saying this, I am not referring to theory. In theory, or in words, no one in our ranks regards the masses of workers, peasants, and soldiers as less important than the petty bourgeois intellectuals. I am referring to practice, to action. In practice, in action, do they regard petty bourgeois intellectuals as more important than workers, peasants, and soldiers? I think they do. Many comrades concern themselves with studying the petty bourgeois intellectuals and analyzing their psychology, and they concentrate on portraying these intellectuals and excusing or defending their shortcomings, instead of guiding the intellectuals to join with them in getting closer to the masses of workers, peasants, and soldiers, taking part in the practical struggles of the masses, portraying and educating the masses. Coming from the petty bourgeoisie and being themselves intellectuals, many comrades seek friends only among intellectuals and concentrate on studying and describing them. Such study and description are proper if done from a proletarian position. But that is not what they do, or not what they do fully. They take the petty bourgeois stand and produce works that are the self-expression of the petty bourgeoisie, as can be seen in quite a number of literary and artistic products. Often they show heartfelt sympathy for intellectuals of petty bourgeois origin, to the extent of sympathizing with or even praising their shortcomings. On the other hand, these comrades seldom come into contact with the masses of workers, peasants, and soldiers, do not understand or study them, do not have intimate friends among them and are not good at portraying them. When they do depict them, the clothes are the clothes of working people but the faces are those of petty bourgeois intellectuals. In certain respects they are fond of the workers, peasants, and soldiers and the cadres stemming from them, but there are times when they do not like them and there are some respects in which they do not like them. They do not like their feelings or their manner or their nascent literature and art, the wall newspapers, murals, folk songs, folk tales, etc. At times they are fond of these things too, but that is when they are hunting for novelty, for something with which to embellish their own works, or even for certain backward features. At other times they openly despise these things and are partial to what belongs to the petty bourgeois intellectuals or even to the bourgeoisie. These comrades have their feet planted on the side of the petty bourgeois intellectuals, or, to put it more elegantly, their innermost soul is still a kingdom of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia. Thus they have not yet solved, or not yet clearly solved, the problem of for whom. This applies not only to newcomers to Yan'an, even among comrades who have been to the front and worked for a number of years in our base areas and in the 8th Root and New 4th Armies, many have not completely solved this problem. It requires a long period of time, at least 8 or 10 years, to solve it thoroughly. But however long it takes, solve it we must and solve it unequivocally and thoroughly. Our literary and art workers must accomplish this task and shift their stand. They must gradually move their feet over to the side of the workers, peasants, and soldiers, to the side of the proletariat, through the process of going into their very midst and into the thick of practical struggles and through the process of studying Marxism and society. Only in this way can we have a literature and art that are truly for the workers, peasants, and soldiers, a truly proletarian literature and art. This question of for whom is fundamental, it is a question of principle. The controversies and divergences, the opposition and disunity arising among some comrades in the past were not on this fundamental question of principle but on secondary questions, or even on issues involving no principle. On this question of principle, however, there has been hardly any divergence between the two contending sides, and they have shown almost complete agreement. To some extent, both tend to look down upon the workers, peasants, and soldiers and divorce themselves from the masses. I say to some extent because, generally speaking, these comrades do not look down upon the workers, peasants, and soldiers or divorce themselves from the masses in the same way as the Kuomintang does. Nevertheless, the tendency is there. Unless this fundamental problem is solved, many other problems will not be easy to solve. Take, for instance, the sectarianism in literary and art circles. This too is a question of principle, but sectarianism can only be eradicated by putting forward and faithfully applying the slogans, for the workers and peasants, for the Eighth Route and New Fourth Armies, and go among the masses. Otherwise the problem of sectarianism can never be solved. Liu Sun once said, "A common aim is the prerequisite for a united front." The fact that our front is not united shows that we have not been able to unify our aims, and that some people are working only for small groups or indeed only for themselves. If we all aim at serving the masses of workers and peasants, our front will of course be united. 4. The problem existed then in Shanghai, now it exists in Chongqing too. In such places the problem can hardly be solved thoroughly, because the rulers oppress the revolutionary writers and artists and deny them the freedom to go out among the masses of workers, peasants, and soldiers. Here with us the situation is entirely different. We encourage revolutionary writers and artists to be active in forming intimate contacts with the workers, peasants, and soldiers, giving them complete freedom to go among the masses and to create a genuinely revolutionary literature and art. Therefore, here among us the problem is nearing solution. But nearing solution is not the same as a complete and thorough solution. We must study Marxism and study society, as we have been saying, precisely in order to achieve a complete and thorough solution. By Marxism we mean living Marxism which plays an effective role in the life and struggle of the masses, not Marxism in words. With Marxism in words transformed into Marxism in real life, there will be no more sectarianism. Not only will the problem of sectarianism be solved, but many other problems as well. 2. Having settled the problem of whom to serve, we come to the next problem, how to serve. To put it in the words of some of our comrades, should we devote ourselves to raising standards, or should we devote ourselves to popularization? In the past, some comrades, to a certain or even a serious extent, belittled and neglected popularization and laid undue stress on raising standards. Stress should be laid on raising standards, but to do so one-sidedly and exclusively, to do so excessively, is a mistake. The lack of a clear solution to the problem of for whom, which I referred to earlier, also manifests itself in this connection. As these comrades are not clear on the problem of for whom, they have no correct criteria for the raising of standards and the popularization they speak of, and are naturally still less able to find the correct relationship between the two. Since our literature and art are basically for the workers, peasants, and soldiers, popularization means to popularize among the workers, peasants, and soldiers, and raising standards means to advance from their present level. What should we popularize among them? Popularize what is needed and can be readily accepted by the feudal landlord class? Popularize what is needed and can be readily accepted by the bourgeoisie? Popularize what is needed and can be readily accepted by the petty bourgeois intellectuals? No, none of these will do. We must popularize only what is needed and can be readily accepted by the workers, peasants, and soldiers themselves. Consequently, prior to the task of educating the workers, peasants, and soldiers, there is the task of learning from them. This is even more true of raising standards. There must be a basis from which to raise. Take a bucket of water, for instance, where is it to be raised from if not from the ground? From mid-air? From what basis, then, are literature and art to be raised? From the basis of the feudal classes? From the basis of the bourgeoisie? From the basis of the petty bourgeois intellectuals? No, not from any of these, only from the basis of the masses of workers, peasants, and soldiers. Nor does this mean raising the workers, peasants, and soldiers to the heights of the feudal classes, the bourgeoisie or the petty bourgeois intellectuals. It means raising the level of literature and art in the direction in which the workers, peasants, and soldiers are themselves advancing, in the direction in which the proletariat is advancing. Here again the task of learning from the workers, peasants, and soldiers comes in. Only by starting from the workers, peasants, and soldiers can we have a correct understanding of popularization and of the raising of standards and find the proper relationship between the two. In the last analysis, what is the source of all literature and art? Works of literature and art, as ideological forms, are products of the reflection in the human brain of the life of a given society. Revolutionary literature and art are the products of the reflection of the life of the people in the brains of revolutionary writers and artists. The life of the people is always a mine of the raw materials for literature and art, materials in their natural form, materials that are crude, but most vital, rich, and fundamental. They make all literature and art seem pallid by comparison. They provide literature and art with an inexhaustible source, their only source. They are the only source, for there can be no other. Some may ask, is there not another source in books, in the literature and art of ancient times and of foreign countries? In fact, the literary and artistic works of the past are not a source but a stream. They were created by our predecessors and the foreigners out of the literary and artistic raw materials they found in the life of the people of their time and place. We must take over all the fine things in our literary and artistic heritage, critically assimilate whatever is beneficial, and use them as examples when we create works out of the literary and artistic raw materials in the life of the people of our own time and place. It makes a difference whether or not we have such examples. The difference between crudeness and refinement, between roughness and polish, between a low and a high level, and between slower and faster work. Therefore, we must on no account reject the legacies of the ancients and the foreigners or refuse to learn from them, even though they are the works of the feudal or bourgeois classes. But taking over legacies and using them as examples must never replace our own creative work. Nothing can do that. Uncritical transplantation or copying from the ancients and the foreigners is the most sterile and harmful dogmatism in literature and art. China's revolutionary writers and artists of promise, must go among the masses. They must for a long period of time unreservedly and wholeheartedly go among the masses of workers, peasants, and soldiers, go into the heat of the struggle, go to the only source, the broadest and richest source, in order to observe, experience, study and analyze all the different kinds of people, all the classes, all the masses, all the vivid patterns of life and struggle, all the raw materials of literature and art. Only then can they proceed to creative work. Otherwise, you will have nothing to work with and you will be nothing but a phony writer or artist, the kind that Liu Sun in his will so earnestly cautioned his son never to become. 5. Although man's social life is the only source of literature and art and is incomparably livelier and richer in content, the people are not satisfied with life alone and demand literature and art as well. Why? Because, while both are beautiful, life as reflected in works of literature and art can and ought to be on a higher plane, more intense, more concentrated, more typical, nearer the ideal, and therefore more universal than actual everyday life. Revolutionary literature and art should create a variety of characters out of real life and help the masses to propel history forward. For example, there is suffering from hunger, cold, and oppression on the one hand, and exploitation and oppression of man by man on the other. These facts exist everywhere and people look upon them as commonplace. Writers and artists concentrate such everyday phenomena, typify the contradictions and struggles within them and produce works which awaken the masses, fire them with enthusiasm and impel them to unite and struggle to transform their environment. Without such literature and art, this task could not be fulfilled, or at least not so effectively and speedily. What is meant by popularizing and by raising standards in works of literature and art? What is the relationship between these two tasks? Popular works are simpler and plainer, and therefore more readily accepted by the broad masses of the people today. Works of a higher quality, being more polished, are more difficult to produce and in general do not circulate so easily and quickly among the masses at present. The problem facing the workers, peasants, and soldiers is this: they are now engaged in a bitter and bloody struggle with the enemy but are illiterate and uneducated as a result of long years of rule by the feudal and bourgeois classes, and therefore they are eagerly demanding enlightenment, education, and works of literature and art which meet their urgent needs and which are easy to absorb, in order to heighten their enthusiasm in struggle and confidence in victory, strengthen their unity and fight the enemy with one heart and one mind. For them the prime need is not more flowers on the brocade but fuel in snowy weather. In present conditions, therefore, popularization is the more pressing task. It is wrong to belittle or neglect popularization. Nevertheless, no hard and fast line can be drawn between popularization and the raising of standards. Not only is it possible to popularize some works of higher quality even now, but the cultural level of the broad masses is steadily rising. If popularization remains at the same level forever, with the same stuff being supplied month after month and year after year, always the same little cow herd 6 and the same man, hand, mouth, knife, cow, goat, 7 will not the educators and those being educated be 6 of one and half a dozen of the other? What would be the sense of such popularization? The people demand popularization and, following that, higher standards. They demand higher standards month by month and year by year. Here popularization means popularizing for the people and raising of standards means raising the level for the people. And such raising is not from mid-air, or behind closed doors, but is actually based on popularization. It is determined by and at the same time guides popularization. In China as a whole the development of the revolution and of revolutionary culture is uneven and their spread is gradual. While in one place there is popularization and then raising of standards on the basis of popularization, in other places popularization has not even begun. Hence good experience in popularization leading to higher standards in one locality can be applied in other localities and serve to guide popularization and the raising of standards there, saving many twists and turns along the road. Internationally, the good experience of foreign countries, and especially Soviet experience, can also serve to guide us. With us, therefore, the raising of standards is based on popularization, while popularization is guided by the raising of standards. Precisely for this reason, so far from being an obstacle to the raising of standards, the work of popularization we are speaking of supplies the basis for the work of raising standards which we are now doing on a limited scale, and prepares the necessary conditions for us to raise standards in the future on a much broader scale. Besides such raising of standards as meets the needs of the masses directly, there is the kind which meets their needs indirectly, that is, the kind which is needed by the cadres. The cadres are the advanced elements of the masses and generally have received more education, literature and art of a higher level are entirely necessary for them. To ignore this would be a mistake. Whatever is done for the cadres is also entirely for the masses, because it is only through the cadres that we can educate and guide the masses. If we go against this aim, if what we give the cadres cannot help them educate and guide the masses, our work of raising standards will be like shooting at random and will depart from the fundamental principle of serving the masses of the people. To sum up, through the creative labor of revolutionary writers and artists, the raw materials found in the life of the people are shaped into the ideological form of literature and art serving the masses of the people. Included here are the more advanced literature and art as developed on the basis of elementary literature and art and as required by those sections of the masses whose level has been raised, or, more immediately, by the cadres among the masses. Also included here are elementary literature and art which, conversely, are guided by more advanced literature and art and are needed primarily by the overwhelming majority of the masses at present. Whether more advanced or elementary, all our literature and art are for the masses of the people, and in the first place for the workers, peasants, and soldiers. They are created for the workers, peasants, and soldiers and are for their use. Now that we have settled the problem of the relationship between the raising of standards and popularization, that of the relationship between the specialists and the popularizers can also be settled. Our specialists are not only for the cadres, but also, and indeed chiefly, for the masses. Our specialists in literature should pay attention to the wall newspapers of the masses and to the reportage written in the army and the villages. Our specialists in drama should pay attention to the small troops in the army and the villages. Our specialists in music should pay attention to the songs of the masses. Our specialists in the fine arts should pay attention to the fine arts of the masses. All these comrades should make close contact with comrades engaged in the work of popularizing literature and art among the masses. On the one hand, they should help and guide the popularizers, and on the other, they should learn from these comrades and, through them, draw nourishment from the masses to replenish and enrich themselves so that their specialties do not become ivory towers, detached from the masses and from reality and devoid of content or life. We should esteem the specialists, for they are very valuable to our cause. But we should tell them that no revolutionary writer or artist can do any meaningful work unless he is closely linked with the masses, gives expression to their thoughts and feelings and serves them as a loyal spokesman. Only by speaking for the masses can he educate them, and only by being their pupil can he be their teacher. If he regards himself as their master, as an aristocrat who lords it over the lower orders, then, no matter how talented he may be, he will not be needed by the masses and his work will have no future. Is this attitude of ours utilitarian? Materialists do not oppose utilitarianism in general, but the utilitarianism of the feudal, bourgeois, and petty bourgeois classes. They oppose those hypocrites who attack utilitarianism in words but in deeds embrace the most selfish and short-sighted utilitarianism. There is no ism in the world that transcends utilitarian considerations. In class society there can be only the utilitarianism of this or that class. We are proletarian revolutionary utilitarians and take as our point of departure the unity of the present and future interests of the broadest masses, who constitute over 90% of the population. Hence we are revolutionary utilitarians aiming for the broadest and the most long-range objectives, not narrow utilitarians concerned only with the partial and the immediate. If, for instance, you reproach the masses for their utilitarianism and yet for your own utility, or that of a narrow clique, force on the market and propagandize among the masses a work which pleases only the few but is useless or even harmful to the majority, then you are not only insulting the masses but also revealing your own lack of self-knowledge. A thing is good only when it brings real benefit to the masses of the people. Your work may be as good as the spring snow, but if for the time being it caters only to the few and the masses are still singing the song of the rustic poor, you will get nowhere by simply scolding them instead of trying to raise their level. The question now is to bring about a unity between the spring snow and the song of the rustic poor, between higher standards and popularization. Without such a unity, the highest art of any expert cannot help being utilitarian in the narrowest sense. You may call this art pure and lofty, but that is merely your own name for it which the masses will not endorse. Once we have solved the problems of fundamental policy, of serving the workers, peasants, and soldiers and of how to serve them, such other problems as whether to write about the bright or the dark side of life and the problem of unity will also be solved. If everyone agrees on the fundamental policy, it should be adhered to by all our workers, all our schools, publications, and organizations in the field of literature and art and in all our literary and artistic activities. It is wrong to depart from this policy, and anything at variance with it must be duly corrected. 3. Since our literature and art are for the masses of the people, we can proceed to discuss a problem of inter-party relations, i.e., the relation between the party's work in literature and art and the party's work as a whole, and in addition a problem of the party's external relations, i.e., the relation between the party's work in literature and art and the work of non-party people in this field, a problem of the united front in literary and art circles. Let us consider the first problem. In the world today all culture, all literature and art belong to definite classes and are geared to definite political lines. There is in fact no such thing as art for art's sake, art that stands above classes or art that is detached from or independent of politics. Proletarian literature and art are part of the whole proletarian revolutionary cause. They are, as Lenin said, cogs and wheels 9 in the whole revolutionary machine. Therefore, party work in literature and art occupies a definite and assigned position in party revolutionary work as a whole and is subordinated to the revolutionary tasks set by the party in a given revolutionary period. Opposition to this arrangement is certain to lead to dualism or pluralism, and in essence amounts to politics Marxist, art bourgeois, as with Trotsky. We do not favor overstressing the importance of literature and art, but neither do we favor underestimating their importance. Literature and art are subordinate to politics, but in their turn exert a great influence on politics. Revolutionary literature and art are part of the whole revolutionary cause, they are cogs and wheels in it, and though in comparison with certain other and more important parts they may be less significant and less urgent and may occupy a secondary position, nevertheless, they are indispensable cogs and wheels in the whole machine, an indispensable part of the entire revolutionary cause. If we had no literature and art even in the broadest and most ordinary sense, we could not carry on the revolutionary movement and win victory. Failure to recognize this is wrong. Furthermore, when we say that literature and art are subordinate to politics, we mean class politics, the politics of the masses, not the politics of a few so-called statesmen. Politics, whether revolutionary or counter-revolutionary, is the struggle of class against class, not the activity of a few individuals. The revolutionary struggle on the ideological and artistic fronts must be subordinate to the political struggle because only through politics can the needs of the class and the masses find expression in concentrated form. Revolutionary statesmen, the political specialists who know the science or art of revolutionary politics, are simply the leaders of millions upon millions of statesmen, the masses. Their task is to collect the opinions of these mass statesmen, sift and refine them, and return them to the masses, who then take them and put them into practice. They are therefore not the kind of aristocratic statesmen who work behind closed doors and fancy they have a monopoly of wisdom. Herein lies the difference in principle between proletarian statesmen and decadent bourgeois statesmen. This is precisely why there can be complete unity between the political character of our literary and artistic works and their truthfulness. It would be wrong to fail to realize this and to debase the politics and the statesmen of the proletariat. Let us consider next the question of the united front in the world of literature and art. Since literature and art are subordinate to politics and since the fundamental problem in China's politics today is resistance to Japan, our party writers and artists must in the first place unite on this issue of resistance to Japan with all non-party writers and artists, ranging from party sympathizers and petty bourgeois writers and artists to all those writers and artists of the bourgeois and landlord classes who are in favor of resistance to Japan. Secondly, we should unite with them on the issue of democracy. On this issue there is a section of anti-Japanese writers and artists who do not agree with us, so the range of unity will unavoidably be somewhat more limited. Thirdly, we should unite with them on issues peculiar to the literary and artistic world, questions of method and style in literature and art. Here again, as we are for socialist realism and some people do not agree, the range of unity will be narrower still. While on one issue there is unity, on another there is struggle, there is criticism. The issues are at once separate and interrelated, so that even on the very ones which give rise to unity, such as resistance to Japan, there are at the same time struggle and criticism. In a united front, all unity and no struggle and all struggle and no unity are both wrong policies, as with the right capitulationism and tailism, or the left exclusivism and sectarianism, practiced by some comrades in the past. This is as true in literature and art as in politics. The petty bourgeois writers and artists constitute an important force among the forces of the united front in literary and art circles in China. There are many shortcomings in both their thinking and their works, but, comparatively speaking, they are inclined towards the revolution and are close to the working people. Therefore, it is an especially important task to help them overcome their shortcomings and to win them over to the front which serves the working people. 4. Literary and art criticism is one of the principal methods of struggle in the world of literature and art. It should be developed and, as comrades have rightly pointed out, our past work in this respect has been quite inadequate. Literary and art criticism is a complex question which requires a great deal of special study. Here I shall concentrate only on the basic problem of criteria in criticism. I shall also comment briefly on a few specific problems raised by some comrades and on certain incorrect views. In literary and art criticism there are two criteria, the political and the artistic. According to the political criterion, everything is good that is helpful to unity and resistance to Japan, that encourages the masses to be of one heart and one mind, that opposes retrogression and promotes progress. On the other hand, everything is bad that is detrimental to unity and resistance to Japan, foments dissension and discord among the masses and opposes progress and drags people back. How can we tell the good from the bad? By the motive, the subjective intention, or by the effect, social practice. Idealists stress motive and ignore effect, while mechanical materialists stress effect and ignore motive. In contradistinction to both, we dialectical materialists insist on the unity of motive and effect. The motive of serving the masses is inseparably linked with the effect of winning their approval, the two must be united. The motive of serving the individual or a small clique is not good, nor is it good to have the motive of serving the masses without the effect of winning their approval and benefiting them. In examining the subjective intention of a writer or artist, that is, whether his motive is correct and good, we do not judge by his declarations but by the effect of his actions, mainly his works, on the masses and society. The criterion for judging subjective intention or motive is social practice and its effect. We want no sectarianism in our literary and art criticism and, subject to the general principle of unity for resistance to Japan, we should tolerate literary and art works with a variety of political attitudes. But at the same time, in our criticism we must adhere firmly to principle and severely criticize and repudiate all works of literature and art expressing views in opposition to the nation, to science, to the masses and to the Communist Party, because these so-called works of literature and art proceed from the motive and produce the effect of undermining unity for resistance to Japan. According to the artistic criterion, all works of a higher artistic quality are good or comparatively good, while those of a lower artistic quality are bad or comparatively bad. Here, too, of course, social effect must be taken into account. There is hardly a writer or artist who does not consider his own work beautiful, and our criticism ought to permit the free competition of all varieties of works of art, but it is also entirely necessary to subject these works to correct criticism according to the criteria of the science of aesthetics, so that art of a lower level can be gradually raised to a higher and art which does not meet the demands of the struggle of the broad masses can be transformed into art that does. There is the political criterion and there is the artistic criterion. What is the relationship between the two? Politics cannot be equated with art, nor can a general world outlook be equated with a method of artistic creation and criticism. We deny not only that there is an abstract and absolutely unchangeable political criterion, but also that there is an abstract and absolutely unchangeable artistic criterion. Each class in every class society has its own political and artistic criteria. But all classes in all class societies invariably put the political criterion first and the artistic criterion second. The bourgeoisie always shuts out proletarian literature and art, however great their artistic merit. The proletariat must similarly distinguish among the literary and art works of past ages and determine its attitude towards them only after examining their attitude to the people and whether or not they had any progressive significance historically. Some works which politically are downright reactionary may have a certain artistic quality. The more reactionary their content and the higher their artistic quality, the more poisonous they are to the people, and the more necessary it is to reject them. A common characteristic of the literature and art of all exploiting classes in their period of decline is the contradiction between their reactionary political content and their artistic form. What we demand is the unity of politics and art, the unity of content and form, the unity of revolutionary political content and the highest possible perfection of artistic form. Works of art which lack artistic quality have no force, however progressive they are politically. Therefore, we oppose both the tendency to produce works of art with a wrong political viewpoint and the tendency towards the poster and slogan style which is correct in political viewpoint but lacking in artistic power. On questions of literature and art we must carry on a struggle on two fronts. Both these tendencies can be found in the thinking of many comrades. A good number of comrades tend to neglect artistic technique. It is therefore necessary to give attention to the raising of artistic standards. But as I see it, the political side is more of a problem at present. Some comrades lack elementary political knowledge and consequently have all sorts of muddled ideas. Let me cite a few examples from Yenin. The theory of human nature. Is there such a thing as human nature? Of course there is. But there is only human nature in the concrete, no human nature in the abstract. In class society there is only human nature of a class character, there is no human nature above classes. We uphold the human nature of the proletariat and of the masses of the people, while the landlord and bourgeois classes uphold the human nature of their own classes, only they do not say so but make it out to be the only human nature in existence. The human nature boosted by certain petty bourgeois intellectuals is also divorced from or opposed to the masses. What they call human nature is in essence nothing but bourgeois individualism, and so, in their eyes, proletarian human nature is contrary to human nature. The theory of human nature which some people in Yenin advocate as the basis of their so-called theory of literature and art puts the matter in just this way and is wholly wrong. The fundamental point of departure for literature and art is love, love of humanity. Now love may serve as a point of departure, but there is a more basic one. Love as an idea is a product of objective practice. Fundamentally, we do not start from ideas but from objective practice. Our writers and artists who come from the ranks of the intellectuals love the proletariat because society has made them feel that they and the proletariat share a common fate. We hate Japanese imperialism because Japanese imperialism oppresses us. There is absolutely no such thing in the world as love or hatred without reason or cause. As for the so-called love of humanity, there has been no such all-inclusive love since humanity was divided into classes. All the ruling classes of the past were fond of advocating it, and so were many so-called sages and wise men, but nobody has ever really practiced it, because it is impossible in class society. There will be genuine love of humanity after classes are eliminated all over the world. Classes have split society into many antagonistic groupings. There will be love of all humanity when classes are eliminated, but not now. We cannot love enemies, we cannot love social evils, our aim is to destroy them. This is common sense. Can it be that some of our writers and artists still do not understand this? Literary and artistic works have always laid equal stress on the bright and the dark, half and half. This statement contains many muddled ideas. It is not true that literature and art have always done this. Many petty bourgeois writers have never discovered the bright side. Their works only expose the dark and are known as the literature of exposure. Some of their works simply specialize in preaching pessimism and world weariness. On the other hand, Soviet literature in the period of socialist construction portrays mainly the bright. It, too, describes shortcomings in work and portrays negative characters, but this only serves as a contrast to bring out the brightness of the whole picture and is not on a so-called half-and-half basis. The writers and artists of the bourgeoisie in its period of reaction depict the revolutionary masses as mobs and themselves as saints, thus reversing the bright and the dark. Only truly revolutionary writers and artists can correctly solve the problem of whether to extol or to expose. All the dark forces harming the masses of the people must be exposed and all the revolutionary struggles of the masses of the people must be extolled. This is the fundamental task of revolutionary writers and artists. The task of literature and art has always been to expose. This assertion, like the previous one, arises from ignorance of the science of history. Literature and art, as we have shown, have never been devoted solely to exposure. For revolutionary writers and artists, the targets for exposure can never be the masses, but only the aggressors, exploiters, and oppressors and the evil influence they have on the people. The masses too have shortcomings, which should be overcome by criticism and self-criticism within the people's own ranks, and such criticism and self-criticism is also one of the most important tasks of literature and art. But this should not be regarded as any sort of exposure of the people. As for the people, the question is basically one of education and of raising their level. Only counter-revolutionary writers and artists describe the people as born fools and the revolutionary masses as tyrannical mobs. This is still the period of the satirical essay, and Liu Sun's style of writing is still needed. Living under the rule of the dark forces and deprived of freedom of speech, Liu Xun used burning satire and freezing irony, cast in the form of essays, to do battle, and he was entirely right. We, too, must hold up to sharp ridicule the fascists, the Chinese reactionaries and everything that harms the people, but in the Shenxi-Kan-Suningxia border region and the anti-Japanese base areas behind the enemy lines, where democracy and freedom are granted in full to the revolutionary writers and artists and withheld only from the counter-revolutionaries, the style of the essay should not simply be like Liu Xun's. Here we can shout at the top of our voices and have no need for veiled and roundabout expressions, which are hard for the people to understand. When dealing with the people and not with their enemies, Liu Xun never ridiculed or attacked the revolutionary people and the Revolutionary Party in his satirical essay period, and these essays were entirely different in manner from those directed against the enemy. To criticize the people's shortcomings is necessary, as we have already said, but in doing so we must truly take the stand of the people and speak out of wholehearted eagerness to protect and educate them. To treat comrades like enemies is to go over to the stand of the enemy. Are we then to abolish satire? No. Satire is always necessary. But there are several kinds of satire, each with a different attitude: satire to deal with our enemies, satire to deal with our allies, and satire to deal with our own ranks. We are not opposed to satire in general. What we must abolish is the abuse of satire. I am not given to praise and eulogy. The works of people who eulogize what is bright are not necessarily great, and the works of those who depict the dark are not necessarily paltry. If you are a bourgeois writer or artist, you will eulogize not the proletariat but the bourgeoisie, and if you are a proletarian writer or artist, you will eulogize not the bourgeoisie but the proletariat and working people. It must be one or the other. The works of the eulogists of the bourgeoisie are not necessarily great, nor are the works of those who show that the bourgeoisie is dark necessarily paltry. The works of the eulogists of the proletariat are not necessarily not great, but the works of those who depict the so-called darkness of the proletariat are bound to be paltry. Are these not facts of history as regards literature and art? Why should we not eulogize the people, the creators of the history of mankind? Why should we not eulogize the proletariat, the Communist Party, New Democracy, and Socialism? There is a type of person who has no enthusiasm for the people's cause and looks coldly from the sidelines at the struggles and victories of the proletariat and its vanguard. What he is interested in, and will never weary of eulogizing, is himself, plus perhaps a few figures in his small coterie. Of course, such petty bourgeois individualists are unwilling to eulogize the deeds and virtues of the revolutionary people or heighten their courage in struggle and their confidence in victory. Persons of this type are merely termites in the revolutionary ranks. Of course, the revolutionary people have no need for these singers. It is not a question of stand. My class stand is correct, my intentions are good and I understand all right, but I am not good at expressing myself, and so the effect turns out bad. I have already spoken about the dialectical materialist view of motive and effect. Now I want to ask, is not the question of effect one of stand? A person who acts solely by motive and does not inquire what effect his action will have is like a doctor who merely writes prescriptions but does not care how many patients die of them. Or take a political party which merely makes declarations but does not care whether they are carried out. It may well be asked, is this a correct stand? And is the intention here good? Of course, mistakes may occur even though the effect has been taken into account beforehand, but is the intention good when one continues in the same old rut after facts have proved that the effect is bad? In judging a party or a doctor, we must look at practice, at the effect. The same applies in judging a writer. A person with truly good intentions must take the effect into account, sum up experience and study the methods, or, in creative work, study the technique of expression. A person with truly good intentions must criticize the shortcomings and mistakes in his own work with the utmost candor and resolve to correct them. This is precisely why communists employ the method of self-criticism. This alone is the correct stand. Only in this process of serious and responsible practice is it possible gradually to understand what the correct stand is and gradually obtain a good grasp of it. If one does not move in this direction in practice, if there is simply the complacent assertion that one understands all right, then in fact one has not understood at all. To call on us to study Marxism is to repeat the mistake of the dialectical materialist creative method, which will harm the creative mood. To study Marxism means to apply the dialectical materialist and historical materialist viewpoint in our observation of the world, of society, and of literature and art. It does not mean writing philosophical lectures into our works of literature and art. Marxism embraces but cannot replace realism in literary and artistic creation, just as it embraces but cannot replace the atomic and electronic theories in physics. Empty, dry dogmatic formulas do indeed destroy the creative mood. Not only that, they first destroy Marxism. Dogmatic Marxism is not Marxism, it is anti-Marxism. Then does not Marxism destroy the creative mood? Yes, it does. It definitely destroys creative moods that are feudal, bourgeois, petty bourgeois, liberalistic, individualist, nihilist, art for art's sake, aristocratic, decadent or pessimistic, and every other creative mood that is alien to the masses of the people and to the proletariat. So far as proletarian writers and artists are concerned, should not these kinds of creative moods be destroyed? I think they should be utterly destroyed. And while they are being destroyed, something new can be constructed. V. The problems discussed here exist in our literary and art circles in Yenin. What does that show? It shows that wrong styles of work still exist to a serious extent in our literary and art circles and that there are still many defects among our comrades, such as idealism, dogmatism, empty illusions, empty talk, contempt for practice and aloofness from the masses, all of which call for an effective and serious campaign of rectification. We have many comrades who are still not very clear on the difference between the proletariat and the petty bourgeoisie. There are many party members who have joined the Communist Party organizationally but have not yet joined the party wholly or at all ideologically. Those who have not joined the party ideologically still carry a great deal of the muck of the exploiting classes in their heads, and have no idea at all of what proletarian ideology, or communism, or the party is. Proletarian ideology. They think the same old stuff. Little do they know that it is no easy matter to acquire this stuff. Some will never have the slightest communist flavor about them as long as they live and can only end up by leaving the party. Therefore, though the majority in our party and in our ranks are clean and honest, we must in all seriousness put things in order both ideologically and organizationally if we are to develop the revolutionary movement more effectively and bring it to speedier success. To put things in order organizationally requires our first doing so ideologically, our launching a struggle of proletarian ideology against non-proletarian ideology. An ideological struggle is already underway in literary and art circles in Yenin, and it is most necessary. Intellectuals of petty bourgeois origin always stubbornly try in all sorts of ways, including literary and artistic ways, to project themselves and spread their views, and they want the party and the world to be remolded in their own image. In the circumstances it is our duty to jolt these comrades and tell them sharply, that won't work. The proletariat cannot accommodate itself to you. To yield to you would actually be to yield to the big landlord class and the big bourgeoisie and to run the risk of undermining our party and our country. Whom then must we yield to? We can mold the party and the world only in the image of the proletarian vanguard. We hope our comrades in literary and art circles will realize the seriousness of this great debate and join actively in this struggle, so that every comrade may become sound and our entire ranks may become truly united and consolidated ideologically and organizationally. Because of confusion in their thinking, many of our comrades are not quite able to draw a real distinction between our revolutionary base areas and the Kuomintang areas, and they make many mistakes as a consequence. A good number of comrades have come here from the garrets of Shanghai, and in coming from those garrets to the revolutionary base areas, they have passed not only from one kind of place to another but from one historical epoch to another. One society is semi-feudal, semi-colonial, under the rule of the big landlords and big bourgeoisie, the other is a revolutionary new democratic society under the leadership of the proletariat. To come to the revolutionary bases means to enter an epoch unprecedented in the thousands of years of Chinese history, an epoch in which the masses of the people wield state power. Here the people around us and the audience for our propaganda are totally different. The past epoch is gone, never to return. Therefore, we must integrate ourselves with the new masses without any hesitation. If, living among the new masses, some comrades, as I said before, are still lacking in knowledge and understanding and remain heroes with no place to display their prowess, then difficulties will arise for them, and not only when they go out to the villages, right here in Yan'an difficulties will arise for them. Some comrades may think, well, I had better continue writing for the readers in the Great Rear Area, 10 it is a job I know well and has national significance. This idea is entirely wrong. The Great Rear Area is also changing. Readers there expect authors in the revolutionary base areas to tell about the new people and the new world and not to bore them with the same old tales. Therefore, the more a work is written for the masses in the revolutionary base areas, the more national significance will it have. Fedyaev in the Debacle 11 only told the story of a small guerrilla unit and had no intention of pandering to the palate of readers in the old world, yet the book has exerted worldwide influence. At any rate in China its influence is very great, as you know. China is moving forward, not back, and it is the revolutionary base areas, not any of the backward, retrogressive areas, that are leading China forward. This is a fundamental issue that, above all, comrades must come to understand in the rectification movement. Since integration into the new epoch of the masses is essential, it is necessary thoroughly to solve the problem of the relationship between the individual and the masses. This couplet from a poem by L. Yusun should be our motto. Fierce browed, I coolly defy 1,000 pointing fingers. Head bowed, like a willing ox I serve the children. 12. The 1,000 pointing fingers are our enemies, and we will never yield to them, no matter how ferocious. The children here symbolize the proletariat and the masses. All communists, all revolutionaries, all revolutionary literary and art workers should learn from the example of L. Yusun and be oxen for the proletariat and the masses, bending their backs to the task until their dying day. Intellectuals who want to integrate themselves with the masses, who want to serve the masses, must go through a process in which they and the masses come to know each other well. This process may, and certainly will, involve much pain and friction, but if you have the determination, you will be able to fulfill these requirements. Today I have discussed only some of the problems of fundamental orientation for our literature and art movement. Many specific problems remain which will require further study. I am confident that comrades here are determined to move in the direction indicated. I believe that in the course of the rectification movement and in the long period of study and work to come, you will surely be able to bring about a transformation in yourselves and in your works, to create many fine works which will be warmly welcomed by the masses of the people, and to advance the literature and art movement in the revolutionary base areas and throughout China to a glorious new stage. A most important policy. September 7, 1942. This editorial was written by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Liberation Daily, Yan'an. Ever since the Central Committee of the party put forward the policy of better troops and simpler administration, the party organizations in many anti-Japanese base areas have been applying it, or making plans to apply it, in accordance with the directives of the Central Committee. The leading comrades of the Shanxi Hopi Shantung Honan border area have really taken this work in hand, setting an example of better troops and simpler administration. In some base areas, however, the comrades have not tried to do so very seriously because of their incomplete comprehension of this policy. They still fail to understand how it is related to the current situation and to other party policies, or fail to regard it as most important. This matter has been discussed several times before in the Liberation Daily and we now wish to explain it further. All the party's policies aim at the defeat of the Japanese invaders. From the 5th year onward, the war of resistance has in fact entered the final stage of the struggle for victory. In this stage the situation is different from that in the 1st and 2nd years of the war, and also from that in the 3rd and 4th. A feature of the 5th and 6th years of the war is that while victory is drawing near, there are very great difficulties ahead, in other words, we are in the darkness before the dawn. This situation prevails at the present stage in all the anti-fascist countries, and in the whole of China as well. It is not confined to the base areas of the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army, although it is particularly acute here. We are striving to defeat the Japanese invaders in 2 years. They will be years of extreme difficulty, differing greatly from the first and second 2 years of the war. This particular point must be anticipated by the leading personnel in the Revolutionary Party and Revolutionary Army. Should they fail to do so, they will simply drift with events and, no matter how hard they try, they will not be able to attain victory and may even jeopardize the cause of the revolution. Although the situation in the anti-Japanese base areas in the enemy rear is already several times as difficult as before, the difficulty is not yet extreme. If we do not have a correct policy now, then extreme difficulty will overtake us. People in general are liable to judge by past and present conditions and to be misled into thinking that the future will be much the same. They are unable to anticipate that the ship may encounter submerged rocks or to steer clear of these rocks with cool heads. What are the submerged rocks in the path of the ship of the War of Resistance? They are the extremely grave material difficulties of the final stage of the war. The Central Committee of the party has pointed them out and called on us to be on the alert and steer clear of them. Many of our comrades already understand the point, but some do not, and that is the first obstacle we must overcome. There is the need for unity in the War of Resistance, and unity involves difficulties. These difficulties are political, they have occurred in the past and may occur again in the future. For 5 years, our party has been overcoming them gradually and with the utmost effort. Our slogan is to strengthen unity, and we must keep on doing so. But there are difficulties of another kind, the material ones. They will grow more and more acute. Today some comrades are still taking it easy and are not alive to the situation, and we must therefore alert them. All comrades in all the anti-Japanese base areas must recognize that from now on the material difficulties are bound to grow graver, that we must overcome them, and that one important way of doing so is better troops and simpler administration. Why is the policy of better troops and simpler administration important for overcoming the material difficulties? It is clear that the present, and still more the future, war situation in the base areas will not permit us to cling to our past views. Our enormous war apparatus is suited to past conditions. It was then permissible and necessary. But things are different now, the base areas have shrunk and may continue to shrink for a period, and undoubtedly we cannot maintain the same enormous war apparatus as before. There is already a contradiction, which we must resolve, between our war apparatus and the war situation. The enemy's objective is to aggravate this contradiction, hence his policy of burn all, kill all, loot all. If we maintain our enormous apparatus, we shall fall right into his trap. If we reduce it and have better troops and simpler administration, our war apparatus, though reduced, will remain strong. By resolving the contradiction, which is that of a big fish in shallow water, and by adapting our war apparatus to the war situation, we shall prove even stronger, and so far from being defeated by the enemy we shall finally defeat him. That is why we say that the policy of better troops and simpler administration put forward by the Central Committee of the party is a most important policy. But men's minds are liable to be fettered by circumstance and habit from which even revolutionaries cannot always escape. We created this enormous apparatus ourselves, little thinking that one day we ourselves would have to reduce it, and now that the time has come to do so, we feel reluctant and find it very difficult. The enemy is bearing down upon us with his enormous war apparatus, and how dare we reduce ours? If we do, we shall feel that our forces are too few to cope with him. Such misgivings are precisely the result of being fettered by circumstance and habit. When the weather changes, it becomes necessary to change one's clothing. Each year as spring turns into summer, summer into autumn, autumn into winter and winter into spring we have to make this change. But owing to the force of habit people sometimes fail to make it at the proper turn and they fall ill. Present conditions in the base areas already require us to shed our winter garments and put on summer clothing so that we can move about nimbly to fight the enemy, but we are still heavily padded and weighed down, and quite unfit for combat. As for the question of how to deal with the enemy's enormous apparatus, we can learn from the example of how the Monkey King dealt with Princess Iron Fan. The princess was a formidable demon, but by changing himself into a tiny insect the Monkey King made his way into her stomach and overpowered her. Tu Lu Tsung Yuan's description of the donkey in Kui Chao 3 also contains a valuable lesson. A huge donkey was brought to Kui Chao and the sight of him rather frightened a small tiger. But in the end this huge donkey was devoured by the small tiger. Our 8th root and new 4th armies are the Monkey King or the small tiger, and they are fully capable of dealing with the Japanese demon or donkey. Now it is imperative for us to do a little changing and make ourselves smaller but sturdier, and then we shall be invincible.